On the 4th of June 2026, Supabase announced a $500 million Series F raise. $500 million at a $10 billion valuation. Stripe invested, Salesforce invested, GIC led around, nearly 10 million developers building on their platform, database launches growing 600% in a single year. The company that gives developers a database, a REST API, auth, realtime, file storage, and an SDK all from one dashboard is now worth $10 billion. And in this video, we built our own version of Supabase. Not a tutorial on how to use Supabase, not a clone that skips the hard path, we built the whole thing. And it is live right now on the internet at a real URL with a real npm package you can install and use in your own projects. Let me show you what we built. And if you're looking for a developer to build your SaaS, your startup or mobile application, AI application, or full stack application, don't forget to check out my Upwork. The link is in the description below. I'm a 5-star rated freelance software developer helping clients to build modern production-ready applications using React Native, Next.js, Supabase, Node.js, and AI integrations. This is Supavolt. So I have two browsers open. So I have this browser over here and I have this other browser over here so that we can go on to send an invite to this user. So let's come over to the dashboard, which is going to redirect us to the authentication page if we are not authenticated. So in this case, I'm authenticated. I'm just going to sign out and come back to the landing page of the application. Now we're at the landing page. If we try to visit the dashboard, then we are redirected over to the authentication page. And over here, we have different providers. So we can sign up with the email provider, the Google provider, and also the GitHub provider. I'm going to sign up with the Google provider or sign in with the Google provider here, and then we are going to be redirected over to our dashboard. Now for this other user, I'm going to come over to the dashboard, we are redirected over to the sign-in page, and I'm going to authenticate with the GitHub provider. Once you're authenticated, you're going to be directed over to your dashboard. And you can see these are the different organizations that we have over here. We can go on to create a new organization from here, or you can also click here to switch between organizations or create a new organization. Let's create a new organization. I'm going to call this organization or give it a name of Lari demo like this, and then I'm going to hit on create organization. Once you have your organization, you can go on to create projects within that organization, and you can also go on to send invites to different colleagues that would like to join this organization. And the roles, you have roles such as admin or the role of developer. Let's invite this other user. So over here, I'm going to type in the user email, and then I'm going to hit on send invite. So let's come over to the other browser. And once you're here, if you check your email, you're going to see you have a new email here, which shows like you have been invited to join this organization. And once you hit on accept invite, you're going to be redirected over to that organization. So as you can see here, this is the organization. And if we come over here and we come over to the organization settings, as this is the developer, this user doesn't have the privilege to update the role of other members within this organization. Now let's head over to the other browser. And over here, let's give this page a refresh. And once we do, we can also go on to switch the role of this other user from developer to the role of admin. Now let's come back here. And let's create a project. So I'm going to create a project over here, and I'm going to give this project a name, and let's give it a name of Supavolt like this. Now with this Supavolt project created, let's come into the project, and over here in the project, if we come over to the API section, you see here we automatically have the project URL, the project anon key, as well as the project service row keys. The moment a project gets created, it gets its own isolated progress schema on Neon database. It also has its own project URL, its own anon key, and its own service row key. So it has basically its own everything. Now watch what happens when I create a table. To create a table, I'm going to come over to this database section, and over here we have the table editor, which is fully responsive. As you can see, the entire website is fully responsive, both on mobile as well as desktop devices. So this is how the application looks like on mobile devices, and everything is fully responsive. Now I'm going to switch back to desktop, as it's quite easier for me to explain all the features that we have in the application. Now let's create a new table. I'm going to hit on this plus section over here to create a new table. And you can see we have this side panel over here where we can go on to specify the name of the table and the different columns that we can have in this table. I'm going to create the first table and I'll give it the name of users. Now over here we have different columns such as the ID, the created at, which is automatically generated for each table, but you can go on to delete them or add new columns. I'm going to add a new column over here and I'm going to give this column the name of full name like this. Now we have different types just as you would have in Supabase or any PostgreSQL powered application. So I'm going to click on this type drop down and you can see we have the type text, integer, big int, boolean, timestamp, UUID, JSONB, and numeric. You can also specify a default value, a primary key, nullable, the foreign key table, and also the foreign key column. For the case of full name, I'm going to leave the nullable checked. Now let's add a new column. You can click on this plus icon and let's give this column a name. So let's give it the name of email. The type is going to be of type text. The default is null, and let's say not null like this. And for now, we do not have any other table, so we can't really establish the foreign key table and also the foreign key column. Now we can go on and create this table. Once you have this table created, you can see here the different columns that were specified, and you can also go on to add a new column over here and give this column a name and also a type as well as a default value. Now let's create another table. I'm going to click on this new table and let's give this table a name. I'm going to go with the name of memberships like this. Now for the different columns, I'm going to go with ID, created at, and I'm also going to add user underscore ID so that we can test the foreign key relationship. Now the type of this is going to be big int. It's not going to have any defaults. It's not going to be the primary key, and it's not nullable. And the primary key table over here, we now see the users table. And for the column, we're going to specify the ID column on the users table. Let's also click on the add column over here and let's add a plan. So let's say the membership is going to have a plan like this. The type of this plan is going to be of type text. There isn't going to be a default value. It's not the primary key. Let's say this could be null. And let's add one more and let's give this a status name. The type is going to be text and let's give this a default value. For the default value, I'm just going to go with the text of active like this, and then let's go on to create this new table. Now we have two different columns or two different tables created, the membership table as well as the users table. I want to show you something. Let's come over to this API section. Take a look at this. Automatically, we have endpoints that are generated automatically for every table that we create. So we get post, patch, delete, and also get request for each table. And if you click on this, you see the actual CURL that you can use to perform operations on this specific table. Now let's test it out. Let's start with the users table. Let's go on and insert a new user. So I'm going to click on this, and this is the actual CURL to create a new user, making use of this REST endpoint. I'm going to copy this, and if we come over to the terminal window and we drop this in here, we need to update this to match the schema that we have specified over here. So if we check the database, we can see a user needs the following. So a user needs the ID and the created at. These are automatically generated. We need the full name and the email. The full name is optional, but the email is required. Let's test this out. I'm going to come back to the terminal, and rather than name of t-shirt like this, remember we specified full underscore name here. And I'm going to go with the full name of Larry over here. Now let's also specify the email. And the email here, I'm going to go with this email, which is my email. So I'm just going to go with test2@test.com. Now, if we send this request like this, we are going to get an error because the service row key is invalid. So we get a message here that says invalid API key unauthorized with the status code of 401. So now let's run this again, but let's make sure we update this service row key over here. So I'm going to come back to application, and if you come over to the API, and over here in the API, we have the service row key here, which gives full access to the server. You can go on to copy this, or you can also go on to review this service row key. Now we have the service row key, we now have the permission to carry out this operation. So I'm going to be updating this service row key text that we have over here to then be equals to the service row key that we got from our application. Now, once you send off this request, you're immediately going to get the response over here. So this is the created user. And if we come back to our application, and if we check our database, if we check our table editor in the users table, we are going to see over here the new user. If you click on this expandable, over here you now see the different properties of this user as well. So you see, we're able to create rows in our database via an endpoint that didn't exist until we created that table about 10 seconds ago. Let's also take a look at the SQL editor. So over here in the SQL editor, this is the Monaco editor, the same editor as VS Code. So you have things like syntax highlighting, autocomplete, keyboard shortcuts. I'm going to write a query, and then once I hit Command Enter over here, the result is going to be displayed below, and every query I run gets saved automatically to this history section that we have over here. Now let's go on and test this out. I'm going to run this query because we have the users table in our database, and once you run this query, you're going to see the list of all the users that you have over here. So we see the results printed out here, the number of rows, and the time in milliseconds that this query took. And if you check the history section, you see you can go on to get more details about this. Now let's go deeper. Let's try something that is much more fun. Let's try to create a membership. If we check our database over here, we are going to see the memberships table, and this memberships table has the ID, the created at, the user ID, which has this chain over here because this is a foreign key relationship. We also can specify the plan and the status. Now we're going to create a membership making use of the SQL editor. Now I'm going to come over to the SQL editor here, and let's update this query to this new query that we can use to create a membership. So I'm going to drop this in here, and this is going to be inserting into the memberships table that we created. So we have the user ID, the plan, and the status columns, and the values is going to be 1, which matches the user ID, the plan of pro, and the status of active. Now let's go on and send this query. Now we've sent this query, we see that 1 row gets affected. If we come back to the database, and let's have a check on the memberships table. We're going to click into the memberships table, and over here we can see the new membership that we created for this user. Now let's try to create 2 more users making use of the SQL editor. I'm going to come back here, and let's first try to select everything from the memberships table. I'm going to go on and run this query again. Now we should see the result over here, which is this membership that we just created. So let's go on and create 2 new users. I'm going to create these new users over here with these credentials. So insert into the users table, the full name and the email, and let's go with these credentials over here. So let's hit on run, which is going to send the query, and over here we get 2 rows affected. And if we check the history, we can see the different queries that we have sent, and if we try to select all the users and let's run this query, we are going to see now we have 3 users over here. But we're not just limited to easy queries like select or insert. We can also have nesting here, such as the left join, and you can also do things like order, and you go on to run this query over here. You're going to see the results printed over here. So you can see over here we are selecting everything from the users table, and we have this left join on membership, and we are going to order this by the user ID, which is the order over here. So we see the full name, the email, the plan. These users do not have any plan, and we can also see the status. This is active, whereas this is null because we specified that the status can be nullable. We also have Supavolt realtime. Let's check it out. I'm going to place both browsers side by side so that we can go on to test the real-time capability of our Supavolt project. Now we have real-time. As you can see over here, I've gone on to place the 2 browsers side by side, and I'm going to come over to real-time in this other browser that we have over here. So I'm going to select the project, and once you're inside the project, you can come over to real-time, and you're going to see the connection is going to be established immediately. So now the connection is established. I'm just going to collapse this so that we can have more space to test. Now in this other browser, let's say we want to listen for real-time changes on the users table. I'm going to check this toggle over here, and you can see now we are listening on the users table for events such as the insert, update, or delete on a specific row. Let's test this out. I'm going to come over here to the SQL editor, and once we perform an operation on this users table, we expect to see the broadcast over here in real time. Remember, this isn't going to work for select operations. This only is going to work for insert, update, or delete operations. Now let's try to create a new user. We have these three users over here. I'm going to be creating a new user, which is this test realtime@test.com user. Once you go on to send across this query over here, watch what happens over here. The users table is now listening for changes based on these specific events, and is broadcasting it immediately, and you can go on to use this to run certain operations that you want to do, or let's say update your application in real time. Let's try this again. I'm going to try to delete this user that we just created, but first let's go on to select the user so that we can see that this user is already in our database. I'm going to click on this history section here, and if we try to run this history again, you're going to see now we have 4 users in our database, including this real-time user. Now I'm going to try to delete this real-time user that we have over here. So let's go on and delete this user. I'm going to remove this and replace it with this. So delete from the users table where email is equals to this email. I'm going to go on and send this. Immediately we send this, you see one role affected, and if we select this again, select all the users, we can see now we have 3 users over here, and over here we can see that this delete is being broadcasted here. So we have no refresh, no pulling, we have a Postgres trigger that gets fired. It calls pg notify, the Nest.js WebSocket gateway receives the notification, and it broadcasts it to every client that is subscribed to that room, live and in production. Now let's continue. We actually have a whole lot that we built. Let's take a look at file storage. I'm going to just collapse this so that we can focus on this screen over here. Now if you expand this, and if you come over to this storage, and in this storage section, we can go on to create a bucket. We can have a private bucket or a public bucket, and we can go on to upload any file from image to video to PDF, and you can also go on to browse the different files that you have uploaded within a bucket. Now I'm going to create a new bucket here. As you can see here, we have the option to create a private and a public bucket. Private files are going to get a signed URL that expires in an hour. And let's try this out. So I'm going to give this a name of public. So let's start with a public bucket. And once you hit on create, you're going to be ushered into the bucket here. And you can go on to upload files. Now we have this button here to choose the files. I'm going to click on this, and we're going to see the different options here. So for now, I'm just going to select this image that I have over here. And then I'm going to go on and click on open. Now we're also going to get the notification here, which shows the progress of the upload. And once this is done, we're going to see the actual upload over here with a preview. So this is a public bucket. We can also go on to copy this, and we can also go on to visit this in the browser. And this is going to load up over here like this. So this is the screenshot that I just uploaded. Let's give this another trial. Let's try to create a bucket, but this time around a private bucket. So I'm going to give this bucket a name of private like this, and then you can go on to create this new bucket. Now, as I said earlier, private buckets are going to expire within 1 hour. So if you go on and choose a file, and I'm also going to select the same file, and this time around, once the upload completes, we're going to see that this file is going to have some properties, which is the signed URL that expires within an hour. So I'm going to copy this as well, and you can see for private buckets, we do not get a preview. And once you load this up here, it's still going to load up, but you can see this has more details over here, such as the expires as well as the signature. And once you load this, you're also going to see the same screenshot that we uploaded, and this is going to expire after an hour. We still have more. We still have auth, which we're going to take a look at in a moment. It's a very huge part of this course. But now I also have this that I am so proud of, and this is Supavolt SDK. This is Supavolt SDK, and if you've ever used Supabase, the Supavolt SDK will feel so familiar with you right away. It's published to npm as supavolt, which is one package, one client, our whole backend. You can go on to install it and pass in your project URL and also your API key from the dashboard, and you're done. We're going to see how this works in practice. Let's spin up a new project and see how we can make use of Supavolt SDK. I did create a new Next.js application, so we can go on to test the Supavolt SDK over here. Now, if you come over to this new Next.js project, this is what we have bare minimum, and the application is currently running on port 3000, just as you would have any JavaScript application that you would like to integrate with Supabase. So in this case, we are going to test it out with Supavolt. Let's get started. If we come over here, we can copy the installation command, and right in here, I'm going to open up the new terminal window, and I'm going to paste this in. But this project makes use of pnpm, so I'm rather make use of npm. I'm just going to update this so that we can make use of pnpm like this. pnpm install Supavolt. Guys, this is our own Supavolt package being installed straight up in this project, and we already have it now as part of the dependency. If you check your package.json, you have Supavolt. You're going to build this. You're going to have your own, or learn how to publish your own packages to the npm registry and have other developers install what you have built. Now we have Supavolt installed over here. Let's go on to clear the terminal window. And I'm also going to exit this terminal, and let's create the Supavolt client just as you would do with Supabase. Now, somewhere in the source folder, I'm going to make this real quick. I'm just going to create this lib.ts folder, and over here, let's see what we can import from the Supavolt package. And from this package, just as you would bring in from Supabase, guys, we have the create client package that we can install or import from Supavolt. And the next thing we are going to do over here is to then go on and export the constant, which we're going to call Supavolt like this. And here we're going to have the create client. Now the create client over here, you can see this takes the project URL and also the API key. So we get type safety also here as we get from Supabase. Now you can set this up real quick from your environment variables. But just as we are having this demo, I'm going to make it super quick. I'm going to come over here and the API section, let's say we want to discuss with this project over here. I'm going to copy the project URL here like this. And let's make use of this project URL here. And the next, and it has to be in quotes because it's a string. So let's wrap it up in quotes. And the next thing is going to be the API key. Now the API key is the service row key. So let's quickly grab the service row key. And I'm going to use that value over here like this. Also, it has to be wrapped up in a string over here. So you can reference this from the environment variables. I'm just keeping this quick and easy for this tutorial basics. And then you can go on to save this. Now, this is our own client. Let's go on and test our client. Remember, we have authentication, which we are meant yet to test. We're going to test that in a moment, but let's say we want to fetch users. So I'm going to just quickly come over to the home page over here, and in the home page, I'm going to just clear everything we have here. So everything inside this main tag, and also get rid of this. I'm going to be importing our own Supavolt client. So let's import Supavolt, which is going to come from one level up our lib, and let's say we want to fetch the users that belongs to this project. Remember, this took in your project URL. So I'm getting so many autocomplete from Cursor, so I'm just going to try to make this less distracting. So here, let's say we want to destructure this, so we're going to get this, and this is going to be coming in from await, and then we're going to await our Supavolt like this. So you can see we can already await our own Supavolt client, and from the client we can call from. So you can see over here we also have storage you can interact with. We have real time, we have database, which is our table, we have authentication, but I'm going to say from, and this from is going to take in the table. So you can see over here we have auto completion with TypeScript, and we also have this referencing over here, this tier docs over here, which is going to guide developers that are making use of Supavolt. So I'm going to say from, and then you want to pass in a table name, which is users, and let's go on and select everything from the users table. I'm quickly going to mark this as an async function, and over here, let's say we're going to get data like this, and we can also get error just like this. Now let's log data to the console. So console.log data error, and we're going to see, we're going to be able to fetch these users that we are interacting with not quite long. And let's say if we have an error, let's render the error over here. And if we have data, then let me replace this JSX just quickly with what we have over here. So this is what we're going to return like this, and I'm going to be returning this. So this is just a H1, and over here we're going to JSON.stringify the data. And guys, once you give this a save and you come back to your home page, watch what happens over here. We have the users being listed here, and you're interacting straight up with your own Supabase Supavolt SDK that you created over here. So this project, if you check your database, these are the different users that you have over here, but you're not just limited to easy queries like going on to select queries, to select properties, or to select users that you have from specific table. You can actually go on to do pretty much so much over here. You can also go on to insert new users. Let's also try to insert a new user. I'm going to drop this query over here. So this is going to run over here, and I'm just going to quickly disable this so that we don't have the clash with data and error. Now we are doing an insert on page load, which is not something you're going to do typically in an application. This is just for demo purposes. Let's try to insert this SDK test user when the page loads. So I'm going to save this, and let's give this a moment. We get over here the result of running this operation. So if you come back here, I'm just going to quickly comment this out so it doesn't run again on page load. And if you bring this back in, you're going to see over here we have this new user. Let's give this a refresh. We now have 4 users over here, and if you come over to your Supavolt project, I'm actually tempted to call this Supabase right now. If you come over to your users table, you're going to see you have 4 users created over here. So this is the user that we just inserted, making use of our Supavolt SDK. There's actually so much more you can go with. You can go on doing this. You're not just limited to, let's say, select. As you can see over here, you have like the delete, you have equals, execute, greater than or equals, is like, insert, is like, limit, less than or equals to. You have actually a whole lot which you're going to learn how to build on your own from scratch. So we did everything from scratch, and you're going to learn how to do everything on your own from the ground up. How about authentication? Let's also see how we can have authentication or make use of authentication using our Supavolt client. Now this is the point where we're going to test out how we can have GitHub authentication in our application. Now for us to do this, you just need to come over to GitHub and create an auth app for GitHub. Now we have different authentication providers. As you see over here in the auth sign-in providers, we have the email, the Google, and the GitHub. You see email is automatically enabled. So email and password with magic link are always going to be enabled for the project. You do not need to do any extra configuration for that to work. We're going to enable GitHub. The same process actually if you want to enable Google. Now that I already have created this, no worries, you're going to learn how to create this in the course. So we're just going to copy the client secret, and this is the client ID. You're going to register this over here. So the client secret comes over here, and the GitHub client ID, you just want to copy this, and you want to take the client ID and register the client ID over here just like this. Now you have all of these. You can see it is enabled, but you definitely need to go on and save the settings. Now you have the settings saved. You have GitHub that's already enabled for you. Now you also need to set the authorization callback URL. I did that. If you come over to the URL configuration, you can see over here you have the different callbacks URL, and you also have the site URL. This site URL, you need to make sure it's pointing to localhost 3000. This is the homepage of application. In production, you're going to use your production site URL here. You're going to save this, and you can copy the different callbacks that you have, the Google callback, the GitHub callback, as well as the magic link callback. So in this case, you can copy the GitHub callback, and you can use the value when you're setting this up as a callback over here, authorization callback URL. You pass this in here, you pass in your home page URL, and you're good to go. Now let's go on and see how we can work with GitHub, how we can work with Supavolt authentication, making use of our own Supavolt SDK. So I did make some changes, and right here we have the Supavolt test application here, and over here we have our Supavolt application. So we have the project that we have created over here. If we expand this, you see that we are currently into this project over here. So let's check the database, and over here we're into this project that we created. Okay, so this lari demo Supavolt project. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to come back to authentication. We have already done the linking by updating the sign-in and providers. For GitHub, you can see now GitHub is enabled. We have the client ID and the client secret. Now we're going to come over to users section so we can try to authenticate and see the user over here. Now, I have already done some cleanup here because I had some issues due to SSR and having to display the sign-in button in a server component. So it gave issue. I had to move it over here to this component over here. And on click, I call the supavolt URL /auth/GitHub, which is this URL that we get over here. And we can go on to test this right now. We have this user badge component, which then displays the email of the current authenticated user. So let's go. I'm going to open up my terminal so that we can see everything. Update over here. Right here in the terminal, we are just logging the users to the console. And over here in the user badge component over here, we are displaying the current authenticated user. Now we're going to come over to application. And the application is not this application. We need to come over to localhost 3000, which is our Next.js application. And we are going to authenticate over here. Now, this is the sign in with GitHub button. I'm going to click on this button. Let's see what happens. Now you can see we are redirected over to the OAuth flow. This is how users making use of Supavolt are going to be redirected over to our own OAuth flow. So we provide users the ability to authenticate with Google, with GitHub, and also with email. Because if we check the application, we have email already enabled by default, which is over here. So we have signing and providers, we have email, and this email already has a magic link. So we have email with password and magic link as well. Now let's come over to our users and let's create this user. So I'm going to click on this authorize right over here. And once you authorize this, let's see what happens to our application. The redirect is going to happen over here, and automatically you see here we have this user now. And let's check our users, our auth users. So if you click on this, you're going to see over here, now we have this new user that is making use of Supavolt, and the user is verified. The provider type is social, and this was the time the user was created with this ID. Now this is the authentication users. Remember, this is not the users that we have over in our database. They are quite different. We have auth users, which is the internal authentication users. This is where you're going to see this new user, right? You're not going to see this new user over here in the users table. So the user would not show up here because this is the authenticated user, just as you're going to have with Supabase. So guys, this is a project we built together. Definitely, we have so much that I can't even show on camera. It's going to be its own course if I attempt to show everything we built on camera. Because if you come here, we have different things. We have different things that we can chain over here. As you can see, the different operations. You're not just limited to easy operations like this. You're not just limited to, let's say, select operations. You can also go and do, you can see delete operation in, you can also do operate operations just like this. You can go on to update data that we have in your database, making use of our own SDK. So this is everything we are going to be building, and actually so much more, which I am not showing up here. And by the end of this, everything is being deployed. So we have the front end being deployed over to Vercel, and the back end is being deployed over to Railway. Okay, everyone. So before we get started, I just want to point out that we have all the code over here on GitHub. So you want to make sure that you grab the code. And the code actually, as you can see here, we have the 01, 02, 03, and we have the different branches which are numbered like this. That matches a specific section in the course. So we start up with the monorepo setup, and then we set up, next is the database setup, the dashboard auth, the organization system. So this is how it's actually going to be timestamped in the section. So once you start up a section, you just visit the different branch over here, and you would have the code that is just for that specific section. It helps so that you can use it to compare your own code base to my own code base. As we see over here, we have the API app, and here we just have limited code that matches what we are working on that specific section. And if you compare this to what we are working on, let's say when we started working on the table editor, you see now that we have pretty much more code over here that matches just what we work with for this specific section. So please grab the code. It comes in so handy as we reference or we make reference to the code when we work on specific sections in the application. So that's pretty much it for me. Without any further ado, let's get started with the course. Okay, everyone. So the first thing we want to do is to make sure we have the correct version of Node and pnpm installed on our machine. So if you run the node -version command, you need to make sure you're on Node version 20 and above. And that's the same for pnpm. So also if you run the pnpm -version, you need to make sure you're on version 9 and above. Now, if this command gave you an error or you're on a lower version, the command is npm install -g pnpm like this. If you're on macOS or Linux, you need the sudo command in front of this. I'm not going to run the installation because I already have this installed on my machine with the correct version. Okay, so the next step is for us to create a new folder where we would have our application files. So this folder should be anywhere on your machine. As you can see, I'm already in this YouTube folder. So right in here, I'm going to be creating another folder. So I'll make a new directory and call it supavolt, the name of our application. And then I'm going to cd, which is change directory, right inside the supavolt application and open it up in Visual Studio Code or whatever coding editor of your choice. So I'm going to see you in VS Code. Okay. So here we are. And the next step for us is to initialize Git right inside this new folder. As you can see, it's a black canvas. We're going to start from the ground up. You run the git init command, and this is going to initialize Git. You just want to have one Git initialization in your whole application because it's a monorepo. So we're going to have sub applications, but that's the idea of monorepo, having one Git that manages multiple applications. So we're also going to have the package.json here, and let's do some setup and customization and some scripts. We're going to start with the name of supavolt. We're also going to mark this as a private and then have the different scripts, which I'm going to walk us through in a moment. So we have the dev API script, and this is the command. We also have the dev web script, which runs our Next.js application, and the dev script, which makes use of this concurrently package to run both the dev API and the dev web command. Now let's go through the different scripts here. You see we have the first one, this -- filter here, pnpm -- filter. This means pnpm is going to look for a package that is API package, an application that we have, and then it's going to run the start dev command. The start dev command is the default for Nest.js application, and that's the same for the dev web. The default for our Next.js front end is the run dev command. So this is the default. And then we are making use of concurrently package, which is going to run both simultaneously the dev API package as well as the dev web package. Now, if we try to install this concurrently package, we're going to get an error because for now, this is not a pnpm workspace. So let's try it. Let's say pnpm add -d concurrently, and then we say -w like this. You're going to see this command is going to give us an error that the workspace root may only be used inside a workspace. So how can we convert this into a workspace, a pnpm workspace? It's quite easy and straightforward. We just need to create a pnpm workspace YAML file. Now let's do that. Right here, we're going to create the new file, which is going to be pnpm-workspace.yaml file. And here we're going to define different packages. So we have the packages definition here, which is going to have the apps and also the package. Okay, so let's do. We have the packages here, we have the apps, and we have these packages. Now, what this means is any application with the package.json right inside the apps folder is going to be treated as a pnpm workspace, and same for the packages folder. Now that we have this definition, if we try the installation again, you're going to see now we're going to have concurrently installed on our machine, on our folder. And if you come over to the package.json, we see it listed here as a development dependency. All right, so currently we have over 2K changes, as you can see over here. So we need the .gitignore file. Let's create a new file here, and we call it .gitignore like this. And here we're going to list the node modules. We also want to have the dist folder, the .next folder, the .env, the .env.local, and any file that just has the .env like this. All right, so this is our base setup, our basic setup. Please do go on and save this file. The next thing we want to do is to make sure we have the packages, the shared package definition. That's what we're going to be working on next. For us to create the types package, right here in the root of the application, we need to create a new folder and we call this folder packages. So remember, if you double check the pnpm workspace YAML file, we have this packages folder here. So definitely anything that we have right here in the packages folder is going to be a workspace, pnpm workspace. So here we're going to have the types folder, and in here we're going to then have the package.json file over here. Now let's bring in the content of this package.json. We're going to start with the name, supavolt /types. Also, we're going to give it a version number, mark this as private, and the main entry point is going to be the source and the index.ts. This source index.ts is going to be the main entry point. We are going to create this in a moment. We do not have this yet. And the name over here at supavolt /types is something you can imagine to be an identifier for this types package, and other applications that want to make use of these types are going to add this as a dependency in their package.json, which we're going to see in a moment. So let's start by having the main entry point of application. For now, you see we have the source, the index.ts, which we have undefined. So right here in the types folder, we are going to have the source, and in here we're going to have the index.ts, and we're going to be exporting different interface. Now, something I should say here, these are not our database schema. These are the different interface that's going to be shared between the backend and the front end of our application, as we are going to see. Okay, so let's start with the user. We're going to export the interface user like this. A user would have an ID of a string, an email of type string, also a name, which is string or null, then an avatar URL, which is also a string or null type. We also have the created at, which is a string, and the updated at, which is a string. Then we have the organization role. Export type organization role is going to be admin or developer. And then we are going to export the interface for organization. It's going to have an ID of type string, also a name of string, the slug of string, the created at of type string, and the updated at of type string. Then we have the organization member. Export interface org member. It's going to have an ID of string, the organization ID of a string, then the user ID of string, the role of the organization role, and the created at of type string. We also have the project type here. We're going to export interface project. The project will have an ID of type string, the organization ID of a string, also the name of string, the slug of string, the database schema, which we're going to explain, of type string. Then we have the project URL of type string, the anon key of type string, and then we have the created at and the updated at. Then we have the authentication input type, the export interface register input. It's going to have the email of type string and the password of type string, and also the name of type string. Same for the login interface, but now for login, we are going to have the email of type string and just the password of type string. And then lastly, the auth tokens, export interface auth tokens. We're going to have the access token of type string and the refresh token of type string. Okay. So this is the auth token type. For this register input and login input, this is what the user would provide whenever they want to register or log into our application. This is our project type over here. This is the organization member type, and this is the type for the organization role, and the user. So the next step is for us to set up our Nest.js backend. Let's have our Nest.js backend. Okay. So I'm going to close all these tabs that we do have open, and we need a new folder. Okay, so this folder is what's going to have our front-end code and also our back-end code. So here in the root of the application, we're going to create the apps folder, and then we're going to cd right into the apps folder so that we can create the new Nest.js application. You need the Nest.js CLI. If you do not have it, the command is sudo pnpm --g globally and the @nestjs /CLI. Do run the installation. I already have it installed on my machine. Now I'm going to make use of now run the nest command. So I'm going to say nest new and the name of the application, which is API, and we can add some flags such as --package-manager. We want to choose pnpm over here, and you also want to skip git. So we say -skip -git like this. Run the installation, and you would notice right now in the apps folder, we now have the API folder defined in here. So we'll give this a minute to finish. I think I will have this annoying error that I usually get. So now we see the error over here. I think it's a pnpm thing. I'm not quite sure. But then we need to run this command pnpm install -- strict peer dependencies equals to false, just so that we can see what package is failing or get more details why we have the error. So I'll cd into the API folder, and then I'll paste in this pnpm install -- strict peer dependencies equals to false. Do go and send this if you had the same error as I did, and now you see this unrs resolve package is failing. We need to approve it. So we need to say pnpm approve builds, which is then going to show us this unrs resolver package. So you need to select it using spacebar and enter. Now you want to say yes, don't say false, else we'll be back to where we started. So run the installation or approve the installation, and just to be sure that everything is okay, you can also run pnpm install, and you get thumbs up, you will get done, everything is okay. All right, cool. So now we defined our package earlier. We also need to link our package as a dependency to this API. So that's going to happen in the package.json. And as a dependency, we want to have our supavolt types. Okay, so we're going to say at supavolt /types is going to look for the workspace and asterisk like this. Now this is going to say pnpm, hey, do not look for these supavolt types in the npm registry. Is right here in our workspace. Okay, now to make sure everything is linked up, we need to run the pnpm install command. So open up your terminal, and this has to be in the root. So we're going to cd outside the API folder and in the root. So you need to be here, right here in supavolt, and run the pnpm install command, which is going to scope all our 3 workspace and have the same link and link everything up together. Okay, so now once you have this done, the next step is for us to have our environment variable so that we can have the port definition. We can also have our web URL. So right here in the API, we're going to create the .env file, and we're going to have the port, which is going to be equals to 3000, and our web URL, which is our front end, is going to look for it at localhost column 3001. So let's not forget to update this when we go over to the Next.js application. All right, now we're going to do extra configuration in the main.ts file of our API. So in the main.ts, first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to add void in front of this so that we can no longer have the warning. And then I'm going to get rid of this line that we have over here. Now I'm going to set a global prefix. So let's have the configuration here. So we're going to start by saying app.setGlobalPrefix to be API. I'll explain in a moment. We're also going to say app.useGlobalPipes, a new validation pipe where we can configure like whitelist to true, forbid non-whitelisted to true. We can also have transform to true. This is just going to help us to validate incoming requests. And for course, we're going to say app.enableCourse. The origin is going to be our web URL, so process.env.web-URL. Otherwise, we'll have port 3000 as a fallback, and we also have credentials set to true. Now for the port definition, we know that's going to come from our process.env.port, otherwise 3000, and app can now listen on that port 3000, which is our API, okay? Then we just have this log that our API is running on localhost port, which is port 3000. Now we need to import the validation pipe. That's why we have this error. It needs to come in from NestJS common. And let's walk through. So we have the set global prefix. What this is doing here is making sure that the request now is going to come to /API/health or /any resource that we have in our backend. The validation pipe helps us to strip, let's say, non-required field from incoming request. And then we have the course to make sure our front end and backend can have a handshake, can go on to, discourse with each other. And we are listening on port 3000 here, and we just have some logs over here. Now this is the setup we have in our main. We also need to install extra packages so that we can do more configuration. So I would clear and cd back into the apps API folder, and here we are going to run pnpm add at nestjs/config. We also need the class validator, and we also need the class transformer package. Do go on and run the installation. We're going to set things up in a moment. And once the installation is done, we can now set things up like coming into the application module. We're going to set our config module here. So in the imports array, we're going to bring in the config module, and we call for root like this, and we want to cast this as a global module. So we're going to say it's global to true. What this means, let me just fix this linting. No worries, off screen I'm going to have linting fixed. What this means is any feature in our application that wants to make use of the config module would no longer have to import it in their own module. So that's why we have the for root true over here. And config module helps us read environment variables. Now the app controller, I'm going to clear everything that we have here so that we can configure everything from scratch. We're going to import controller and also get from @nestjs/common. Then we're going to have our controller decorator, and we export the class app controller. It's going to have this at get health path, which is going to come into the health method, and we just return this object back to the client with the status as well as the timestamp. Okay, so this is pretty much straightforward. What's going on here? It just means that our application now /API/health is going to come into the health method, and we're going to return this response back to the client, and the app controller is already registered in the application module. This is our basic setup for our Next.js backend. Up next is going to be our Next.js front end. Now the focus is going to be on building out our Next.js front end. I'm going to close all these tabs that we do have open, and I'll also collapse all of these. Now open up your terminal. We need to run the new installation inside the apps folder. So we need to cd outside the API, and so outside the API, and here we're going to make use of the npx create next app command. So npx create -next -app at latest. The name of the application is web here. Now we're going to see it right inside the apps, but we need to answer some prompts that the Next.js CLI, just like having the prompt. We're going to say no to customize, yes for TypeScript, yes for ESLint, yes for the React compiler, yes for Tailwind, yes for the source directory, yes for the app router. And here we're going to say no, we do not want to customize the import alias, and we'll say yes for the agents.md guide. Okay, so we'll give the Next.js CLI some time for it to create the new Next.js application. We already see the different folders and files right inside the web here. So we have the web application. And now that it is done, just as we did for the backend, the API application, we need to have the package scoped in the package.json dependency. So we're going to come in the package.json, and here as a dependency, we're going to have the supavolt package. Okay, so let's do that. We're going to have at supavolt /types, which is going to look into our workspace. Okay, so now we've done the linking. We're going to do the pnpm install later. The next step for us is to also have the scripts here. So for the dev command, the port is going to be 3001. That's what the API is expecting. And I'll also add the same to the stats over here. So the same port. Then once you have this done, the next step is for us to have the .env file right here for the web. So .env, and we want to have the expo public API URL. So next public, sorry, not expo API URL is going to go over to localhost 3000/API, which is the endpoint for our API folder. Now this is pretty much it. Now we're just going to configure the page, the home page, so that we can test the handshake with our backend. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to close all of these. We know that this is our root page, and we can start with the importation. So with the definition, so let's mark this as a client component, use client directive, and we can import use state, use effect from React. And for the page definition, we're going to export default function home. And in here, we're going to have the status stored in the state, local state. By default, it's going to have the text of check-in. And in our use effect, we're going to make use of the fetch API to process.env.nest public API URL/health. And we change .then, where we return response.json, and .then we have data, which we're going to then set status to data.status, and .catch. We are going to set status to unreachable. This is where we are not able to discuss with our backend. Now for the JSX, pretty much straightforward. We have this main with these classes: flex, mean height of screen, flex call, item center, justify center, padding of 24. And then we have this H1 with text for XL, font bold with text of supavolt. And we have the paragraph with the class name of margin top of 4, text weight 500, And the API status here is going to be the status from our state. Now we have the page defined, the root page of our application. We need to link everything up together. Okay. So we're going to come out of the apps folder. We need to do this at the root. So not here, I came out too much. So we need to cd back into the supavolt. And here we're going to run pnpm install command again. So we're going to give this a moment for the installation to complete. And then we're going to run the dev command, which is going to start up both the backend and the front end of our application. Okay, so now this annoying error again, the build failed. We need to run the pnpm approve build command so that we can approve the sharp package that is failing for some reason. So pnpm approve -builds, and I'll select sharp, and then I'm going to execute and say yes. Okay, so now once the installation is done or approved, the next step is for us to verify. So I will just clear the terminal and run pnpm install command again. And once we get the thumbs up that everything is fine and good, we just go on to run the pnpm dev command. And you see here, concurrently package is running the dev API and the dev web application, so our backend. And our front end, the front end is running on port 3001 as we configured, and the backend is running on port 3000. I'm going to open up the browser at this point so that we see the port 3000 currently loading, and once it is done, we should see the health status, which is okay, just as we are returning it from the backend. Now we are done with setting up our Next.js front end and also the backend. We are going to move forward in setting up our database, Drizzle ORM, and Neon Postgres. Last time out, we did scaffold our monorepo. This time around, we're going to set up our Neon Postgres database. We're also going to set up our Drizzle ORM configured in our NestJS API. And then we create our 4 core tables defined in the Drizzle schema. So the users, the organizations, the organization members, and also our project schema. Then we're going to have Drizzle kits running the migrations against Neon. And then we're also going to have a working database module that is going to be injectable across our entire API. Okay, so I am over here in console.neon.tech. We need to create a new project. So make sure you're in console.neon.tech. Then you hit on the new project button. We give this project the name of our application. So I'm going to go with the name of Supavolt over here. And then you want to hit on create. This is going to take you straight up into the project dashboard. And when you're here, you want to hit on the connect button, which is going to show you your connection string. Make sure you have connection pooling enabled, and you can copy this snippet. Now this snippet is going to be registered right here in the application. I'm going to close all these tabs that we do have open, and directly in the web.env, in the api.env, we need to have the database underscore URL, which is going to be equals to this value over here. All right, so once you have this, the next step is for us to install the different packages that we need. So you need to open up your console and come right up into the CD, the apps, the API folder. And right in here, we're going to go with pnpm add Drizzle ORM, which is the ORM itself. We're also going to install at Neon database /serverless, which is Neon HTTP driver. It works perfectly in Node.js. We also need .env, which is going to load the .env for Drizzle kit outside Nest.js context. So run the installation. We're going to give this a moment for the installation to complete. And once it is done, we're also going to install Drizzle kit. So let's say pnpm add -d as a development dependency Drizzle kit. Drizzle kit is the CLI tool that is going to be used for generating and also running migrations. So once this is completed, it fails for me again, this annoying error. So I'm going to run the pnpm approve build so that I can pick the ES build package. I'm going to select this package, and then I would say yes, and this should be done. Remember, as I said earlier, once this completes, you always need to test things out. So I'm also going to run pnpm install just to make sure that the installation was proper, that it worked. And now I see done, we can move on. The next step is for us to create the Drizzle kit. So right here in the root of the API folder, we're going to create the drizzle.config.ts file, so not the Drizzle kit. Let's start with the importation. We're going to import .env/config. And then we're going to import the Drizzle config, which is going to come from Drizzle kit. We can export default define config, which is going to take the configurations like the schema, which is going to point to the source db schema index.ts. We also have the auth, which is this Drizzle folder. The dialect is PostgreSQL, and the db credentials, it needs the URL. The URL is going to come from our process.env.database_URL. We have the schema file here, which we do not have for now. So we do not have the schema index.ts. We'll create this in a moment. The output is this Drizzle folder. It's going to be automatically generated whenever we run the migration. The dialect is PostgreSQL, and the database credentials takes in our URL. Now we're going to add the different scripts we need in our package.json. So over here, we're going to register some DrizzleKit script, which is going to help us with the migration and stuff like that. So maybe under the node start prod script, we're going to have the db generate, which is going to run DrizzleKit generate command. And then we're going to also have the db migrate, which is going to help us to apply the migration once it's been generated. db push is going to push directly to the database, good for development. And db studio, DrizzleKit studio is going to give us a local web preview, so we can see the current state of our database at any given point in time. Okay, so now we have everything defined. The next step is for us to have our schema folder here, which we do not have yet. So in the source folder, we are going to create a new folder for db, and then we're going to create another folder for the schema. And right in here, we're going to have the index.ts file. Okay, so this is our basic setup now. We need to define the different schemas that we need to build out our application. Okay, so this is the point where we define the different schemas. Let's start with the user schema. So we're going to have the users.ts file here. And we start with the imports. We're going to import pgtable, also text, timestamp, and UUID. They will all come from drizzle-orm/pgcore. And here we're going to export the constant users, which is going to be equals to pgtable. We pass the table name, which is users. And here we have the different columns, like the ID is of type UUID, the default random, so it's automatically generated. And we have the primary key. The email is going to be a text. We say not null and unique. The name is just going to be a text. We're also going to have the avatar URL, which is of type text. And then we have the password hash, which is also of type text. The password hash could be null for users that sign up with auth. And the created at is going to be of type timestamp. We have created at like this, is not null, and the default now. And also for the updated at is going to be of type timestamp, updated at, not null, default now. So we're going to have two other types here. We're going to export the type for user, which is going to be type of our users.infer select, and the type new user is going to be type of our users.infer insert. Now this type that we have over here, so exporting the type user whenever we want to have access to a user or what the user looks like, this is the type, and infer insert whenever we want to create a new user, we are going to make use of this type. Now to create a schema here, you see we have this users here, which is the table definition. And in this object, we pass the different columns that we're going to have in the users table. So we have the ID field, the email, the name, and all of these. Okay, so after the users table, we are going to create another table for organization. So we're going to come here and have the organization.ts file. I actually think it should be called organizations. So I'm going to rename this to organizations. As always, we start with the imports. We're going to be importing pg enum because we have enum type. We also have pgtable, text, timestamp, and UUID. They will all come from Drizzle ORM pgcore. And we're going to import our users so that we can have this foreign relationship. So we're going to import our user schema from one level up users. So let's have the role definition. We're going to export const organization role enum. It's going to make use of pg enum, the name of organization role, and you could either be an admin or a developer. Now we export the const for the organizations table. It's going to be equals to pgtable. The table will have the name of organizations, and the different columns are going to be the ID, which is of type UUID, a default random, and the primary key. We also have the name, which is of type text. We pass name, and it's also not null. Then we have the slug. The slug is going to be a text and we pass not null and is unique. Definitely a slug should be unique. The created at is going to be of type timestamp. We pass in the name created at is not null and the default is going to be now. And same for the updated at. The updated at is going to be of type timestamp, updated at, not null, and default now. We're going to have a join table so that one user can belong to multiple organizations with a role. So this is going to be export cons organization members. A PG table will give the name of organization members and the different columns for the ID, UUID, default, random, primary key. We also have the organization ID, which is of type UUID and it's not going to be null. And now this is going to be referencing the organization that we defined on top. So we say it references this function that returns the organization ID, and we're going to pass on delete cascade. Then we also have the user ID. We pass the type UUID, the user ID, and it's not null. And this is also going to be referencing the users table ID. So we have the function that returns the user ID and on delete cascade. Now for the role, we're going to have the organization role enum that we defined right up. It's going to have the name of role is not null, and by default, everybody's going to be a developer. Then we have the created at, which is of type timestamp, created at like this, not null, and default now. Okay, so let's export different types. We're going to export the type for organization, which is going to be the type of organization.infer select. And then we also have the type for new organization. So export type new organization is going to be type of our organization's schema.infer insert. And then we export the type for organization member, which is going to be type of organization members.infer select. And the last type here is going to be export type new organization member is going to be equals to type of organization members.infer insert. We have one more type definition to go, or schema definition, and that is for projects. So right here in the schema, we're going to create a projects.ts file. Let's import PG table and text, all of this from Drizzle ORM PG core. We're going to import PG table, text, timestamp, UUID from Drizzle ORM PG core. Then we're going to import the organization from the organization schema because projects belong to organizations. Okay, so now we're going to have the definition export cons projects is going to be equals to PG table with the name of projects, the different columns like the ID is going to be of type UUID, default random, so it's automatically generated, and the primary key. Then we have the organization ID, which is the UUID, is not null, and this is going to be referencing the organization ID. So we have the function that returns organizations.id, and on delete we call cascade. The project will have a name, which is of type text. We pass the name of name and is not null. And then we have the slug. The slug is also going to be of type text, not null, and is obviously unique. And then we have the DB schema, which is of type text, is not null and unique. Now this DB schema is the project schema that is going to be provided or provisioned for this project. Okay, the progress schema. Then we have the project URL is of type text, and here we pass not null and unique. The anon key, which is of type text and not null, this is going to be the JWT that is signed with the project secret. And the service row key is going to be of type text, service row key, and not null, which is going to also give full access JWT. Then we have the created at, which is of type timestamp, created at, not null, and default now. And then we have updated at, which is also of type timestamp, updated at, not null, and default now. Okay, so let's export the two types that we need. We're going to export the type of project, which is going to be equal to type of project.infer select. And then we're also going to export another type of new project, which is going to be equals to type of project.infer insert. So this is our project schema. Now we need to export all of these inside the index. Okay, so right in the index, we are going to be exporting everything. So we export everything from the user schema. Also, we're going to export everything from the organization schema. And then we export everything from the project schema. So this is pretty much our setup getting started. The next step is for us to create a Drizzle service. Okay, so that's what we're going to be focusing on next. We're going to create a Drizzle service, a module, and also inject the module right into the application module. Now let's have our Drizzle service. So I'm going to close all these files that we have open, and right inside the DB folder, we're going to be creating the drizzle.service.ts file, just like this. And let's import injectable, and also on module init. No worries, I'm going to explain what on module init can help us do. And they're going to come from at NestJS/common. We're also going to bring in the config service from at NestJS/config. So remember the at global, so we can straight up use the config service here. Then we need to bring in Drizzle, which will come from drizzle-orm/neon HTTP. Then we're going to import everything as our schema, which will come from our schema file. We're going to mark the class as injectable, and then we can export the class Drizzle service, which is going to be implementing on module init. Now on module init is going to run after Next.js has fully wired up dependency injection. So here it's safe for us to access the config service, and we're going to pass the URL directly over to Drizzle. So no worries, let's see how the on module init function works. So we're going to have the public DB, which is going to be of type the return type of our type of Drizzle, which also is the type of our schema. Then we have the constructor so that we can inject the private service, the config service. So config is going to be of type config service. So on module init here, we're going to say const the database URL is going to be equals to this.config.get. We're going to have a string returned. I want to get the database URL. Then we say this.db is going to be equal to Drizzle, and here we pass our database URL and we also pass our schema. So this is our Drizzle service. We have this error with our DB. If you inspect this, it says the property DB has no initializer and is definitely not assigned in the constructor. We're just going to have the exclamation mark here, which is going to tell TypeScript to relax. Hey, we are sure this is going to be initialized. Now we're going to be creating that database module. So also in the DB root here, we're going to create the db.module.ts. So in here, we're going to import module and also global, which will come from at NestJS/common. We're also going to have the Drizzle service, which is going to come from one level up, the Drizzle service we just created. And then we're going to mark the class as global and also with the module decorator. And the module, we're going to have the providers. The provider is the Drizzle service. And we also need to export that Drizzle service here. And then we can export the class DB module just like this. This at global decorator that we have here means that any module that imports the DB module is going to make the Drizzle service available everywhere without having or needing to re-import the DB module every time. So right here in the app module, we can just register the DB module here like this, and we need to import it one level up here like this. Now, the last thing we need to do is to run our migration to see, our database updates with the different schemas that we have defined. You need to be inside the API folder, and here we're going to run the pnpm db generate command. This is going to give us that, Drizzle folder that I told you about right here in the API as we see it over here. And this is containing the SQL. Now we're going to run pnpm db migrate, which is then going to, check that folder and apply the migration, which is like update our database with the changes. So as you see over here, it's applying the migration, and what migration it has checked, and it's applying this tidysilverfox.sql. So it's updating our database with the changes that we have over there. Now let's come over to the browser here. And here, if you then inspect your Neon database and you come over to the tables section, give this a moment, you're going to see you have all the tables that were defined right over here. Cool, and we do. Now the next step in building out our application is for us to focus on the authentication section. The focus for this section is authentication. So we're going to have the email sign up, the Google sign up, the GitHub sign up, And I just want to be clear that this is our own authentication. This is how admin and developers, so our own users, will be able to authenticate into our Supavolt or into their Supavolt dashboard. And this is not the authentication that we are going to offer inside projects. So I know you know Supabase authentication. This is the way our own users are going to be able to authenticate themselves right into our application. So the focus here is going to be the register and login with email and password. We also have Google auth. We also have GitHub auth, the JWT access token, the JWT authentication guard, and the current user decorator. So all these are what we are going to be focusing on right inside of this episode. Okay, so now with that explanation out of the way, the first thing we would like to do is to create a constant package. So we need to create a new package here. So in the packages folder, we're going to create a new folder for constants, and here we're going to start with a package.json file so that we can configure this very own workspace. So let's start with the name. We're going to give the name of @supavolt/constants and the version 0.0.1, mark it as private, and the main entry point here is going to be source and the index.ts file. So now we're going to create this source folder and the index.ts file. So here we have the src folder, and in there we have the index.ts file. So here we're going to export this constant, which we'll call cookie keys. It's going to be equal to this object. The access token is going to be equal to access token, and also the refresh token is going to be equal to refresh token as constant. Now this is going to be shared between the backend. The backend is going to read and set the cookie, and the front end is going to forward the cookie. So we do not want to manually have this, access token everywhere in the application. That's how we define it in the constant folder. Now we're going to add them to the package.json. So let's start with the API. In the package.json, let's add it as a dependency, just as we have the Supavolt types here. We're going to have @supavolt/constants, which is going to point to our workspace. So this is for the API, and we're going to repeat the same thing for the web application. So right here in the package.json, on that dependencies just below the types, we're going to have the Supavolt constant registered here as well. You know, the next thing that follows, we need to run pnpm install so that pnpm will be able to link this new package with, the different applications that we have. I'm currently the API folder, so I will cd out of the apps, the API folder, and outside the apps. And right here, you need to be inside the Supavolt folder. Then you run pnpm install. As you can see, it's now scoping all 5 workspace projects, and that's because we have 2 more that we created, or 1 more that we created. So now that this is done, we also need to update our types. So we're going to have the JWT payload. So in the packages, the types, and in the index.ts file here, let's export the new interface. So somewhere over here, we're going to be exporting this interface, the JWT payload, which is going to have the sub of type string and the email of type string. This sub stands for subject, is a standard for JWT payload, and this is going to be the user ID. Okay, so the next step is for us to install the different backend packages that we need. So we need to cd into the apps and into the API folder. And we can start by saying pnpm add @nestjs/jwt. We're also going to install bcrypt, cookie parser, and slugify. NestJS JWT is going to help to sign and verify the JWT. The bcrypt package is going to help for password hashing. Cookie parser is going to help to pass cookies from incoming requests. And slugify is just going to help us to convert the names to URL-friendly slug or URL-safe slugs. So let's give this a moment for the installation to complete. And once it is done, we are going to register the cookie parser. Okay, so it failed for me, the annoying error. I'm going to say pnpm approve builds, so I can approve the bcrypt package. I would say yes. And once the installation is completed, we're also going to install the types as a dev dependency. So let's say pnpm add -d @types/bcrypt and also @types/cookie parser. So let's install the types, and once the installation is done, then we can proceed to registering the cookie parser in the main.ts file. So we're going to give this a moment for it to complete, and now that this is done, we can then go over to the main.ts. So back in the API and in the source the main.ts file over here, just maybe somewhere after the app definition on line 6, we can then say app.use, and we're going to pass cookie parser, which we need to import. So let's import cookie parser from the top. We're going to import star, so import everything as cookie parser from cookie parser. So we have this error here. Let's inspect the error. Let's see what's wrong. And it said this expression is not callable. It's actually a straightforward fix, so we just need to import defaults. Okay, so I'm going to remove everything. So we import cookie parser from cookie parser. Also make sure you have this credentials true over here. It's going to be required to allow the cookies to be sent cross origin. Okay, so now we have our basic setup done for authentication. The next step is for us to register some environment variables. Let's go on and define some values in the environment variable right here in the API folder, the .env file. We're going to have, let's start with the JWT variables, okay? So over here, we're going to have this comment JWT, and the JWT access secret is going to be, a very long access secret. It's more secure. And the JWT refresh secret is also the same. You want to use something much more secure. Then we're going to have the JWT underscore access underscore expires. It's going to expire in 15 minutes. And then the refresh is also going to expire in 7 days. Now for Google, we're going to have our Google Client ID, which is going to be our Google Client ID. And same for our Google Client secret. And then we're also going to have the Google callback URL, which is our localhost 3000/API/auth/Google/callback. Now for GitHub, we're also going to have the client ID, and then we're going to have the client secret, and we're also going to have the callback URL. So the GitHub underscore callback underscore URL, which is equals to /API/auth/GitHub/callback. So just keep this in mind for the callback URL for both Google and GitHub. Now I'm going to get rid of these credentials here. We do not need it, and no worries, we're going to get these later down the line. Now we have these defined. We're going to create a DTO. So in the source folder, we're going to create an auth folder, and here we're going to create a DTO folder, DTO, and then we're going to create the register.dto.ts. Now, before we get started, I would like us to, take a look at the package definition in the types here for the index.ts. So remember, we have the register input and the login input. Now, these are going to come in handy because right here in the DTO, we're going to configure the different fields here for our validation. So let's start with the imports. We're going to be importing is email. So let's import is email, is string, and also min length. That would come from class validator. Now we're going to import the register type. So the import type register input, which will come from the supavolt /types. And here we can export the class register DTO, which is going to be implementing our register input. Then we have is email for the email, which is of type string. And for the password is also a string and a minimum length of 8. So we have the password like this. And then for the name is also having this a string, and the name is going to be a string like this. Now, if you have these errors over here, it's quite straightforward. You just need to add the exclamation mark here for the email, for the password, and for the name. Now, the same is going to apply for the login DTO. So here we're going to create another file for the login.dto.ts. We're going to import is email and also is string from class validator. Then we're going to import the type, the login input, and this is going to come from our supavolt /types. And then we have the class definition. So export class login DTO is going to be implementing our login input. And we have is email for the email, and we also have is string for the password. Okay, so this is pretty much our basic setup here. Let's add the exclamation mark for the email as well as for the password to avoid this error over here. And our next step is where things, gets pretty much interesting. We're going to be creating our authentication service, the controller, the module, decorators. So I'm super excited for what's to come. I'll see you in the upcoming videos. To create our authentication service, I'm going to close all these tabs that we do have open, and right inside the auth folder here, we need to create the auth.service.ts. auth.ts file. So we need to make sure this is not inside the DTO. This should be in the root of the auth here. And we start with the imports. So we're going to import complete exception, also bring an injectable unauthorized exception from at NestJS/common. And next we're going to import the JWT service from at NestJS/JWT. We're also going to import the config service from at NestJS/config. And then we import response from express. I want to import everything, so import star as bcrypt from bcrypt. We're also going to import random bytes from crypto, and we import slugify from slugify. We're also going to import equals from Drizzle ORM, and then let's bring in the cookie keys, which is going to come from our own supavolt package /constants. We also have the Drizzle service, which is going to come in from the DB Drizzle service. And then we also have our users, organizations, and organization member, which will come in from our DB schema. And we have our register DTO, which is going to come from the DTO folder and the register.dto file. And the login DTO is going to come in from the DTO login.dto file. Now we have these imports. Let's have the injectable here. And then we can export the class auth service. And we have the constructor so that we can initialize. So we have the private Drizzle, which is going to be of type Drizzle service. We're also going to have private JWT service, which is of type JWT service. And then we have private config service, which is going to be of type config service. So this is our constructor with the basic initialization. I'm going to drop a comment here for cookie helper. So let's have the different methods here. The first method we're going to have here is to set the token cookies. So the set token cookies is going to take in the response, and then the token is going to be of this access token type of string and refresh token type of string like this. And we want to check if we're in production. So we say if const is production is going to be this.config service dot get the node env that's equals to production. Then we're going to say res.cookie from the cookie keys.access token. We're going to pass the tokens.access token, and we're going to pass the configuration like HTTP only is going to be true. Secure is going to be production, or as I'm going to explain. We also have same site of lags. The maximum age is going to be 15 in milliseconds. Then we're also going to have the response.cookie, which is going to be the cookie keys.refresh token. And then we have the tokens.refresh token here. With HTTP only true. The secure is going to be its production. The same site is going to be lax. And the maximum age is just going to be different because it's going to be 7 days in milliseconds. Then we also have another helper to clear the tokens. So it's just going to take in the response. And then it's going to say response.clearCookie with this name. So the access token name. And then response.clearCookie with the refresh token name. Okay, so let's walk through basic explanation of what's going on here. We have the HTTP only setting here, which means JavaScript would not be able to read this cookie. We also have secure, which means HTTPS only in production. Same site lags is going to prevent from CSRF cross-size reverse surgery protection. And the maximum age is 15 minutes, but in milliseconds. And that's the same for the refresh token that we have over here. Okay, so these are the token helpers. The next is going to be the slug helpers. I'm going to also drop the comment here, which is going to be slug helper like this. And now we're going to have this private method definition. So private generate organization slug is going to take in the username and return a string. So let's have the base. The base is going to be based on slugify from the name/org. And we're going to set lower to true and strict to true. And the suffix is going to be random bytes 3 to string hex like this. And then we're going to return the base with the suffix. So we're going to concatenate them here. So this is going to help us to generate the organization slug. And now we're going to have the JWT signing here like this. And then let's have the private sign token method. So here we're going to say private sign tokens. It's going to take the user ID and the email, and let's construct the payload. So the payload is going to be this object. So you remember the sub, the user ID, and the email. Then we have the access token. We're going to use this.jwt service to sign the payload. And the payload here, we're going to have the secret. So it's going to use the secret, which we're going to get from our JWT access secret. and it's going to expire in our JWT access expires in, which we get via the config service. Now we also do the same for the refresh token. So const refresh token is going to be equals to this.jwt service.sign this payload based on this secret. So this.config service.get the JWT refresh secret, and the expires in is going to be this.config service.get the JWT expires in. And then we're just going to return the function, the object, which is going to be the access token, and the refresh token. So this is the object we're going to be returning here. So it's going to be signed with these keys, So we're going to return the object with the JWT. Okay, so up next, we have the email and password authentication. We also have the GitHub, the Google authentication. We are going to be creating all these next. For the email and password method, let's start with the register method. Okay, so we're going to have the async register method, which is going to take in the DTO of type register DTO. And first, we want to check if we have an existing user. So we say const existing is going to be awaiting this.drizzle.db. I want to select from users where equals the user.email matches the DTO.email. So the email that comes from the front end, and we limit it to 1. Now, if this has a length, because it's an array, that means we have a user. So we're going to throw a conflict exception that says email already in use. Then we're going to have the password hash. The password hash is going to be equals to await bcrypt.hash, and we're going to pass in the DTO.password and the salt rounds of 12. So then we're going to say const user is going to be awaiting this.drizzle.db. I want to insert users, and the values is going to be the email from the DTO.email, and the name is going to be the DTO.name, and then we pass the password hash, and we have dot return in here. Now we're going to auto create a personal organization for this user. So we say const org is going to be equal to this.drizzle.db. I want to insert into organizations table these values of the name. The name now is going to be the DTO.name, and then we have organization like this. And the slug is going to be this.generate organization slug, and we pass in the username. Then we're also going to chain dot return in here. And finally, we await this.drizzle.db.insert organization members, and the value is going to be the organization ID, the organization.id. The user ID is also going to be the user ID, and the role here is going to be equals to admin. And we just want to return this.sign tokens to the front end, where we pass in the user ID as the subject and the user email. Now, before we proceed, let's explain what's going on here. So the first thing here, we are checking if we already have an existing user in our database. And if we do, then you cannot go on to register, we throw an error. Then we have the password hash, because you never want to store plain password in database. We create the user with the details that comes in from the front end. It's already validated against our DTO. Then we create an organization for this user. We create an organization based on the username, and the slug here is going to be based off also the username. And finally, we create the organization members with the role of admin. So it's important there, the role of admin, and we return the signed tokens to the client. Next is going to be for login, and we have our async login is going to have the DTO of type login DTO, and const user is going to be equal to await this.drizzle.db. I want to select, and we say dot from users table where equals, and that's the users.email is going to match that DTO.email. I want to limit this to 1. Now we're going to check if we do not find the user, or we do not have a user.password hash. We're going to throw this new unauthorized exception, invalid credentials. So we're just vague here, and it's deliberate. Okay, so we're not going to tell the user what's wrong. And then the same for the password. We have the password match. It's going to be equals to await bcrypt.compare. We pass the password and the user password. Now, if this is not a match, that means we have a wrong password. We're also going to throw a new unauthorized exception where we still say invalid credentials. We're not going to say, hey, your password is wrong. We just throw this response back. If everything is okay, then we sign the token. We call this.sign tokens with the user ID as the subject and the user email. So the next we're going to have is our refresh method. So async refresh tokens is going to take in the refresh token, which is of type string. And we have this try catch block. So in the try block, we're going to construct the payload. It's going to be equal to this.jwt service. We want to verify, and then we're going to get pass the refresh token here. And the secret here is going to be this.config service .get the JWT refresh secret. Okay, so we have the payload. Next we say const users is going to be equal to await this.drizzle.db. I want to select from the users table where equals the user.id matches the payload.sub. So remember, the sub is the ID, and we limit this to 1. If we can find the user, we're going to throw a new unauthorized exception. But if everything is fine, then we want to sign a new token. So we return this.sign token, and we pass the user ID and the user email. Now in the catch block, we're just going to throw a new unauthorized exception that this is an invalid refresh token. So maybe the JWT service is unable to sign or to verify that. So we have this error here, and it's just because here we need to pass in our JWT payload type from our supavolt types, and the error is gone. Okay, so these are the different helpers we need. Now we are going to create another helper for our handle auth. So we're going to have this auth shared helpers, which we're going to use for both the Google authentication as well as the GitHub authentication. Now, whenever a user authenticates via auth, so either Google or GitHub, we want to know if it's a first-time user. In that case, we're going to create a user, create the organization, and then sign the token. But if it's a returning user, then we just sign the token. Okay, so let's have the handle auth user, async function handle auth user. It's going to take in the user profile and this of this type. The email string, the name string, and the avatar URL could be a string or could be null. So let's have let user, because we are not sure if we have a user for the first time. It's going to be equal to await this.drizzle.db, and we're going to select from the users table where equals the users.email is going to be equal to the profile email that we are receiving, and we have a limit of 1. Now, if we do not have a user, then we're going to create a new user. So const new user is going to be equal to await this.drizzle.db. We want to insert into the users table the values is going to be this object where we have the email, which is going to be the profile.email. The name is also going to be the profile.name, and the avatar URL is going to be the profile.avatar URL. Now here we do not have a password hash because auth users don't have a password. Then we're also going to change .return in here. Then we're going to assign this new user to the user we defined up above, and we're going to create the organization by awaiting this.drizzle.db insert into organizations the value of the name. So this is going to be the profile.name, and then we have the organization like this, and the slug is going to be this.generate organization slug, and we pass the profile.name, and then we have .returning here. Okay, let's also create the organization members. We're going to await this.drizzle.db insert into organization members, and the values is going to be the object where we have the organization ID. Also the user ID is going to be the user.id, and the role here, very important, is going to be the admin. Then we're going to return this.sign tokens, and then we have the user ID and the email. So this is for all the case whether you have a user or not. Now let's have the get Google auth URL is going to be equal to const params. We're going to have this new search params construct here. The client ID is going to come from the config service.get, so we're going to get the Google client ID. So remember, we had that in that env. And the redirect URL is also going to be this.config service.get the Google callback URL that we also set in the env. The response type is going to be equals to code. The scope is going to be the open ID, the email, and the profile of the user. And the access type is going to be equals to offline. Then we're going to return this URL, https://accounts.google.com/o/auth2/v2/auth, and the params is going to be the params.toString here. Now the handle Google callback function is then going to take in the code of type string, and we're going to have the token response is going to be equal to await fetch, where we fetch the Google APIs /token. The method is going to be post, and the headers here we're going to have the content type, and the value is going to be this application xww form URL encoded. No worries, I'm going to explain that. And then we have the body, which is this new search params. So we're going to have the code, also going to have the client ID, which is going to come from our config service. I want to get with the name of Google Client ID, and then we have the client secret, which is also going to come from this.config service.get, where we get a string with the Google Client secret. And then we have the redirect URL or URI, and this is going to come from the config service.get, where we get the Google callback URL, and the grant type is going to be the authorization code. So I knew this from research, okay? Then let's have the token data here. So the token data is going to await the token response we get from above.json as this object. So this is what we expect. We expect to get the access token. Then we have the profile response, where we call fetch, and we're going to make a request to Google APIs /v3/user info. And we're going to pass the header so that we can then have the access token here. So the bearer token data.access token. Then we're going to get the profile from this profile response. So the profile is going to await the profile response.json as this object with the email, the name, and the picture. So the name is a string and the picture is going to be of type string or null. And then finally we can just return this.handle auth user, and then we pass in the email, the name, and the avatar URL. So this is going to take care of if it's a first-time user or if it's a returning user. And then it's going to return the signed token. Okay, so let's have the Google OAuth. We're going to start again by getting the GitHub URL. So the GitHub OAuth. Let's start with the params. So const params is going to be equal to new search params, where we have the client ID, which is going to come from this config service.get, where we're going to get the GitHub client ID. And the redirect URI is going to be this.config service.get, where we get the GitHub callback URL. And then we have the scope. We have the scope defined like read column user like this, and user column email. Then we're going to return the URL https://github.com/login/auth/authorize, and we're going to pass the params object to string like this. Then we have the async handle GitHub callback. It's going to take in the code, and we want to exchange the code for access token. So we say const token response is going to be equal to await fetch, and the request is going to go over to /auth/access token. And this object here with the method of post, we're also going to have the headers, which is going to have the content type application JSON. We're also going to have accept application JSON like this. Then we have the body. In the body here, we're going to call json.stringify, where we have the client ID, which is going to come from the config service.get, the GitHub client ID. We also have the client secret, which is going to also come from this.config service.get, where we get the GitHub client secret. And then we pass in the code over here, the code that this function is going to receive. And then the redirect URI is also going to come from this.config service.get, the GitHub callback URL. So just as the Google OAuth, we're going to have the token data. It's going to be equal to await the token response.json, and we cast it to this object, so we have the access token of type string. And then we can fetch the user profile. So the profile response is going to be equal to await fetch, where we send the request to GitHub user, and we pass the headers such as the authorization. Now we have the access token. We can attach it to the bearer token data.access token. And the accept here is going to be looking weird like this, but it's going to be this application/vnd.github plus JSON. Okay, so we have the profile now. So the const profile is going to be equal to await the profile response.json as this object with the email. Could be a string or null. Also the name could be string or null, the login string, and the avatar URL string or null. Now the case where the email could be null is where the GitHub hides the user email if it's set to private. So we say let's email equals to profile.email, and if we do not have an email, then we're going to try to fetch the user email by sending a request to github/user/emails, and then we'll pass the headers, so the bearer token, so it knows the user, so the authorization key, and the value is going to be the bearer token data.access token. And we're also going to accept the application /vnd.github plus JSON. And we're going to check if we have the user. So const emails is going to be equal to await the email response.json as this object like this. Primary boolean, email string, and verified boolean is going to be a list. Okay, so I'll collapse this, and then email here is going to be equal to the emails.find the email. I want to return where it's primary and where the email is verified.email, otherwise null. Finally, we can then call our this.handle auth user where we pass in the email, and we're also going to pass in the username, which is the profile.name or the profile.login, and the avatar URL is going to be the profile.avatar_URL, otherwise it's going to be null. So we have written a bunch of code. Let's have just explanation of what we have done. We are returning the handle auth user, which is the signed token. And over here, we are fetching the email because GitHub can hide the user email if it's set to private. So we're going to make a request to /user/email, which is a separate request just to get the user email if we do not have the user email at this point. Okay, so that's why we send the request here, and we have the token, the access token that we attach to the headers. Now this access token that we attach to the headers, remember over here, we are fetching the profile here, and this is going to give us the user's profile, but the actual token data comes from this point. So this here where we exchange the code for the access token. So the code is going to come from this handle GitHub callback. We're going to see how we can call it and get the code from here. So no worries about that. And here, once we have the access token, we can use that to then fetch the user profile and also make requests for the emails. Okay, so here we have the get GitHub authentication URL, which constructs the URL, and pretty much the same for handle Google callback. So over here, we are also doing the same, exchanging the code for the access token. We pass in the body, which is also going to contain the code. We have this strange X form URL encoded, which is going to, or Google token endpoint is only going to accept the form encoded bodies and not JSON. So that's why we do not have application JSON over there. And at this point, we then get the token data, and with that token data, we can use it to fetch, details about the user. So this error here is just a false alarm, maximum call size exceeded. I'm going to refresh my VS Code, and now we see the error is gone. So we've written out a bunch of code. I advise you go through the code before we continue over to the next phase, which is the authentication controller. Before we go on to create the authentication controller, we first need to create the guard and also a current user decorator, because we're going to make use of those right inside the decorator. So let's come over here, and still inside the auth, we're going to create this jwt-auth.guard.ts. So this is the naming convention here. Okay, so we start with the imports. We're going to import can activate. We're also going to bring in execution context, injectable, unauthorized exception. We're all coming from at NestJS/common. We're also going to need our JWT service, which is going to come from at NestJS/JWT. Then we have our config service, which is going to come from at NestJS/config. We have the request object, which is going to come from Express. And then we also have our cookie keys, which is going to come from our own package. So at supavolt/constants. And then we're going to import our type JWT payload, which is going to come from at supavolt/types. Let's have the injectable decorator, and then we have the class definition, export class JWT authentication guard. which is going to implement this can activate. And in the constructor, we're going to have the JWT service, which is of type JWT service. And we're also going to have the config service, which is of type config service. Now we're going to implement this can activate method over here, which is going to take the context of type execution context. And we're going to return a boolean. So first, let's get the request. We say const request is going to be equal to context.switch to http.getRequest. And we pass in the request type here. And then we have token is going to be equal to request.cookies, and we get the cookie keys.access token. So it could be a string or undefined. So you want to read it from the HTTP only cookie. Then if we do not have a token, that means this user is not authorized to visit this specific route or resource in the controller. So we're going to throw this error. But if the token is available, then we want to have the payload, which is going to come from the JWT service.verify. So we want to verify this token. We're going to pass the token, and we have our own secret that we use to sign this token. So that's going to come from the config service.get, and that's our JWT access secret. Then if everything is okay, we're going to inject the user right into the request. So the request user is going to be equal to payload, and we return true. Now, in case of any error, we're going to throw this unauthorized exception that, hey, this is an invalid or expired token. So let's quickly explain. Let's walk through what we have here before we continue to the decorator. First, we get the request. And from the request, we try to read the access token. So we only want to read it from the HTTP token, not from the authorization headers. If we do not find the token, that means you are not authenticated. This is not a public route or a public resource. Then if we have the token, we try to make use of our JWT service to verify if this token is actually our token. And once we verify we have the token, that the payload is going to be injected in the request user. So we know that's going to be the object with the sub and the user email. So just over here like this. Okay, so this is our guard. Now we're going to create the decorator. So here we're going to create a new file, which is going to be our current user decorator. So the idea is the guard is going to run before the decorator, inject the user. Now the current user decorator is going to retrieve it. Let's import create param decorator and also execution context from @nestjs/common. And then we're going to import request. Request is going to come from express. And then we're going to also import the type JWT payload, which is going to come from @supavolt/types. So we export the const current user is going to be equal to create param decorator. We have the function here where we have the data of type unknown. And the context is going to be of type execution context. Then we'll return the JWT payload. So in here, we're going to get the request from the context. So context.switch to http.getRequest. We pass in the request type here. And then we're going to return the request user as the JWT payload. So this is going to run and retrieve the user that we are setting right inside our JWT guard. Okay, so that's the connection here for us to get the request. And we know that this request.user is going to work because in the JWT authentication guard, we have this here. So the guard is going to run before that controller method is going to be called, and it's going to inject the user right inside the request. Okay, so now we have all of these. We are now ready to create our authentication controller. We are going to define our authentication controller. Okay. So right here in the auth folder, let's create the auth.controller.ts file. We're going to be importing body, also controller, get, HTTP code, post, the query, the redirect, request, response, and use guards from Next.js common. Then we're also going to import request and response from express. And the config service is going to come from Next.js/config. Then we also need the cookie keys. Cookie keys is going to come in from supavolt/constant. We're also going to be importing the type of our JWT payload from the supavolt types. And then we need the authentication service, which is going to go one level up and into the auth service file. Then we're going to import the register DTO. from our DTO register, and same for our login. So the login DTO is going to come from the DTO login, and our JWT authentication guard is going to come from the guards, that JWT authentication guard, and then the current user is going to come from the decorator's current user. So we can go on to export the class after having the controller decorator auth. This just means the request coming into our /API/auth is going to come straight up into this class we are going to define here. Okay, so let's export the class, the auth controller, and here we're going to have the constructor. We're going to instantiate the authentication service. It's going to be of type auth service, and the config service is going to be of type config service. So this is our constructor. We're going to have the different method, starting with the post register method. So /auth/register is going to be handled by this method here. So we have the post decorator, and the async register is going to have the DTO, which we are going to extract making use of the body decorator. And we also have the response where we have the pass through to true. I'll explain later. And in here, we're going to get the tokens. It's going to be equals to await this.authentication service.register. We pass the DTO. And then we can call the auth service.set token cookie to authenticate the user. We pass the response and the token, and then we return the message registered successfully. Then we also have at post login and the HTTP status code of 200. And the async login method, we extract the DTO from the body, which we validate against the login DTO. We also have the response with pass through of true, which is going to be this response here. And then const tokens is also going to be await this.auth service, but this time around .login, we pass the DTO. And then we have this.auth service.set token cookie, where we have the response and the tokens. We can return the objects with the message where we have logged in successfully. We also have the logout route, so at post logout, which is a HTTP code of 200. So we have the logout method with the response passed through to be true. I'll explain what that means again. And we have the response, and then we can call this.auth service just to clear the token cookies. We pass in the response, and then we can return the message object logged out successfully. Next is for refreshing. So at post refresh, it's going to have the HTTP code of 200 and async refresh, where we have the rec here and stuff type request. We also have the response passed through to be true, which is going to be stored in this rest like this. And then we want to read the token directly from the cookie. So const refresh token is going to be equal to rec.cookie. We pass the cookie key refresh token. And then we can say const tokens is going to be equal to await this.auth service.refresh tokens. We pass in the refresh token. And then we say this.auth service.set token cookie with the response and the token. And then we can return the message that the token refreshed. So for the current user route, we're going to have the guard, the JWT auth guard, and get me route is going to have the current user, which is going to be of type JWT payload, and we are returning the user object. So for the Google auth, so get request to /auth/Google, it's going to have the redirect decorator and the Google login method, which is going to return the URL. They're going to get from auth service.get Google URL. Now we also have get /Google/callback, which is going to be this async Google callback. We're going to get the code from the query and then the response over here like this. Then we can have the tokens again. So const tokens is going to be equal to await this.auth service.handle Google callback, where we now pass in that code. So we say this.auth service.set token cookie with the response and the tokens, and we can return the response.redirect. We're going to redirect the user to this.config service.get the web URL /dashboard, so the front end dashboard page. And we also do the same for GitHub. We have at redirect GitHub login, and we can return the URL again, which is going to come from this.auth service.get GitHub authentication URL. Now for the GitHub callback, it's a GET request. We're going to have the async GitHub callback. It's going to take in the code from the query, and it's also going to over here have the response here. So we can do the same const tokens. It's going to be equals await this.auth service.handle GitHub callback. We pass the code and we say this.auth service.set token cookies. So we pass the rest and the tokens like this, and we can return the response.redirect to the this.config service.get. Want to get the web URL /dashboard. Now this is our controller, lots of errors. Let's gradually fix the error. Let's start with this. Our reference type is in a decorated signature. Yeah, it wants us to import it as a type. So here, let's import type like this, and that fixes that. We have the errors here that it cannot find the module. Quite surprising as we have the module definition. So I think what's going to happen is I'm going to get rid of all of these so that we can manually import it ourselves. So somewhere here, where do we use it? Yeah, so here I'm going to import this, which will come from JWT, and this is going to come from the decorator. So we have this error over here, so we can cast this as a string type like this. So we say as string. And the last request here is based off, the last error is based off this request, which also needs to be imported as a type. Okay, so right here, rather than have both typed like this, I'm just going to add import type, request and response from Express. The errors are gone. Now we can walk through the different methods that we have right here in the controller. We have the register endpoint, pretty much straightforward. We set the token, we return the response. We see the login here with the HTTP code of 200. And here we have this pass through that is set to true. Now this is going to let us to set the cookies on the response, while we still allow Next.js to handle sending the actual response body. And if you omit this pass through here, you would have to call response.json yourself manually. Okay, so that's why we have it there. And we have the logout, which is calling the clear token cookies. We have the refresh, which is also calling the refresh tokens from the auth service. We have me, which is quite interesting here. As you see, we have the current user decorator, and we are returning the user. So over here, the user is coming from the request.user over here. And this is possible because the guard will run first, and the guard is going to inject the user, which is going to be equal to this payload. So the ID as well as the email. So then we can return the user here. We also have our Google Auth with the redirect decorator, which is going to call the get Google authentication URL. The Google callback is going to get the code from the query, and then it's going to call the auth service to call the handle Google callback and set the tokens. And that's pretty much the same for GitHub. Okay, so now we have the controller done. The next step is for us to register or have the authentication module so that we can import the module in the app module. So here inside auth, we're going to create the auth.module.ts file. And we're going to import module. Module is going to be coming in from at NestJS/common. We're also going to import the JWT module, which is going to come from at NestJS/JWT. And then we have the auth service, which will come from auth.service. We also have the authentication controller, which will come from the auth controller. And we have the module decorator, and the imports want to have the JWT module.register, just like this. And in the providers, we're going to have the auth service, and the controller is going to have the auth controller, and the exports is going to have the JWT module. And we can now have the class definition where we export the class auth module. This is our authentication module done. We then need to import the authentication module inside the app module. So let's come over to the app module. And here in the imports array, we are going to have the auth module like this. So this is pretty much our setup. Definitely we need to test our API to make sure that our API is still building and running before we can continue. Okay, so let's open up the terminal, and I'm just going to clear here and run the pnpm dev start dev command, which is going to start up our Nest.js backend, the backend of our application on port 3000. So we'll give this a moment for it to compile, and no errors found, which is good news. And then we see finally we have all our authentication routes over here being registered, and everything is fine. Now, the next step for us is to get the credentials from Google as well as GitHub before we can then go over to the front end implementation. We are going to get our credentials for our Google authentication and GitHub authentication. So let's get started with GitHub. You need to come over to your GitHub profile username, and in this avatar section here, you're going to click on settings. This is going to take you over to your settings page, and if you scroll further down this left side navigation, you would see a section for developer settings. So you want to click into that section, and you want to click over to auth apps over here. So now it loads. We need to create a new auth app. So I'll click on new auth app and provide the application name, which is the name of our application. So supavolt. And the homepage URL is going to be the front end homepage over here. So localhost on port 3001. For the authorization callback URL, this is going to be our backend API. So /API/auth/GitHub/callback. So once you have this here, you want to register this application. This is immediately going to provide the client ID. So you want to copy over this client ID that we have over here, and then come back to the IDE. And over here in the .env file, so this .env over here has to be inside the API folder, and then you want to register the GitHub client ID. So I'll replace what we have here with this and come back to the browser. And for the client secret over here to the right where we have this generate a new client secret, you go on and authenticate yourself, and then you want to copy over the secret over here. So back to the IDE, I'll replace the GitHub client secret with this secret that we have here. Now, to round up GitHub, we just need to come back here and then want to save the changes. So down here, we're going to click on update application, and that's it for Google OAuth credentials. Okay, so we're going to do the same for Google. So that was GitHub. So this is Google. And over here where we have this my first project, we want to create a new project. So you want to click into this here, and then you're going to see this new project section. So you're going to click on new project, and you're going to provide the project name. So Supavolt, the name of our application, and that's it. So you can go on and create a new project. Now for billing, maybe you do not have this error, but I have billing set up. So I'm going to click on this, and then I'm going to create the project, and you should be redirected into the project automatically. You can see over here is creating the new project. If you're not, then you want to select the project so you are right inside the project dashboard. So right here, I'm inside the Supavolt project. Then on this hamburger menu we have to the left, you're going to click on it. And under APIs and services, we have this credentials section here. So you want to click into credentials, and we're going to be setting up our credentials here. So on this plus create credentials at the top navigation, you want to click on it, and we're going to select OAuth client ID. So wait for the page to load up, and we first need to configure the consent screen. So we're going to click on that configure consent screen, and then we click on get started to create a Google Auth platform. And the application name is going to be the name of our application, so Supavolt. And then we also have the user support email. You want to select your email address here, hit on next. For audience, you want to select external, even though we're going to register test user for this to work. So we'll do that in a moment. And then you want to click on next. For contact information, you want to use your own email address over here. So you want to provide your email address. And then you want to click on next, and you just agree to the terms and conditions and click on finish. So now we are going to have a project, and inside this project, we can go on to configure the OAuth client. So you see over here where it says create OAuth client, we're going to click and it brings us over to this page. So we select the application type. It's a web application. We're going to choose on web application. The name can remain as it is. We're going to come back to authorized JavaScript origins, but for the authorized redirect URLs, it has to be our API endpoint. So in here, it's also going to be /API/auth/Google/callback. For the authorized JavaScript origins, it's going to be our front end, just like this. Okay, so once you have all these values checked and confirmed, you can go and hit on create, and this is going to showcase your client ID and the client secret. So I'll copy the client ID. Over here in the IDE, I'm going to replace this with the client ID. And for the client secret, I'm going to come back to the browser and I'll copy this secret and replace the value over here with this new secret. So this is everything, but not all. We need to register the test user. So let's come back to the Google console. And I'm just going to click on OK. And we need to come over to audience. So you want to click on this audience section here. And in this page, if you scroll further down, you will see this section for test users to add users. So you want to click into there. And here you want to provide your email address that you're going to be testing this application with, or any other email address. Maybe you want someone else to test. You're going to provide their email address here. Then you can go and click on save. And once you click on save, this is pretty much the setup we need for the credentials. Okay, so the next focus is for us to integrate the authentication right into the front end application. We are done for now with the API setup for authentication. So I'm going to close all these tabs that we have open and also collapse all of these folders and these as well. So we want to be inside the web folder. This is where our work is going to be for now. And then let's open up the terminal to install ShadCN UI. I'm going to cd outside the API and into the web. And right here in the web, we're going to run the pnpm init command for ShadCN. So we'll say pnpm dlx ShadCN at latest init, which is going to initialize ShadCN UI right into the web application. And then it's going to give us some prompts. So we'll wait a moment so that we can configure the ShadCN UI installation. So for the component library, we're going to go with Radix. And for the preset, we are going to go with Nova preset here. And then it's going to fail when it tries to run the installation. That's because you see over here, it tries to make use of npm. So we have this error code that's unsupported protocol because we are in a workspace and the npm install is not going to work right here, which is what it tries to do, as you can see over here. So this is failing. We're going to install them manually ourselves, making use of pnpm. So we say pnpm add, and we want to add the CLSX also for Tailwind merge package, and the same for class variance authority. We're going to copy that and paste that in here. And next for TW animate CSS, we'll paste it in here. We also have the Radix UI. I'll collapse this. And okay, so it's here. So I'm going to copy this and paste in Radix UI, and same for Lucid React. So you want to copy and paste it here and execute. Now you're going to see the installation is going to be successful, as we see over here. Cool. So if you're used to ShadCN UI, you know that ShadCN UI has a utils, a libutils file. So inside the source folder, we are going to be creating this lib folder so that we can have the CN utility. So right into the source, we want to create a new folder for lib, and there we're going to create the utils.ts file. No worries, I'll show you where this is also customized in the components.json. Okay, so let's lay out this file. We're going to import CLSX and also class variant from CLSX, and then we import Tailwind merge from Tailwind merge, and we can export the function, the CN function, which we get in the inputs, which is going to be an array of class value, and we can return TW merge, which then passes CLCX and the inputs. So no worries, I'll show you where this is customized, but for now, let's install some components to be sure that our setup is working. So we're going to say pnpm dlx ShadCN at latest add button. We also want to add input, label, card, and form components. And once this is done, we're going to have these right here in the component folder. As we see, we have the component folder which contain the different components. If we visit the button.tlx, you see it's now making use of the cn utils that we created. And how does it know? That's because in the components.json, over here, the project was customized with this aliases, so it knows the utils is in this folder, and the same for the UI, the lib, and the hooks. Now, for now, you can ignore this warning, and if we get into our way, we can see to fix it. Then we can continue building out the authentication section in the front-end application. We are going to be creating the authentication features. So right into the source folder, we're going to create this folder for features. And in here, we want to have the auth features, which is the clean folder structure by structuring our application based on features. We're going to start with the constant. So here we're going to have the constants.ts file. And here we're going to export the const auth intent. So the intent for registering. And this is going to be equals to login for login, and register is going to be equals to register as const. Then we also export the type auth intent. It's going to be equals to the type of auth intent, which is the key of the type of auth intent. Okay, so now we have the intent for register and login. Next, we're going to create the schema, so the validation schema for the client and also for the server. So here we're going to have the client.schema.ts. So this is going to be used on the client validation. Let's import z from zod, and then we can also import the type of login schema and also register schema, which will come from our supavolt type. So this is where it comes in handy. Then we can export the const login schema. It's going to be equals to z.object. So we need the email. The email is going to be of type string, and the email error here is going to be for invalid email. And for the password, z.string.min1. So password is required. And now this has to satisfy the z.zot type of our login schema, our login input. We also export the const register schema, which is going to be equals to z.object. The name is going to be a string and a min of 1. That means name is required. And the email is also going to be a string, and the email validator, we say email invalid email. And the password is going to be z.string and a minimum of 8. So password must be at least 8 characters. This is what we set up in our DTO also on the server side. And then we say satisfy z.zottype.register input. This is going to be used for our client-side validation. We're going to create another schema for the server side. So right here, still inside the auth folder, we're going to create the server.schema.ts. We can import z from zod. So import z from zod, and we want to import the auth intent, which will come in from our schema constant file, And then let's import the login schema and the register schema, which will come from one level up the client.schema. Then we can export the constant, call it auth server schema. It's going to be equals to z.discriminated union based off the intent. So the intent here, if it's this z.object, and the intent is z.literal for auth intent.login, we are going to make use of the login schema shape. Okay. And then the same, so z.object, if the intent is z.literal, the auth intent.register, we're going to make use of the register schema shape, which is still for the client. So we are extending the client capabilities, but we still have the option to add more features if we need more server-side validation. All right, so in the env, we're going to add the same env to our backend, but now it's just going to be API URL. It's going to be http localhost:3000/API. So this is going to be handy for the server side. Next public is exposed to the clients with the prefix of next_public. This is going to be for the server side. Okay, so before we round this up, I just want us to run some installations that we might need on the front end. So I'm going to close all. And then if you open up the terminal and also clear over here, we can say pnpm add react hook form, and also at hook form /resolver. So we are going to need this when we are creating the form on the front end. Okay, so wait for the installation to complete. And the next focus is now for us to create the action. And once we have the action for the server side the server side request, then we're going to create the login form. Okay everyone, so now we are going to create the auth action. So in the features, we are going to be creating a new file, which is going to be the actions.ts file. So here we're going to have the action for register and for login. Let's start by having the use server directive over here, and then we can import redirect from next navigation. And then we can also import our auth server schema, which is going to come in from the server schema file, and the auth intent is also going to come in from the constant file. Then let's have the type. We're going to export the type of auth action state. It's going to be this object with the error, which is optional string, and also the field errors, which is also optional object with the key of string and the value of string array. Now for the actual action, we have this function auth action, which is going to take in the previous state of the auth action state, and then the actual form data, which is going to be of form data, and then it's going to return a promise that resolves to action auth action state. So first we're going to try to read the values from the form. So we say object.form entries, we pass the form data, and then we try to use our schema. So our auth server schema.save pass raw, and if it's not successful, so we say if past.success is false, then we're going to return the field errors. And this field errors object we're returning, we're going to say past.error.flatten, and then we can have .field errors as this object with the string and the array of string. Now if it's successful, we're going to get the intent. I want to spread the data, which is going to be equal to past.data. We can now switch based on the intents. Now we say this case, if the case is auth intent.login, we're going to send a request to the backend. So const response is going to be equal to await, making of the fetch API, the process.env.api url/auth/login. And now we have the method, which is a post request. The headers is going to take in the content type key, where the value is application/JSON. We also want to have credentials include, and we want to have the body, which we're going to say JSON.stringify data. Now, if it's not okay, so if no response.okay, we're going to say const body is going to be equals to await response.json, and then we want to return the error message here, which is going to be body.message. Otherwise, we're going to say login failed. Then we have our break here, and the next is going to be the next case, which is the register case. So the case for auth intent.register, we are also going to make a request to the backend. So const response is going to be equals to await fetch the process.env.api url/auth/register. And we're going to configure the method to also be a post request. The headers is also going to have the content type of application JSON. We're also going to have the credentials, which is going to have include, and the body is then going to be JSON.stringify the data that comes from the client. Okay, so we say if it's not okay, so if no response.okay, so if it's false, we're going to have the body is going to be equal to await response.json, and then we can return the object with the error, that is the body.message. Otherwise, we say registration failed, and we want to have our break just down here like this. Then we can close this up and we can redirect the user to the dashboard. So regardless, if you do not have an error, you go to the dashboard. So let's explain what's happening here. The first thing here is we are getting the form data from the client, and then we validate it against our schema. If it's not successful, we return a response immediately. But if it's successful, we get the intent and the data, and based on the intent, we know what method to call. Now, if it's to register, we send the request to the backend so that we can register. And if they fail, any of them fail, we send the error. But if it's successful, then we redirect to the dashboard. So this is our authentication action. We are going to be creating the login page as well as the register page so that we can test this out. Now we have our action. We're going to create the login and the register page. So side by side over here, I have the browser, and here, this is where we're going to be typing out our code. We're going to start by installing this field package. So we're going to say pnpm dlx shadcn at latest add field. And once you execute this, you're going to see over here in the components, you're going to have the field and also the separator component, because the field makes use of this separator component over here. So we have it here. Okay, so now we have these two components here. The next step is for us to update our globals.css. Now, if we check our application and inside the globals.css, you would see that our styles is not actually complete. So I'm going to bring in the remainder of the styles from GitHub and I would update it manually. So I'll remove everything we have here and replace it with these updated styles over here. So once you have the updated CSS, you can save this, and the next step is for us to run our application and start laying out the JSX. So I'm going to close this, open up the terminal, and now we need to see the outside the web, inside the root of the application. So you want to be here, the root of your application, and you want to run pnpm dev, which is going to concurrently start the dev API and the dev web application. Now, if you refresh this, you're going to see the homepage that we created. So here we have the API status, which is unreachable, and that's because the web application just finished compiling. And now once you refresh this, you're going to see the API status of OK. Let's start up with the login page. So if we come over to localhost 3000/login, we do not have this page yet, so it gives us this default for page. Let's come over to the app. And over here in the app, if we create this folder, we know that Next.js makes use of this file-based routing, and we create the login folder, and in here we create the page.tsx file. Now we still get an error, but it's going to be a different kind of error that we are not exporting default in this page. Now let's start laying out the login page. I'm going to bring in the code gradually here. The first thing we have the use client directive. And then we have all these imports. So we're bringing in the use action state from React. We're also going to bring in the controller and the use form, which is going to come from React hook form. We have the Zod resolver, which is going to come from hook form resolver Zod. We bring in Z from Zod, the link component, the button component, the card component, the field, and we have the input, the authentication action, the authentication intent, and the login schema. After this, I'm going to define the login values. If you hover on this, you see this type here, which is just the email and password, because Zod is inferring the type from our login schema. Then we can export the default, we can export the default function. And this default function here, we can give it the name of login page. And here we have the content here. If we go on to save this, we will no longer see anything on the page, and that's because we are not having any return over here for now. We're going to start with our use action state declaration and also building out our form. So here let's have the use action state, which is going to take in our authentication action. And here we do not have any default values, but if you try to give a value, you see it's just the error and the field errors, because in the authentication action, that is the type over here. So we do not have any default state, like any error state for now. And this use action state, you see, we are destructuring the different fields that we need. The first is the state, which is the type of the action, the authentication action state that I just showed us. We have the form action, which is going to take in the payload of the form data. And then we have is pending, which is a Boolean type, and we can have access to this whenever the form or the use action state is pending. Then we build our form with the resolver, Zod resolver, and then the default values is the email and password empty string. We build our form making use of the use form hook. Then we can have our actual return just in here like this. Now inside this return, I'm going to start by bringing in this div and also this card over here. So here I'm going to bring in this div like this, and I will just close it up. Close up the card content, also close up the card and close up the div and format this properly like this. So we have this div which takes in this card, and the card header is welcome back, sign into your Supavolt account. And the card content, we are displaying any errors if we do have an error. And once we save this, we see welcome back, sign into your Supavolt account, and we do not have any error, so we do not see anything. So just below the card content, we're going to have or build our form. I'm going to bring in the form and also the first field group we are going to have in here. And let me close this up here like this, the field group, and also close, the form. So let's walk through what we have. We have the form. The action is taken in is the form action. We have no validate because we do not want default HTML validation. The validation is going to be handled by our JavaScript code here. So on submit capture, we go on to try to trigger the form, and if the form is not valid, we prevent default. Prevent default is going to stop the form action from being called. Then we have the field group. The field group here is going to take in the different controllers. So we have this controller for the email. The control is the form control. So here we built out the form. So we pass in the form control. The render function here, we can destructure the field and the field state. And then we have the field label, which is the HTML4, which matches the input ID over here. The type is email, autocomplete email, area invalid if the field state is invalid. And if we have any errors, we display the errors here for the email, and we can save this. Now we see the email field. We're going to also bring in the password field, which is very much alike to this. So here we're going to bring in the field for the password, the controller for the password. So the name, the control, and the render, we render the password, and the input, which is of type password. So once we give this a save, we see the password over here. Now the last thing we're going to have here is the button. So just still inside the field group, outside the field group, but inside the form, we want to have the button component. Now the interesting thing about this button is also serving as a form item, because we give it a name and we give it a value. So the name of intent and the value of auth intent.login. An alternative is going to be to have, let's say, an input here, which you would declare to be hidden, just to make sure you go on and pass in the name and also the value. But we don't want to do this because number one, it doesn't really make sense, just because the form, the button, can also serve this purpose over here, and this is a clean way of doing it. Unless maybe you have additional fields, then you can go on to have the input with hidden, and you can also use that to send across or let it be part of the form data. So let's save this, and now we have our button to sign in. Once we click on this, our validation kicks in, invalid email and password is required. I'm going to refresh the page so that the error should go. And the next thing we're going to have now outside the form is to give the user to authenticate with their Google or GitHub account. So outside this form here, I'm going to paste this in here, and we have this all continue with, which is going to display this. And just after this, so after this here, still inside the card content, we are going to have the div, which is going to hold the button for the Google authentication, as well as the GitHub authentication. I'm going to bring in this button here. It's quite a lot, but not really a lot. The SVG here makes it looks like much, so I'm going to collapse this SVG that we have over here. So you see, we just have this button here and this div, and the div is holding this Google button, the A tag. And why are we not making use of a link? We are not making use of a link because we want the browser to be able to handle this. This is going to trigger a redirect. It's not an internal page, so that's why we're not making use of a link component from next link. So we have this, which is then pointing to our API URL /auth/Google. And once we come over here, so the API, the source, the auth, the controller /auth/Google. So this is the /auth. And then we want to look for the /Google over here. It's called Google login. And then this just gets the Google authentication URL. And we construct the params on the server side based on the Google client ID we have registered. Same for the redirect URI, which is the Google callback URL. The response type is going to be code, and this is the scope. Scope is like, hey, these are the values I want to be able to read from the user Google account, and the access type is offline, and then we go on to return this URL over here. Okay, so you see here, we're going to then get the response back from Google, and Google is going to handle everything from here. And Google is then going to handle the redirect that we set in our Google Cloud Console. And that redirect is going to come straight up to our backend API /auth/Google/callback. So remember this, and it's going to automatically attach the code to the query. So I'm going to show you this. And once this code is attached to the query, then it's going to call the handle Google callback, and then we set the tokens and we redirect the user straight up to the dashboard. Okay, so this is how it's happening. And if we check the handle Google callback here, you see this is then taking the token response. It sends the request to Google and it attaches the code that we get from the query parameter over here. So it's important that you study the code and know how your code is working and how things are connected in your application. So this is how things are connected in our application. We have the body over here, we get the token response, and with the token response, we're able to get the access token. And with this access token, we can then fetch the request to Google to get the user profile. And with the profile, we're going to create a user in our application. So this is a round trip of how everything is connected. I'm not going to explain the same for GitHub. It's the same idea for GitHub as well. So this is our Google button. Now we're going to have the same button for GitHub. So I'll just bring the button in here and have it displayed right over here like this. So we're going to save this, and now we see our continue with Google and GitHub. I'm not going to test this yet because we also have our register page. So we are actually not even done with this page because we need the link to the register page. So I'm going to bring in this paragraph here, and outside this div, I'm going to render this p tag, which is going to tell the user, hey, don't have an account, you can click over to sign up. Now, once we give this a save, you see here we get the text, and if we click on this, we go over to the register page, which we do not have. This is the page we are going to be working on next. Now, the login page is so identical to the register page, and we're going to work with this register page. Okay, so what's going to happen is I'm going to copy we're going to work with this login page. I'm going to copy everything we have with the login, and we're going to customize it gradually to fit the register page. So let's start by coming over here, and we'll need to create the page. So in the app, we're going to create the register, and then we're going to have the page.tsx. So let's paste in the content of the login page here, and the easiest thing to change is the name. Rather than have login page, we're going to have register page like this. Now, if we save this, we are definitely going to see the content as we had on the login page. So let's update this gradually. Now, we do not need the login schema here, so we can go on to bring in the register schema rather than the login schema. So this register schema is going to be used in here. And we're going to change this name rather than login form values. Then we can go with register form values. Now we just need to update the form over here. It's going to make use of our register form values. So register form values. And the schema we pass here is going to be the register schema. Okay. Now for the default values, we also need a name. So it has the email, it has the password. We're also going to have the name. And the name here is going to be an empty string. Okay, so we are missing the name control, but over here it says welcome back. We need to update that. And also it says sign into your account. We need to say start building with Supavolt. I'm going to update this so that it becomes this: create an account and start building with Supavolt. This error state is going to remain. And then we have our form. Now for the form, we have the field, and the first field we're going to have is for the name. So let's bring in the controller here for the name, just like this. I'm going to bring it in here. So right inside the field group, we have the controller for the email and the password. We need one for the name. So I'll bring this in here just like this. And this is taking in the name of name. Okay, it has to be name. If you see autocomplete, it knows because we have configured everything. So it knows the email, password, and name. So we need to choose name. The control here is form.control, and in the render we destructure the field and the field state. We display the name and the input text in the register name, the autocomplete name, the type is text, and we have the error state. So we can save this, and now we're going to see name displayed over here. Now the same is for email. We do not need to make any change here. It works both for the register and the login screen, so we do not need to make any changes here. And for the password over here, we also don't need to make any change here as well. And then we need to make a very important change. For this button here, it says the authentication intent is login. we need to replace this with register. Now, rather than say signing in, we're just going to say creating account over here. And rather than sign in, we're going to change the text to create account. Now we're going to give this a save and we see create account over here. Now we have all continue with. This is going to remain the same. So over here where we have the button for the Google and also for the GitHub, we do not need to make any changes here because our backend is going to get called, and whenever it gets called, it's going to do the same thing. So in the authentication service, whenever this service of handle or auth user gets called, it's going to check, hey, is it a first time user? And if it's a first time user, then it creates the user, it sets up the organization, and then it also sets up the organization membership. But if it's not a first time user, then it's just going to go on and sign the token. And also if it's a first time user, as you can see, we are not returning in here. It registers, it creates the user, the organization, and it also signs the token for the user. So it doesn't matter if you click on this button on the register page or if you click the button on the login page, the idea is going to be the same. Now also notice we haven't updated this text over here. This text should say sign in. So we'll come over to the login page, and over here we're going to go over to /login like this, and this is going to say sign in. Now with all these changes done, we click here, we get able to toggle between the login page and the register page. The next step is for us to test out the functionalities and see if all the code we have written all this while is working as expected. Now the login page is so identical to the register page, and we're going to work with this register page. Okay, so what's going to happen is I'm going to copy we're going to work with this login page. I'm going to copy everything we have with the login, and we're going to customize it gradually to fit the register page. So let's start by coming over here, and we will need to create the page. So in the app, we're going to create the register, and then we're going to have the page.tsx. So let's paste in the content of the login page here, and the easiest thing to change is the name. Rather than have login page, we're going to have register page like this. Now if we save this, we are definitely going to see the content as we had on the login page. So let's update this gradually. Now we do not need the login schema here, so we can go on to bring in the register schema rather than the login schema. So this register schema is going to be used in here, and we're going to change this name. Rather than login form values, then we can go with register form values. Now we just need to update the form over here. It's going to make use of our register form values. So register form values, and the schema we pass here is going to be the register schema. Okay, now for the default values, we also need a name. So it has the email, it has the password. We're also going to have the name, and the name here is going to be an empty string. Okay, so we are missing the name control, but over here it says welcome back. We need to update that. And also it says sign into your account. We need to say start building with Supavolt. I'm going to update this so that it becomes this: create an account and start building with Supavolt. This error state is going to remain, and then we have our form. Now for the form, we have the field, and the first field we're going to have is for the name. So let's bring in the controller here for the name, just like this. I'm going to bring it in here. So right inside the field group, we have the controller for the email and the password. We need one for the name. So I'll bring this in here just like this, and this is taking in the name of name. Okay, it has to be name. If you see autocomplete, it knows because we have configured everything, so it knows the email, password, and name. So we need to choose name. The control here is form.control, and in the render we destructure the field and the field state. We display the name, and the input text in the register name, the autocomplete name, the type is text, and we have the error state. So we can save this, and now we're going to see name displayed over here. Now the same is for email. We do not need to make any change here. It works both for the register and the login screen, so we do not need to make any changes here. And for the password over here, we also don't need to make any change here as well. And then we need to make a very important change. For this button here, it says the authentication intent is login. We need to replace this with register. Now, rather than say signing in, we're just going to say creating account over here. And rather than sign in, we are going to change the text to create account. Now we're going to give this a save and we see create account over here. Now we have all continue with. This is going to remain the same. So over here where we have the button for the Google and also for the GitHub, we do not need to make any changes here because our backend is going to get called, and whenever it gets called, it's going to do the same thing. So in the authentication service, whenever this service of handle or auth user gets called, it's going to check, hey, is it a first-time user? And if it's a first-time user, then it creates the user, it sets up the organization, and then it also sets up the organization membership. But if it's not a first-time user, then it's just going to go on and sign the token. And also if it's a first-time user, as you can see, we are not returning in here. It registers, it creates the user, the organization, and it also signs the token for the user. So it doesn't matter if you click on this button on the register page or if you click the button on the login page, the idea is going to be the same. Now also notice we haven't updated this text over here. This text should say sign in. So we'll come over to the login page, and over here we're going to go over to /login like this, and this is going to say sign in. Now with all these changes done, we click here, we are able to toggle between the login page and the register page. The next step is for us to test out the functionalities and see if all the code we have written all this while is working as expected. This is the point where we test out our application. I'm so excited to test out the login functionality that we have been writing. And I always want to keep the logs here so that we can see if anything is broken. Okay, so let's start up with the register route. So with the email and password, I would go with the name of code with lari, and then I would go with the email of test@test.com. I do not want to use my main email. I'm just reserving that for the Google and also the GitHub authentication. And for the password, I will go with a password of 128. And once we hit on create account, the API is going to get called to register, to create a new user, and we should be authenticated. And you see, everything works. We are redirected over to the dashboard page. Now, let's check our database. If we come over to the Neon console here, and this is our project, our Supavolt project. If you come over to the tables, we want to see that we have a new user, we have the organization, and we have organization members. So over here for organization members, you can see we have this user ID with the role of admin, which was created at here, the organization, and the user, which are the foreign key relationship here. If we check the organizations, we see we have the code with Lari's organization. It was created of the name. And we have the slug here, which is this slug here, unique slug. We have the time it was created, updated, the organization members, and the projects. Now, for now, we do not have any project. It's empty. But if we check the users, then we see the ID, the name, the email, and if you see the password hash over here, no avatar URL, the password hash is not the password that I typed. So this has been hashed over here. Then you see the created that, the updated that, and this user belongs to this organization membership. Okay, so we are sure that the login with the register with email and password is working as expected. So over here on the login page, let's also test with the same email we used to register. So test@test.com. And I would also provide my password here and hit on sign in, and I should be redirected over to the dashboard. So this is working as expected. So I'm going to get rid of this, and so we can come back to the register page. And now I'm going to try to log in with GitHub. So let's try the GitHub authentication before we try Google authentication, because I want to try it I can't try it with this email. I'm going to need to use another email that I added as a test. Actually, I added this user as a test user. So yeah, let's test the Google. So I'm going to click on continue with Google. And you see over here, we are redirected with the URL parameter we set, the access type, the client ID. I'm going to click on my email over here, and this is going to respond with the code. Our API is going to intercept and then redirect us. So here we have the auth user. We have all these values over here like this. That is right in here with the client ID, the general OAuth flow. And for now, we do not have the code over here. So I'm going to continue here, and you can see the scope that we requested over here. And now we should be redirected over to the API, And you see, we are now redirected back to the dashboard. We do not see the code over here because it happened on the server side. The server side handled the redirect, and now we are redirected to the dashboard page. Okay, so let's come back to the login page. Let's also test I'm going to come back to the login. Let's test the functionality of the GitHub. But if we check the Neon console over here, you will see we should have 2 users. So we have one user here, and which is the user that signed in with their email. And let's give this a refresh. And now we see this other user here with the name, my name. We have the avatar URL, which is my Google URL. No password hash. We have the created at, the updated at, and we have the organization members, and everything here same for the organization, just as we created. Okay, so let's test out the Google authentication. Sorry, the GitHub authentication. I can't really use this because I do not have GitHub here. So I'm going to test this on my other browser where I do have the GitHub. So over here in this browser where I do have the GitHub, I'm going to come over here and I would paste the login page so that we can test the sign in with GitHub. So I'm going to click on continue with GitHub, and this is going to bring up our GitHub authorization screen, and that was authorized Larry Bright over here, and we should be redirected over back to the dashboard page. And you see we are redirected back to the dashboard. Let's double check our backend, our database. Over here, if we come to the Neon console and we give this a refresh, we should have a new organization, which is this organization here with, the different slug. But if we check users, we should have this user over here. So this Larry Bright 8 user, and this was the user with the GitHub avatar that joined in via GitHub. You can also add providers if you want to keep track of, hey, if the user is signing up via email, via Google, via GitHub, you can add providers to the schema and, attach providers. So you also always know where your users are coming from. So this is working as expected. Let's continue over to the next stage of building out our application and wrap up the authentication section. So let's do some polishing. We have a bug. Whenever we logged in, we did log in on the backend, so it works, but the cookies were never reaching the browser. So the server actions that run on Node.js and not in the browser, and setting the credentials true in the server action was not doing anything. So if we come over here to the server action itself and we go to the definition, you see we had this credentials true, but it wasn't doing anything. So the cookies from NestJS set cookies headers were silently dropped. Now let's go over to the application, and if we inspect and go over to the application section here so that we can take a look at the cookies, for now we do not have any value, and let's try to authenticate. So I'm going to quickly provide my credentials over here, my email and password, and once I hit on sign in, you see over here no cookies set. But this is quite different when we go over to the login page. Now this is another thing we're going to fix, so once you're authenticated you should not be able to come to this page. Let's try out authenticating with Google. So once we authenticate with Google, because of the browser redirect that happens, you see we have our access token and our refresh token set over here. So this is working well for auth. So I'm going to go back to the login screen and let's fix this. Now before we go over to the IDE, I just want to clear the cookies so that we can see it work once we are done. Okay, so let's come over to the IDE, and the first thing we want to do, let's install a package. We're going to install a Josh package. I'll open a new terminal window and cd into the web, and I would say pnpm add Josh. Josh is a lightweight edge compatible JWT library, and we're going to need that in our proxy.ts file, which is our middleware file. Now we can close this terminal and let's create a cookies helper, a cookies file inside the authentication features. Over here, we're going to create a new file which we'll call cookies.ts. We're going to import cookies keys, which will come from our constants, and then we're going to import cookies from next headers, and then we can also import type next response, which will come from next server. We also need to define this type for the passed cookie. So type passed cookie is going to be equal to this object with the name of string, the value of string. The options object is going to have the path, the maximum age, HTTP only boolean, secure boolean, and the same site laxed, strict, or none. So this is the type for the cookie pass, and now we're going to have this pass set cookie function, which is going to pass a raw cookie setter into a string. This is going to take the set cookie string and return the passed cookie. And inside here, we're going to first of all try to get the path and also the name and the attribute from the path. All right, so let's do that. Right inside this function, we're going to say const path is going to be equal to set cookie.split, and we're going to map through it so we have the array, and then we destructure the name value and the attribute from the paths. Okay, so let's go on. Next, we're going to get the separator index, the name and the value. So we say const separator index is going to be name value dot index of equals to, and also the name we want to slice from 0 to the separator index, and the value is going to be the name value dot slice the separator index plus 1. So let's have the options here. So const options, which is of type passed cookie options, is going to be this object with the path, HTTP only of false, secure false, and same site of lax. Now we have the attributes that we got from line 19. We're going to go through each attribute. So const attribute of attributes, and const separator is going to be the attribute.index of equals. And the key here is going to be separator if it's equals to -1. We use the attribute, otherwise we slice through the attribute from 0 to the separator, we call it lowercase. And then we also have the value here, and the value is equals to -1 like this, with the same check. Then we have the switch based on the key. So the case where the path, we are going to inject the path to the options. The case where the maximum age, we're going to inject the maximum age to the options. And if it's HTTP only, we're also going to inject that to the options. If it's secure true, we're also going to have that in the options. And the last four same sites, we're also going to inject that to the options object. So this is the way we are going on to build like this switch over here with the key, trying to return the name, the value, and the options once we have been able to map through the attributes. So now outside the for loop, we need to return this object, which is going to have the name, the value, and the options. Okay, so over here we have this error, not quite sure for the type, and that's because function lacks ending return statement. I thought we had the return defined here for the object. Was it outside the for loop? No. So this object has to be outside the for loop. I've tested this. You can log. I've tested, so I'm sure it's working. So let's have another option, which is auth cookie. So function is auth cookie is going to take in the name, and we return boolean. So if the name is equals to cookie keys.auth token, or if the name is equals to cookie keys.refresh token. Then we're also going to export another async function, which is going to apply the auth cookies from response. Okay. So we export async function, apply auth cookies from response is going to take the response of type response. We want to have access to the cookie store from cookies, and then we can say const header of the response.header.get set cookie. Then we can go on to pass the cookie, and if is auth cookie based on the name, we want to continue. Otherwise, we're going to call the cookie store.set, the pass name, the pass value, and the passed options is going to be passed over to the cookie store. Then we're going to apply the cookies to the response. So let's have this function, which is going to help us apply cookies to the response. It's going to be used in our middleware file, in our proxy file. So we're going to be exporting the function apply auth cookies to response. We're going to take the response and the set cookie headers of type string array. So we say const header of set cookie headers. We go on to parse it by calling this parse set cookie header. And if it's not an auth cookie, we want to continue. But if it is, we want to set the response.cookies.set with the pass.name, the pass.value, and the pass.options. Alright, so that's pretty much our cookies function helpers. Now in the action.ts, we no longer need to have these credentials include. It's not going to be working for us, so we can get rid of these. And here further down, we just, after the redirect, we also want to make sure we await the apply auth cookies from response and want to pass res to it. Now res is inside the different case, so it's not available outside that block. So I'm going to declare it as a variable here and get rid of this const response for the register, and I'm also going to do the same for the login, and I'm going to have it defined just here. So I'll say let's res like this, which is of type response. Now this fixes the issue we had when it comes to authenticating. So we can inspect the apply auth cookies, and then we see what it does. It helps us to set the cookie. So it calls the cookie store and sets the name, the value, and the options. Okay, so now we are sure this is working, or maybe we are not sure yet. We need to test things out. I'm going to leave the cookie here and try to authenticate myself with the same credentials. So I'll pass my email and I'll also pass my password and send this. Now you should keep an eye on this cookies section here, and you see we now have the access to cookie as well as the refresh cookie. Now I'm going to come back to login, and no worries, this is the bug we're going to be fixing now in our proxy.ts file. Okay, so let me close all these tabs that we do have open, and the proxy.ts, which is again the previous middleware.ts, need to be defined inside the src folder. So here we're going to have the proxy.ts file. So let's bring in the imports. We're going to be importing next response from next server. We also need to import the type of next request, which will come from next server. And our cookie keys, which will come from supavolt constant. We need to import everything as JAWS from JAWS. And then we import the apply auth cookies to respond from the features auth cookies. We also have our auth route, which is the login and the register route. Those are authentication routes. Now we need to call our NestJS refresh endpoint and apply the cookie. So we have the async function refresh session is going to take the refresh token and the response and return a promise boolean. So we say const API URL is gotten from the env. If we don't have it, to return false. And then const refresh response is going to be sending the request to the response, and it's going to pass the method and the headers, which is going to have the cookie with this cookie refresh token equals to refresh token. Now, if we do not get a response, we return false. But if we do, then we're going to apply the auth cookies to the response with the refresh and also the set cookie that we get from the headers. Next, we're going to then export the async function proxy, and this is going to take in the path name from the request.next URL. Also, the access token is going to be the request.cookies.get. We want to get the access token value, and same for the refresh token value. So we're going to check inside the proxy first. We want to check if it's an auth route and if it's a protected route. So its auth route is going to be equal to auth route.some route if the path name starts with the route, and also if it's protected if the path name starts with organizations or the dashboard. So these are the two protected routes that we have. Then we want to check if it's a valid access token making use of Josh. So we're going to start by having this let is valid false. And we say if it's an access token and the process.env.jwt access secret, then we have the try block where we get the secret, and we have the new text encoder.encode the JWT access secret. And then we're going to await Josh.verify, which is going to take in the access token and the secret. Now, in case of any error, I'll just leave this comment here that the token is expired or invalid. So invalid is going to remain declared false. Alright, so the next step is to check if it's an auth route and it's valid. So here we're going to check if is auth route and valid. We want to return the next response.redirect to this new URL here. So it's dashboard and the request.url. Then we're going to check if it's an auth route and a refresh token. Then we're going to say const response is going to be equals to await next response.redirect to the dashboard. And then we're going to check if await refresh token, the refresh and the response. Then we're going to return the response. Okay, so you can add some logs. I've tested it and I'm sure it's working. So here we're going to check if it's protected route with no valid access token. So if it's protected and it's not valid, I want to check if refresh token, then I want to fetch an update. So we're going to say if await refresh session, then we're going to pass the refresh token, the response, then want to return the response. Otherwise, we're going to return the next response.redirect the user to the login route, and then we return next response next, so that it goes over to the next middleware. And then finally, we can just export our config object here with the matcher, which is this for this next static, the image, the file icon, and all of these that we have here. So this is our proxy.ts, and once we give this file a save, you're going to see we should be redirected over to the dashboard route. So this is working as expected. We have everything now defined clean and plain in our proxy.ts. If we try to go to the register route as well, we are going to be redirected over to the dashboard route. So this is working as expected. Now we can go over and lay out the dashboard page. Okay, so we are done with the authentication. The next step is for us to create the organization page, the organization layout. All right, so I'm going to collapse this and we're going to start by creating or updating our input inside the packages folder. So let's collapse all of these and we want to come into the packages types, the source, and inside the index.ts. We're going to be exporting the interface to create an organization. Okay, so let's export the interface and we're going to call this create organization input. And this is going to take in the name, so the name of the organization, which is a string. And we can also export this interface for organization with meta, which extends the organization type that we have. So we're going to have the member count, which is a number. We're also going to have the project count, which is a number. And the role is going to be our organization role. So the admin or the developer. Okay, so now the next step is for us to set up the DTO. So in the API, in the source, we're going to create a new folder for the organization. So we can call this orgs for organization. And then we create another folder for DTO. And here we create the -organization.dto.ts file. We're going to be importing the isString and the min length from class validator. And we are also going to import the type and the type of create organization input, which is going to come from our supavolt types. Then we have the DTO. We export the class create organization DTO, which implements our create organization inputs. So we have a string, its min length of 2, and the name is going to be of type string like this. Now TypeScript is complaining, so we're going to have the exclamation mark in the name. And now we have the DTO set up for the create organization. We are now going to have the service for the organization. Now we have the organization's DTO. We're going to create the organization service. So inside the orgs folder, we have the orgs.service.ts file. And we're going to start by importing injectable and also not found exception from @NestJS/common. We bring in also and equals is null SQL from Drizzle ORM. We're also going to import random bytes from crypto. We bring in the Slugify that would come from Slugify package. We're going to import Drizzle service, which will come from our db-drizzle.service. And then from our database, we'll import the organization. We also bring in organization members, our projects from our db schema. And to bring in the create organization DTO, which will come from the DTO create organization DTO. We have that injectable decorator and the class definition, and in the constructor, we're going to inject Drizzle, which will be of type Drizzle service. So this is the constructor. We're going to have different methods that would help us to build out the service. So the first method is this one here, this private generate organization slug, which is going to take in the name and return a string. Let's start with the base. So const base is going to be equal to slugify the name. We attach org, lower true, strict true. And for the suffix is going to be random bytes 3 and we call to string hex. Now we're going to concatenate the base and the suffix like this. The next function we're going to have is get my organizations. No worries, I'll explain later. We have the async get my organizations, which takes in the user ID of type string. I want to return this.drizzle.select. We're going to select all of these from the organization members. So we select the ID. We're also going to select the name, the organization name. We're also going to select the slug, which is going to be organizations.slug. We also have the created at, which is the organizations.created at. We have the updated at, which is the organizations.updated at. We have the role. The role is going to be organization members.role. We have the project count, which is this SQL number. So we're going to cast the count, which is distinct projects.id as integer. So which means organizations with no projects return 0. And then we have the same for member count here, where we're going to cast. So we're going to select cast count as integer. From the organization members, we have OM, where the OM.organization ID is equals to organizations.id and the om.removedat is null. Okay, so now we're going to say from organization members, we're going to have this inner join, which I will explain in a moment. And we're going to join the organizations equals organization members.organization ID and the organizations.id. We also have the left join for the project equals the projects.organization ID and organizations.id. And we have this where clause and equals organization members.user ID matches user ID is null where the organization members dot remove that. Now we're going to group this, and we have this dot group by where we have the organization.id and the organization members.row. So this is a get my organization. We have this error for the removed at because currently it doesn't belong, or we do not have it in organization members. So here we come over to our database, and in the schema, the organizations schema. Here where we have organization members, I'll duplicate the created at so that we can have the same for the removed at over here. And then I'm going to rename this created at we have here also to be removed underscore at, and we can get rid of the not null and the default now. Okay, so we are going to generate our SQL and then we run the migration. That's going to happen inside the package of JSON in the API. So right here. Yeah. So let's run the migration script. So first the generate script, which is going to generate the SQL as we made a change. So it's going to do its thing. DrizzleKit generate is going to run, and it's going to update the DrizzleKit folder as we see here. And then we run the migrate. The migrate is then going to apply the change on our database. So we wait for this to finish. And once this is done, if we double check so now it's done. If we double check the organization service, we see that the error is now gone. Okay, so the next function is going to be to get organization by slug. So no worries, we type out and I'll explain once we are done. We have the async get organization by slug. It takes in the slug and also the user ID. Both are of type string. And then we get the row. So const row is going to be await this.drizzle.db. We want to select the ID, organization ID, the name, organizations.name. We also have the slug, organizations.slug. We have the created at. We also have the updated at, which is organizations.updated at. And we have the row. So we are selecting all of these from the organizations. And then we are also going to have the same inner join, which I would explain in a moment. So we have dot inner join where we have the organization members, orgs members, and we are going to do some matching over here. The equals organization members.org ID and organization.id, and we also have equals for the org members.user ID matches user ID, and also is null where organization members.removed at. We're also going to have the where clause where equals the organization.slug is going to match the slug, this function we receive, and we limit it by 1. We say if we do not find the row, then we're going to throw this not found exception, organization not found, and then we can go on to return the row. Okay, so we still have one more function to go, and that is the create organization function. So we're going to say here async create org is going to take in the DTO of type create organization DTO and also the user ID, and we say const org is going to be equal to await this.drizzle.db. want to insert into organizations table, and the values we know is just going to be the name and the slug. So the name is going to come from the DTO, and the slug we're going to get it by calling this.generate slug and pass the DTO.name, and we change .returning. Then we're also going to insert into organization members this newly created organization. So .values. So we're going to have the org ID, which is going to match organization ID, same for the user ID, the role of admin, and then we can go on to return the created organization. Okay, so now we have some code that we do not understand. We understand create organization, we call out Drizzle, we pass in the row. So this is pretty much self-explanatory. Then we can go over to the next one, which is get organization by slug. This is where things get a little bit confusing. Here we select all of these from the organizations, and this inner join that we have here just goes on to join with members so that we verify the user access, and then we also go on to retrieve their row. So that's why we have the organization ID, the user ID, and they remove that to be sure that this user has not been removed from this organization. So we want to verify their access. So that's what this inner join is doing. So it's helping us to join with members to verify the user access, and then we limit it by 1. And if there's no row, then organization not found. And if you check get my organization, we still have all of these. So the select here, we're selecting all these properties that we have here from the org members. And in here, we have this project count, which is where things start getting a little bit confusing. Now, this is going to help us just to count the unique projects that are associated with the organization. And then we are casting it as an integer, so we always get a number. Okay, so that's what we have here. And the member count is pretty much the same, but this is a scalar subquery that's going to help us to count all the active members for this specific organization. The inner join is going to join the organizations table with organization details. The left join is going to join the projects table to include organizations to this specific user. All right, so this is all that's going on here, and we can close this. Before we close up for this, I just want to update the auth section pretty much quickly. So the auth, and I'll create two new folders. One is going to be for DTO, one is for guards. So let's have the guards folder here, and also going to have the decorator folder, so not DTO. So I'm going to move the guard right into the guard folder, and then I'm also going to move the current user. I'll say yes to update. Then I'm also going to move the current user decorator. I'll save this file and move this right into the decorators folder here, just to keep things clean. And I would say yes, and we can save. Okay, so now we have the service done for the organization. The next thing we're going to be working on is to then create the controller file for the organization. Okay, so we're going to focus on the controller now. So let's create the file, which is going to be the orgs controller.ts file. And we're going to do this real quick. All right, so let's get started with the imports. We're going to be importing body, controller, get, param, post, use guards from Next.js common. We also need to bring in the organization service, which will come one level up the organization service. We then need our create organization DTO, which will come from the DTO folder. We need our guard, our JWT authentication guard, which will come from our guards folder. We also need to make use of our current user decorator, which will come from the decorators folder. And the last import here is going to be the type, our JWT payload, which will come from supavolt types. Now this class is going to be marked with the orgs in the controller, so /API/orgs. And we're also going to make use of our guards. So we have the controller orgs like this, and the guard we are going to use is our JWT authentication guard. Now inside the organization controller class, we are going to instantiate the service, which is going to be of type organization service. So then we can have the get endpoint to get my organization. So we need the current user decorator here, and we can call the get my organization method on the organization service and pass in the user ID. We also have this get with this slug here, so dynamic route here, which is going to take the param. So it's going to get the slug from the param, and also the user making use of the current user decorator here. So we can call the get organization by slug method. We pass the slug and the user ID. Now the last one here is to create organization. So it's going to be a post request. We're going to take the body and map it into DTO here, and also the user making use of the current user decorator. So we can call the create organization method on the organization service. We pass the DTO and the user ID. Now if you have this error here, it's just because we have a typo in the file, that is the organization service file. So let's rename it. Rather than org, it needs to be orgs, so with an S, so organizations.service.ts. Now if the error still persists after now, you can just get rid of the import and bring it back in, and the error should be gone. Okay, so now we need to create the module file, the organization module, so that we can group the organization code that we have written so far. We're going to have our organization module. So right here in the orgs folder, let's have the orgs.module.ts file. All right, so now real quick, we're going to start with the imports. Let's import module. Module is going to come from Next.js common. We also need to bring in the organization service, which will come from the org service. We need the orgs controller, which will come from our orgs.controller file. And we need our authentication module, which will come from the auth module. Okay, so now once you're done with the imports, let's have our module decorator so we can group things. We'll start with the imports. For the imports, we need to register the auth module. The providers, we need our organization service. The controllers, we need the organization controller. And the exports here, we also need the org service. And then we can have the class that we can call orgs module like this. Now in the imports, we are making use of the auth module over here. That means we need to also go on and register the JWT auth guard in the auth module, NestJS dependency injection. So what we're going to do in the providers, as we have the auth service, we're going to have our JWT authentication guard right in here. And we're also going to have it in the exports array. We are going to export our JWT authentication guard. Okay, so the last thing we need to do now is to register this organization module in our app module. So we're going to come over to the app module, and right here in the application module, just after auth module, we are going to have our organization module over here. Okay, so now this is it for the authentication for the organization module. The next step is for us to run the migration. But before we do that, let's also run a quick check on our organization schema. Our focus now is going to be on the front end, but I just wanted to make sure that you have this removed at on the organization member. So make sure you have this, and you can always double check here in your database that you also have the, where do we have it? The removed at, which is going to be null by default. So make sure you have this. This is going to be used as soft delete. So now that we confirm that we have this and you've also run the migration, the next step is for us to work on the front end. So we're going to be working on the web, and right inside the web, I'm going to cd outside the API folder and into the web folder. So right here inside the web, we need to run pnpm add Axios so that we can install the Axios client that we can use for making requests over to the backend. And why do we have this error? pnpm install. So let me run pnpm install again. Maybe I have some issues over there. So I just need to run pnpm install so that it recreates the node module. So we give this a moment. And why that is going on, maybe you do not have the issue and Axios installed for you. We are going to come right into the web, and we need to create inside the source folder a lib, and right here in the lib we need to have one for Axios. So here let's have the Axios.ts file. Okay, so right in here, let's get started. Let's have the import. We need to import Axios from Axios, and then we're going to have our const. We call it API client, which is going to be equals to Axios.create, and you pass the base URL, which is going to come from our env, so the next public API URL, or we just go with the API underscore URL like this. We also want to have with credentials set to true, and then we can export the API client as the default. Okay, so now that this is done for me, yes, we have some errors. I'm going to say pnpm add Axios again. So maybe this time it is successful and we should no longer have the error. So why do we have this error over here? Yeah, so maybe it's the error that we had previously from the node modules. So that's when that's why we have the error. So let's just wait for Axios to be done. And now once Axios is done, we need to create utils that we're going to make use of, on the server side. So let's do that while this is installing. Okay, now the installation has been completed, and I'm just going to move everything here and bring them back in. So maybe that gets rid of the Axios error, but we still have this error over here. So I'm just going to run the installation for the node types again. So I'm going to take this and rather make use of, okay, yeah, so the error is gone. So let's give this a save. And now we have give this, save this. I'm going to exit from here. And inside the source folder, we are going to create another folder, which we'll call server utils. This is going to be where we have some utilities. And in here, we are going to be creating a utils.ts file. So these are utilities that we'll most likely be using on the server side here. So here, let's go on and import cookies. We are going to import cookies from next/headers. We also need to bring in redirect, which will come from next navigation. And then we need to bring in our cookie keys, which will come from the supavolt constants. So remember that. And then we can export this async function. And this async function, we call it retrieve token from cookie, which is going to return a string. So a promise that resolves to a string. So first, let's have our cookie store. So we're going to say const cookie store is going to be equals to await cookies. And then we can say const token is going to be equals to our cookie store. And then we want to get a cookie with the cookie keys.access token name, and then we access the value. So if we do not find the token, let's redirect the user to login. So it means the user is not authenticated. Then if we have a token, we can return the token here. Okay, so this is going to help us to retrieve the access token from the HTTP only cookie, and it's going to redirect to /login if this is missing. All right, so now we have this error over here. Okay, so the error is gone. I didn't do anything special. I just had to reload VS Code, so sometimes it happens. Okay, so now let's go on and create the features and the organization features. So right here in the features, we already have one for authentication. We need a new one for the organization. So organization or logic that belongs to organization is going to live right inside the features. So here we're going to have the organization like this. And here in the organization, we're going to create a new file, which is going to be the organization-helpers like this .server file here, .ts file. Okay, so this is it, organization-helpers.server.ts file, and this is going to create some logic that we can reuse over in the organization. Okay, so I'm going to collapse this, and let's start by bringing in redirect. Redirect will come from next navigation. We also need to then import our API client, which will come from our Axios utils, so our lib utils Axios. We also need to bring in our retrieve token from cookie, which will come from the server utilities. So server at /server utils /utils. Then we need to bring in the cookie keys, which will come from our supavolt constants. We also need to bring in the type, our organization with meta type, which will come from at supavolt /types. Now we have this. Let's export async and async function, which is retrieve my organizations from API. So this is going to return the organization with meta, the promise here. And we are going to first get the token. So retrieve the token from cookie. So remember, this is going to redirect user to login. Otherwise, we have the token. So in the try block, we are going to then make a request. Our API client.get, the response type is the organization with meta list here. So it's /orgs. And then we're going to have in the headers the cookie, which is going to be the access token equals to then the token here. Okay, so we want to forward the access token from the cookie manually, and then we're going to return our data. Now, if something goes wrong, we just want to redirect the user to /login page. And next, we're going to have another async function, which we'll call retrieve organization by slug from API. So this is going to also go on and take in the slug, which is a string. And first, we also want to read the token. So we're going to retrieve the token from cookie. And we're going to have our try catch block. But in the try block, we are going to have data by making a request, our API client.get, so /orgs, and then we have the slug. And in the headers, we're going to have the cookie, which is going to have the cookie keys.access token, so equals to the token here. And then we are going to return the data. And if something goes wrong, that means you're not a member of this organization or it doesn't exist. We are going to redirect you to /organizations path, just like this. Okay, so now this is the different helpers that we need. So the next step for us is to work on the dashboard page and then build up the sidebar, list the organizations, which we are going to be working on next. We are going to be working on our dashboard, okay? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to clear this, and we are the Supavolt folder. So if we double check the package.json over here, we have the dev command, which is going to start up both the API and also our web. So I'm going to say pnpm dev here, so that the API and also the front end can start concurrently. And we have the front end on port 3001. So let's refresh this, localhost 3001, which is going to show us the content of our front end page. So it's currently compiling the path, and now we see the status okay. All right, so let's come over to /login. So if we are authenticated, you know that we are redirected over to the dashboard. We have an error here in the client.schema.ts file. So I wonder why we do have the error, why it cannot find Zod. It looks like my dependencies are having some issues. So it can't find Zod. So let's install Zod manually. So I'm going to cd into the apps and into the web, and I would say pnpm add Zod, you shouldn't have this error. I just have some dependencies error. But if you do, just as I do, you can go on to install Zod and the error should be gone. So now that Zod has been installed or is installing, I'm just going to give this a refresh. Yeah, we still have the error, so we'll give this a moment. Now it is done. We see the content of the login page. Now I'm going to authenticate myself with Google just real quick over here, and we should be redirected over to the dashboard page. Just give this a moment. And yeah, so we're here on the dashboard page and it says this page cannot be found. So that's the logic we wrote during the authentication side of things. Now I'm going to close all these things that we have here so that we can have this smart redirect after a user logs in. We do not want the user to see this page. We want the user to go straight up to an organization page or a page where they can select their organization. So that logic is going to be right inside the app. And then we have a new page for the dashboard, just like this. And we're going to have the page.tsx. So this is the content, or it's going to be the content of this page that we have over here. Now, if we give this a refresh, we still get this page cannot be found, or maybe it's still reloading. Now we see that the default export is not a React component because we are not exporting anything here. So let's go on and have the content of this page real quick. We are going to be importing redirect, which will come from Next Navigation, and we're also going to import the retrieve my organizations from API, which is going to come from the features, and we have the organization, and then we have the organization helpers.server. So remember, this file is going to help us to retrieve the organization. So here, let's export the default async function. We can call this like the dashboard page. And over here, we're going to get the organizations, and this is going to await the retrieve my organizations from API function call. And then let's check the length. So if the organization.length is equals to 1, then we're going to redirect the user to that organization. So /organizations, and then the first organization slug /projects. Otherwise, we're going to redirect the user to just /organizations. That means you have multiple organizations. In this page, this is where you can go on to choose an organization here. So let's give this a save. And if we come back here, you see that this is going to refresh. I have multiple organization, or maybe I don't, and I'm redirected over to just a specific organization. That means if we come here and console.log organization, we're going to see that we have just one organization here. So orgs like this. If we give this a save, you open your terminal, you should see this. We should see the list of organizations here. If we do not, we are not on the dashboard page. The redirect has already happened, and that's why we see this. Okay, so what's going to happen? Let's manually come over to the dashboard again, and then we're going to see the logs printed here. So we see this, and I belong to one organization. And because I belong to one organization, I am redirected to that specific organization. So at what point does the organization get created? Remember, when a user is authenticating, so we have the API, and in the source, we have the auth, we have the, I think that's the auth service. Yeah, we have the auth service, and right here in the auth service, we have the, let's see. Yeah, so we have this, and this is checking. So the email and password register, you see over here, we are creating an organization for this user. So once you sign up, you immediately going to have an organization. And the same happens whenever you also make use of the handle OAuth user. So you can see over here, we also go on to create an organization for the user once the user signs up or signs in, making use of the OAuth provider. So this is what is going on here. The next step for us is for us to install ShadCN UI, because currently the user is going to go over to this page. So this page, which at this point in time, we do not have it. So let's go on to install ShadCN UI. So what we're going to do now is to come right here, and I'll just quit the terminal for now, and I would come right into the apps and into the web, and right here into the web, you want to install the sidebar and also the drop down menu and the avatar. So pnpm dlx ShadCN at latest add sidebar, the drop down menu, as well as the avatar. So once this installation is done for us, the next step is now for us to work on our sign out feature. So right here, I'm just going to collapse this, And I'm coming right into the features auth. So right here in the web, we want to come right into the features and into the auth. And right here, we need one for sign out. So I'm going to create this new file, which I would call, So I'll click here, create this new file, which I would call signout.ts like this. So sign out, I'll have this hyphen here, .ts file here. So this sign out is going to help us to sign out the user. So first we're going to mark it as a server component, making use of the use server. And then we also need to bring in redirect from next navigation. We need to bring in cookie, which will come from our next headers. We also need to bring in cookie keys, which will come from the supavolt constants, just like this. And now we can go on to have the function, and the function we can call it sign out. So we export async function, we call it sign out. And here we're going to start by calling fetch. So I just want to make use of fetch here, which is going to call the API URL /auth/logout. The method is going to be post like this. And we want to clear the cookies on the Next.js side of things as well. So we say const cookie store is going to be await cookies. And then we want to call cookie store.delete. Remember, we want to delete the access token as well as the refresh token. So we get the access token from the cookie keys. And we're also going to delete the cookie keys.refresh token. And we're going to redirect the user over to the login route. Okay, so why do we have this error over here? So if we just maybe it's not an error. We see 3 files were skipped and the tooltip component has been added. Okay, so remember to wrap your app with the tooltip provider component, and it gives us an example here like this, how we can make use of the tooltip. Once we get there, we're going to update the file to make use of it. Okay, so now we're going to be creating or working on the application sidebar. No worries. The way we're going to approach this, I'm going to provide us with some templates so that we do not have to type most of the JSX. So the next video, we're going to have a template folder right inside here. Somewhere here, we can have a template, and I'll give it a name like, let's say, the sidebar or something like that. And we are going to make use of that template and then make it dynamic so we do not have to type out all the JSX. Okay, so let's build on that next. Now we're going to be building the dashboard layout. So how do we get started? I'm going to zoom out a little bit. As you can see, we have the browser and we also have our coding editor side by side so that it's easier for us to see the changes as we apply them. I'm going to close all these tabs that we do have open, and there's something new which I'm going to show us in a moment. So I'm going to cd outside the web so that from the root we can run the pnpm dev command, and if we give this a refresh, we're going to see like this page is not found, which is because we do not have the organization page yet. Now I want to show something which is new, and that is not inside the API folder. Inside the web, I actually do have a new folder that I created, and that new folder is this template folder. So it's actually outside the source. You would see it here. And you want to get this from the GitHub. I do not have it in the GitHub yet as I'm still recording, but these templates here, you get it from the GitHub. These are the different boilerplate code. As you can see, it's quite a lot for us to type through this on camera, but we do have some placeholders here like the organization name, which we're going to also have some logic. So you want to grab this from the GitHub. We also have the dashboard layout, which you see is bare minimum for now. You can ignore the warnings. This is because it's not inside the src folder. We also have the organization page, the project page, and the top navigation. Okay, so let's see how we can use this. So let's start with the dashboard layout. So I'm going to grab this. You want to take this code and you want to copy this. And now this dashboard layout is going to be inside the source. We have the app, and right here in the app, we are going to create this route grouping in Next.js. So we call this dashboard, and this is not going to affect the URL. Okay, so we call this dashboard, and in here we're going to have the layout folder, not the file. So it's meant to be a folder, layout folder, actually a file. So let's have the file, layout.tsx file. Now inside this layout.tsx, that's where you want to paste in this code from the dashboard layouts. Okay, so I'm going to drop in this code here, And we have some errors because we do not have the sidebar or we do not have the top navigation. Actually, that's the same reason why we have the error over here. So no worries, we're going to have that in a moment. But currently, we also do not have the dashboard page. We are in the organizations page, so we're not even going to see these changes. But what we can do, I'm just going to comment these two out and we give this a save. Now, once we give this, I'm just going to comment these two out and give this. Okay, I'm just going to leave them in so that we do not have the usage errors there as well. And now in this dashboard layout, we are going to have a function. Now, this function is going to help us to get the current user and also going to decode the JWT payload. Okay, so real quick, I'm going to just have it maybe somewhere here. I'm going to have this async function, which we can call get current user, and then it's going to get the token. Remember our utils, retrieve the token from the cookie, which we need to import. And then we want to have the payload. So const payload is going to be the json.pass. I want to pass the buffer from the token. I want to split from the equals and take in the second element, which is of base 64, we convert to string. Then we want to return the object that's going to have the email that we get from the payload and also the name, which is going to be null, like this. Now we have this error because we need to bring in this. So this needs to come in from our server utils. And the reason we are doing this is because we have verification that has already happened in our middleware and also in our API guard. So we just want to go on and decode JWT payload. It's base 64, so we need to go on and verify it here. So now we have the get current user, which we are not making use of. We are going to use it right inside here. So here we are going to say const like this is going to be equals to await. We're going to await promise.all. We're going to retrieve the token from the cookie. So we're going to call this, and this is then going to give us access to the, oops, not this, retrieve. So here we're going to retrieve my organizations from API like this. So we need to call this function. And the next thing we're going to do here is to get the current user. So we're going to say get current user like this. So here we're going to have the organization, which is going to be like all the organizations. We can call it orgs. And this get current user is going to give us the user here. So now we have these. We can then pass it as properties. We're going to pass it as props to the application sidebar. So here we're going to have orgs, or it's going to need orgs, which is going to be equals to orgs. And then we're also going to pass in user, which is then also going to be equals to user. So this is all the code that we need for this. Now the next thing we're going to do is to work on the application sidebar and also the top navigation components. Actually, I think we should work on this page next. I think we should work on this page that we have over here, which is currently a 404 page, so that we can see the changes as we apply them. So right here in the dashboard, we are going to be creating a new folder for organizations, which is going to be like this organizations part that we have over here. And the next we are going to have is the slug, because this is the organization slug. It's dynamic. So to have the dynamic route, we're going to use the square brackets here. And in here, we're going to have the slug. And then in here, we want to have this projects folder. So right inside the slug, we're going to have projects like this. And then we're going to have the page.tsx, which is going to be the content of this page over here. You're just going to see it's going to be render. And then we're going to see like we're not exporting the default here. So we're not exporting default. We already have the error that we have from the layout, because this is now coming in here because that's where we have this page. So this layout is already throwing these errors that we do not have the application sidebar and the top navigation components, which we are trying to use here. So I'm going to comment these out and we're going to bring them in when we do have them and save this so that we can see the content. Now we're still going to have error here because we're not exporting default, and that actually shows you the way your page gets rendered. The layout is going to get called first. So we are seeing the error from the layout. Now we fixed it, we are seeing the error for the page, because after the layout, then the page component is going to get rendered. Now, speaking about the page component, let's get the template. The template is going to be right here. From the template, we have this project page. So this is what we want to use. So we want to copy everything that we have over here so that we can then make it dynamic. So I'm going to copy this and paste it in here, and let's save. And once we save, we're going to see this rendered. It's going to be rendered without the side navigation and also the top navigation. So this is what we see over here. Okay. Now the next thing we need to do is to make this dynamic. So we need to find a way to get the params so that we can retrieve the slug. And to retrieve the params, we're going to come over here like this, and we can, we're going to come over here, and inside here we're going to get access to the params object. And inside here we can say this is going to be of type object like this, where we can have the params, and the params is going to be of type of promise, and that promise, once it resolves, is going to resolve to this object here, so that we can have the slug, and the slug is going to be of type string. Slug like this, of type string. Okay, so now we have access to the params, and from the params we can then have access to the slug. And you might say, why slug? And that's because we named that folder slug. So this is the folder here, we named it slug, and that's why we can use slug over here. If you named it ID or whatever you want to use ID here. So here we're going to say const, and then we're going to destructure this slug, which will come from awaiting params. So we're going to await params like this. Now we are awaiting params. You can see here we have access to the slug. Now this log, if you log this to the console, you're going to see that this log over here is going to be this lari bright organization slug from the URL, which is this. Okay, so now we are sure we are getting this log. The next thing now is to get the membership here. So we want to go on and verify the membership. If you're not a member of this organization, you're going to be redirected to /organizations. This is just to make sure that users are not able to go to organizations that they do not belong to. So we're going to say here const org, and org is going to be org like this, is going to be equal to await, and then we could call retrieve my organization, or retrieve organization by slug, just like this from API. And here we're going to pass in the slug and give this a save. Now you can always double check this. I would not always double check due to time, but if you double check this, you can see this is sending a request to organization and the slug. And over there in the API, if we just quickly come over here to the API, to the source, to the organization, and to the organization slug, the controller, we have this slug. So this is the endpoint, and you can see it's calling this service, get organization by slug. And this service is doing all of this just to go on and verify that this user is a member of that organization. So we have this check over here, the organization ID, as well as the user ID. And if this user is not there, we're going to throw like organization not found. Okay. So that's what we are doing in the front end. We're making sure that the user is a member of the organization. And here we are going to then go on and display the organization name. So here where we have the placeholder, no projects yet in organization name, we are going to replace this to org.name like this, and we can give this a save. Now this organization name we have here, you see, no projects yet in a library bright organization. So this is the empty states which we're going to be improving on as we go, so that users can go on to like create projects and all. So now this is the content of this page. We are going to continue, and the next step is for us to work on the organization page, which is like if you have multiple organizations where you can list or display the different organizations the user belongs to. So working on that page is pretty much straightforward. Let's also come here, and here we're going to create the new file. So now inside the organization, this is the slug, but now we need the organization page. So here we're going to have the page.tsx file. So it's not inside the slug, it's this root organizations page here. So that is /organizations like this. Now we're still going to be, we're going to come over here. So this is the page we're trying to revisit over here. And you can see here we have this error here, just like this. All right, so I'm going to collapse this, and let's get a template for this page. So we're going to come to the templates, and this template is the organizations page. So this one here. This is what we need. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to copy this, and I will paste it over here like this. Now we can give this a save, and we're going to see the content of this page over here. So we see where the user can click, and this is going to go over to /organization slug /projects over here. So we also need to update this so that we display the specific organization. So the first thing we need to do is to go on and fetch the organizations, just as we did previously. So right here, we need to get the organization. So we call the retrieve my organizations from API. And you can always double check what this is going to do. It's sending a request to the API client /organization so that we can retrieve the organization this user belongs to. You can verify what the API is doing by checking the backend. And now we have all the organizations. We are going to map through the organization. So here, rather than just display this link, as you can see, this is currently hard-coded. We need to fix that. We also need to fix this, and we also need to fix this. So I'm going to cut this link that we have over here and replace with this. And we're going to say the orgs.map, which is then going to give us access to each organization like this. And we're going to return the link component that we had previously. So I do not know why we have the error. If you hover on this, yeah, we are missing the key prop. We're going to add that in a moment, but now we have the organization, which is of type organization with meta. So here, let's have the key. The key is going to be the organization.id. So that's going to be our key. We have the href and we have the class name, which is what we are trying to avoid by having this template. So we do not need to type out all of this. Now the href, we are going to be updating this. So this needs to be dynamic. I'm going to cut this and replace it with this like this, and I'll paste this in. So this /organizations and the organization slug is meant to be dynamic, so we can cut this and replace it with this $sign like this. And we also missed our backtick, so let me replace this with a backtick here and also with a backtick here like this, which is then going to make sure we have this dynamic interpolation here. And in here we want to have the organization because we are mapping, so each organization we want to display. We want to have the link go to the slug/project. And here we have the building tool, which is this icon that we have over here. And here, rather than have 0 projects, 0 members, we want this to be dynamic. So we want to go through we're going to say the organization.project count like this. And then we're going to have the project count if it's equals to 1. So we're going to say organization.project count, and that is equals to 1. We want to say project like this. Otherwise, we are going to say projects. We are going to say projects like this. And then I'm going to have this slash over here. We also want to do the same for we save this. We are going to see 0 projects because we do not have any project. Now we're going to do the same thing for the member count. So we're going to have the organization.member count, if that is equals to 1 like this. We are going to show member. Otherwise, we are going to show members here. Otherwise, members like this. So now we give this a save. We are going to see the member display here, which is going to be like we have 1 member, so we need to see like the member count. And the reason why we do not see the member count is because we do not render the member count. So we need to render the member count here. So we're going to say the organization.member count like this, and we give this a save. Now we're going to see 1 member over here. And we also need some white space, so which I will just like this and give this a save. Okay, so now we have this done. This is the organization page, and clicking on this page is going to take us straight up to the project page of that organization. The next thing now we're going to be working on is the layout. So we need to make sure that over here, we need to have the application sidebar as well as the top navigation. I think we should start with the top navigation. So actually, before we do this, because we're going to make use of the tooltip, let's not forget to have the layout. So this is our main layout. Over here, we need to make sure we map or have the tooltip provider. So remember that tooltip provider warning that we got last time. Let's make sure we have the tooltip provider here, else we're going to have an error just like this. And then we have this here. So we can save this. This is in the app layout.tsx. So inside this file here, and I'm going to exit from here. Now we can start with the top navigation. I'm going to bring this in. I would also bring in the imports here, and this needs to be inside the components top navigation. So let's have it right there inside the component folder. We are going to, not in the UI, so in the components, we're going to create the new file, which is the top navigation.tsx file. So this is where it is, not inside the UI folder. Now let's get a template for this, and the template is here. We have the top navigation here. So you want to bring this in, just copy this here, and I would get rid of this and I'll paste it in here. So this is the top navigation. We can go on and give this a save, and we should no longer have the error over here. It's going to rebuild, and this is for now. We do not need to make extra work here. This is going to be like as you can see here, this button is disabled. because we do not have like the switcher. So we have not implemented that yet. So for now, we're just going to be disabled and it's going to be this placeholder here. We also have the sidebar trigger and the separator, which we might not see over here. But if we click on this, it doesn't do anything yet because we do not have the sidebar. That's what we're going to work on next. Back to the layout, let's bring in the sidebar, and we're also going to bring in the application sidebar, and we can save this. Our application would break again, and now let's have the sidebar components. I'm going to copy this, and still inside the components folder, we are going to have the sidebar.tsx file. So this is our sidebar.tsx file, and we are going to get this from the template. So let's come back to our templates, and this is our application sidebar. We're going to copy everything that we have here. I'll then exit out from here and I'll paste this in here. Now, something I want us to see here already is this form. We have our sign out action. If you come over here, you see that this is our sign out that we did write together. So now this has already been passed over here to the form action. The sign out is something you should know. So once we click on this, the sign out functionality is going to work. So now I've saved the file and we're going to then see this. If we click here, we then see our application sidebar is working as expected. Okay, so now we need to do just minor changes here to make sure that it's dynamic and it's not hard-coded. And to make sure it is not hard-coded, we need to get the current organization. So we have the params, we are not making use of the params. So let's say the current organization or current org is going to be equals to the orgs. And I want to call, not organization, I want to call orgs. And the reason why we have orgs is because we need to set up this error is because we need to set up the props here. So remember, if we come over here to the layout, I'll just bring out these two and bring them back in. We can see that this needs this organization and the user prop here. So we're not passing it here, we are not receiving it. That's why we are having the error. We can quickly fix that by coming over here, and we can say this is going to have the orgs and the user. So the orgs and user. So we are destructuring this, and we're going to say this is going to be of type the app sidebar props. So sidebar props like this. Now this application sidebar props, just over here, we are going to have the interface, and this is going to be this object where we can have the orgs, and the orgs over here is going to be equals to the organization with meta. So that's the type organization with meta, which needs to come from our supavolt types. And then we're also going to have the user here, and this user is going to then be this object to the email. The email is going to be string. And we also have the name. The name is going to be, it's optional. So it could be string or null. So we can have the name here, which is going to be of type string or null like this. So now we have the organization. Why do we have this error? That's because it's like we are defining. So we're going to say the orgs. No, this should be orgs like this organization here. Okay. And we should no longer have any error here, do we? Why do we still have the error? It's missing the following properties, type. Okay, so no worries, we're going to see if the error persists, or maybe I just get rid of this and bring this back in. So maybe sometimes this error comes. So no worries, once we are done, I'll just refresh VS Code and see if the error persists. So we're going to say the orgs.find, and we want to find, because this orgs is going to be a list, it's going to be an array. So, okay, so I know why we have the error. That's because we are missing out a list over here. So it needs to be an array. So we have the orgs.find, and we want to get each organization. So we can call it organization like this, and want to find the organization where the slug is going to match the param.slug. So we can say equals to params.slug like this. Otherwise, we're going to have the first organization as the current organization. That's if the user belongs to only one organization. So we're going to say the orgs0 like this. Now we can save this. It's not going to make any change yet, but we have the current organization. And here where we have the organization name, we're going to replace this. This is then going to be the current organization.name. So current organization.name like this. And here where we have admin hard-coded, we're going to replace that with the current organization.row, just here like this. Now over here where we have the drop-down content, the menu item, this is going to be a list, okay? So what we're going to do, we want to display different menu items. I'm going to cut this, so Control X, and here I'm going to say the orgs.map, where we can have access to each organization, and we are going to then return this here. So we're going to paste this in here. So this is the drop down menu item. We are missing the key, so we're going to use the organization ID as the key. So we're going to say org.id as the key. We say as child, and the link here is going to be this dynamic link. So we're going to say like this with backtick, and here we're also going to have backtick and close it up here like this. And for the organization's log, we're going to use the $sign so that we can inject the org.slog over here just like this. Now we have we can now save this, and we're going to see the changes in a moment. Now, rather than have the organization name hard coded here like this, we're going to have the org.name over here. Okay, so let's see further down if we do have any error. We are not making use of the user. So if we come further down here, where we have the content, the navigation items, so we map through the navigation items over here, so everything is okay. And here we display the label. Cool. So this map that is going on here is this items that we have over here, so this navigation items here. So here we map through them, and we display the navigation items here, and here in the footer we have the user menu. So here you see we have this placeholder here for the user, also the same for the avatar. We're going to be fixing that here. Rather than have this U here for the user, for the avatar, we're going to cut this and want to replace it with this. So we have the username or the user email. We want to get the first character, that is if the user doesn't have a name, because it could be string or null, and we use that as the avatar over here. Now we have this over here, and rather than also go with this user at example here, we're going to display the user.email here. And also this, rather than display just the text account, we are going to say user.name if that is available. User.name if that's available, we want to use that. Otherwise, we're just going to display account over here. All right, so that looks like it's pretty much everything that we need to do here. And then we have the sign out. So I'm going to give this a save. And now if we double check here, we see this. So over here, we see the account. I'm just going to hide this here. So we see the account because this user do not have a name. This user authenticated via email and password. So if you check your Neon database and we check for users, you would see some users do have a name or some do have email here. So you can see the name. So actually all the users do have a name. So for some reason, we do not see the name over here. We just see account. But if we click here, you see the settings. So now let's investigate why we do not have the name over there. And we know that this is passed as prop. So the user here. So we can just log this user to the console, which is this get current user, and the name. Actually, we set the name to null. So there was no way we are going to retrieve the name here. Okay, so to quickly verify that, let's just log to the console.log. Let's log payload like this. And here we're going to have the payload like this. And we log this to the console, open this up. We just know, so this is the payload. So we see we do not actually have the username to the payload. So it's our JWT payload, and that's why we just set the name to null over here. All right, so there's actually the state of our JWT payload. You can definitely get the user from the organization membership and all of that, but we're not going to go into that now. But what we can do, we can just leave it as account here like this. I think that's actually going to work fine since we already displayed the user email over here. So that we can try to sign out. I can click this and sign out. And we should be signed out of the application because the action is going to get called. And then we're going to be redirected over to login page. So if we open this up over here, it looks like nothing happened. So I'm going to click on sign out again. And it looks like the sign out functionality isn't working. So this isn't working as expected. So actually the fix is a very straightforward fix for the drop down menu item. So we have as child, we just need to have the unselect. We call the event.prevent default. So this is only what we needed to do. So I'm going to save this now and it's going to work because I did test it out. And I quickly want to also update the template. So once you get the template, you wouldn't need to debug this. So here where we have the menu item here, we're just going to have the unselect event.prevent default. Now let's give this a try. I'm going to click here and hit on sign out, and you see that we are going to be signed out, and we are. I'm going to log back in with Google, and we should be redirected over to the dashboard, and then the dashboard is going to redirect us. As you can see here, we have this log over here. Maybe we get rid of it, and you can see we are redirected over to the project. All right, so this is working as expected, and we are done with this stage, this phase of the application, building out the projects page. We also did build out the organizations page. We also had the guard that we did set up. Now we are going to work on the members, the roles, as well as the invite system. Hello everyone, and this is going to be a very short video. Here we're going to be in this section, we're going to be working on the members, the role, and also the invite system. So we're going to introduce the organization role guard at some point here. But on this current video, we're just going to make sure we have resend, which we're going to use to be able to send invite, because we're also going to be working on the invite system. So you want to come over to resend.com, and I just created a new account over here. Now you can have the option to add an API key. This is currently during the onboarding flow of resend. If you do not have an account yet, if you do have an account, you might already be past the onboarding. So here I'm going to just click on add API key, and this is the API key that we got over here. So I'm just going to copy this API key, and I'm going to come back to the application, and over in the .env, you want to make sure you come over to .env. Now over here, I'm just going to add the resend underscore API underscore key, and then this is going to be equals to this value over here. So make sure you add yours. We're also going to be adding the invite underscore secret now that we are here. So invite underscore secret, and the invite secret should be something random, you know, something random or something like that for you, something random and secure that only your server should be able to guess. Now I'm going to save this. And the next change, now we have resend, we need to make sure we install resend into our application. So I'm just going to cd into the apps and then into the API. And over here, or while we are here, you need to run a pnpm add resend so that you can install the resend client. Now while that client is installing, we can make changes over here to the packages, the constants, the source folder, and in the index.ts. So over here, let's go on and export this constant we call organization roles, so that we can have the role of admin, which is equals to admin, and also developer, that is equals to developer. We're also going to export the constant for when the invite is going to expire, so the time, and the time over here, we're just going to set this to 24 hours like this. So the user has 24 hours to go on and accept the invite. So that's pretty much it for this video. We're just going to make one more change over here, and that is for us to create the decorator. So we're going to have the require organization role decorator, which is a decorator that we are going to be making use of in our controllers. So still come over to the API section, and under decorators, we want to create a new file, and this is the require organization role.decorator.ts file. All right, so now that we have this, let's go on and have the content of this file. I'm going to start by importing set metadata, which is going to come from Next.js common. And then I'm also going to be importing the type, which is the at supavolt /types. The organization role type. And then let's go on to export the key. This is the key we are going to use to set the metadata. So this is organization role, and in the guard, we're going to retrieve it with this key. We're going to call this guard require organization role. So it takes in the actual role here, and it's going to return the set meta function, which takes in the organization role key and the actual role that we would like to set in the metadata. Okay, so let's go on and save this. Now we have all of these saved. The next step for us is to make sure we create. I'm going to come back to our application, and over here in our application, we need to create a new guard, and this is going to be inside the guard folder. We are going to create this organization role.guard.ts file. Now, what is going to be the content of this file? Let's start by bringing in the imports. This is a guard, so we're going to import can activate. We're also going to bring in the execution context, the forbidden exception. We also need to bring in injectable, the not found exception. All of these will come in from Nest.js common. And then we also need to bring in reflector. Reflector will come in from Nest.js core, so that we can go on and check the metadata. That's what we use reflector for, to inspect the metadata. We also need to bring in all these checkers. So and equals is null from Drizzle ORM. We also need to bring in from Drizzle service. We need to bring in our Drizzle service. And then we also need to bring in the organization members. We also need the organization role key, which will come in from our decorator. So let's bring in org members first. And the org members is coming from our schema. Then we need this key. This key is going to come in from our decorator. We need also our cookie keys. And we also need to bring in the type. So the org role type and the JWT role type. So all these are coming from supavolt. So the cookie keys comes from the constant, and these types is going to come from supavolt types, just like this. So this is our imports just to get started. The next thing we need to do is to have implement can activate. Now, the way this guard is going to work is always going to run after the JWT authentication guard. So it needs to do some things. It's going to read the organization's log from the request params, and it's also going to read the current user from the rec.user. And once it reads that, it's going to check the user is an active member of that organization based on that required role. So it's checking two things. First, you need to be an active member, and the role also needs to match. Okay, so no worries. We're going to see how we can make use of the card. So what we are going to be having here is to have the @injectable, so that we can then have the class. We're going to export the class, which we can call the organization role class, and we need to implement can activate method. And here we're going to have the constructor, and inside the constructor we're going to have Drizzle, and we're also going to have the reflector, and the reflector is going to be the type reflector like this. So now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to close this up, and now we can go on to have the can activate method. So let's have the can activate method. We are going to have the async can activate method here, which is going to take in the context of type execution context, and it's going to return a promise that resolves to Boolean. Okay, so here we're going to have the required role. We're going to use the this.reflector.get, and this is going to give us the organization role. So we pass in the key we want to retrieve, and then we also pass in the context.get handler here. So let's also have the request. We're going to say const request is going to be equals to context.switch to http.get request. We also want to get the user. We say const user is going to be equals to request.user as our JWT payload, and the organization slug is going to be equals to the request.params.slug. Now we're going to find this user's membership in the organization by awaiting this.drizzle.db. We want to select where the role is going to match the organization members.role, and we are also going to retrieve this from the organization members, and we have this inner join here where we have the organization members, and then we're going to have equals the organization members.user ID, which matches the user.sub, and we're also going to have is null where the organization members.remove that. And we then want to limit this to 1. So what we are doing here, we need to get the organization ID from the organization's log via the organization's table, but we need to keep the card lean so we can store the organization's log on request. Now, if for some reason we're not able to get the member, we want to say the organization not found. Now we're going to check the role. So if a specific role is required, let's check it. So if required role and member.role is not equals to the required role, then we have insufficient permission, which is this new forbidden exception we are going to throw that says insufficient permission. Now we're going to attach the member role to the request. To do that, we're going to say request.member_role is equals to member.role, and then we are going to return true. Now, if this guard that we are making use of here is not going to return, like, let's say, throw these errors over here, we are going to get to this point, we are going to return true so that it continues. And the reason why we are attaching the member role over here is so that the controllers can use it without having to make another request to refetch or another query. So we just pass it here. Okay, so let's fix the errors that we are having here. Let's start by getting rid of cookie keys. We are not making use of cookie keys here. And the next error that we have here is on the request here. So we have the request context.switch to http.get request. So here we're going to have the type, which is going to be request like this. So let's have our request here, just like this. And this request needs to be brought in from Express. Okay, so let's make sure we bring this in. And it's okay, we have this error, that because we need to extend this and we do not have user automatically on Express, and that's why we are having this error here. Now what we can do is, so here where we have the error, is we can come here and let's have a type which is going to be an interface for authenticated requests. So I'm going to bring in this interface here, authenticated request. So now it's going to extend this from Express, and now we have the user here, which is our JWT payload, and we also have the member role here. So we can copy this authenticated request, and here, rather than make use of request like this, we are going to make use of authenticated request. Now we make use of authenticated request is saying, hey, this is unnecessary because this user is already of this type. So we are casting JWT payload to what is already a JWT payload. And that means we can just get rid of this like this, and we are good to go. Now we have the organization's log here. So request.params, and this params object here, we can also retrieve this log like this and get rid of these dots that we have over here. So let's fix this error that we have here. Now what I'm going to do is to update the inner join. So I'm just going to remove this here. And our inner join is going to be organizations. So organizations, you need to import this from the DB schema. And then we are going to have the check over here, which is equals. I want to make sure the org members.id, .organization ID is matching the organizations.id, just like this. Now we're going to have our where clause, so .where, and it's going to be where. It's going to be where, and inside this where we're going to have different checks. So we're going to make use of and we're going to say where equals. So different checks where this is equals to this, and this is equals to this, and this. So that's what we are doing here. So equals, we're going to have the organizations that we brought in, .slug. We want to make sure it's equal to the organization slug. And we also going to make sure it's equals where we have the org members.user ID. Org members.user ID is going to be equals to the user.sub, which is the user ID. And the last we have here is null. So it's null. We want to make sure this is null. So what is that? We want to make sure that this user is an active member of the user. So we say organization members dot the removed at. We want to make sure that that is null. Now, why do we have this error over here? And this error is because string array is not able to type string. Now, this is actually a straightforward fix. And the reason why we are having this is because this can return string or string array. So that's what you get from request params by default. So here we have the organization slug, and it's saying here, you see, this could be string or string array. Let's cast it to a string because we know that is a string we're actually going to be retrieving, and now the error is gone. Now, if this member, if you're not able to find a member that matches all these criteria here, we're going to say organization not found. And then we're going to check the role to make sure that this matches the required role. The required role here, we are getting it from the metadata. So when we make use of our guard over here, our decorator, this decorator is going to attach the role. So whichever role is able to visit that current controller, and this is going to then retrieve the role, and it's going to then check, we're checking the role over here with this guard. Now if everything is okay, we're going to attach the member role to the request. So we're going to see how we can also retrieve this when we need it. Now this is everything we need for the role and guard. The next step is for us to create our DTO for the update role, and also the DTO to invite a user, and then we can go from there. Let's have our different DTOs. So I'm going to close all that we have here, and we are going to come right here in the API in the source folder, just as we have one for auth, for DB. We are going to create a members here folder. So let's have one for members, and inside this members, we're going to then have the DTO folder, and the DTO, we're going to have the update -role, and this is then going to be .dto.ts file. Now this update role DTO is just going to, so I'm going to get rid of this here, just like this. And inside this update role DTO, we're going to import the enum from class validator, and we're also going to bring in the organization rows, which will come from our supavolt constant. So remember the constant we created. And then we're also going to bring in the type, which is the organization role type, which is then going to come in from the supavolt types. We're just going to export a simple class here, update role DTO, which we're going to mark with is enum decorator for the organization roles. And we are just going to accept the role, which is going to be of type organization role like this. Now, as always, I'll just add the exclamation mark here so we do not have any errors. And why do we have this warning here? We're going to see if this gives us any issues as we go, but the reason why we did this is so that we can have one type that we use for both the back end as well as the front end. Now we can close this, and then we're going to do the same for the invite. So here in the DTO, we're going to create another file, which is going to be the invite-member.dto.ts file like this. And this is going to be also straightforward. We're going to just bring in his email because we need to make use of his email decorator here. And then we have a simple class which we're going to be exporting over here just like this. The class is going to be the invite member DTO. We have his email, and then we have the email which is going to be of type string here, and we add our exclamation mark here. Now let's save this. Our focus is going to be on creating the members service file. Let's have the member service. So right here in the members folder, not in the DTO. So here we are going to create the members.service.ts file. Now for this member service, let's start by importing the bad request exception. We're going to also bring in injectable, bring in not found exception. All of these will come in from NestJS common. So we're just like laying out the imports that we need here. We also need to bring in the and equals is null, which will come in from Drizzle ORM. So let's make sure we bring them in. And then we're going to bring in the Drizzle service, which we're going to instantiate in the constructor. So Drizzle service is going to come in from Drizzle service. And then we also need the organization members. We also need to bring in the organizations, the users, which will come in from our DB schema file. And we need the update role DTO, which will come in from the DTO update-role.dto file. So these are everything we need for the imports over here. I'm just going to save this, and then let's have the class which we are going to mark making use of at injectable decorator. And then we have the export class, which I call this organization members service. And in the constructor, we're going to have our drizzle, which is going to be of type drizzle service here like this. And we can close up the class here. So this service is going to have different methods. We need a method to get the organization. We're also going to need a method to update the role and all of that. So let's start with the first one. We're going to have this async get members, which is going to take in the organization slug, and then it's going to return this drizzle.db.select. We want to select ID. We also want to select the role. We want to select the created at. We also want to select the user, but not all the user properties that we want to select. We want to select specific properties from the user. So here we're going to have the user object, and from the user object, we're going to select the ID, which is going to be the users.id. We also need the name, and we also need the email from the user. So here we have email, and we have the avatar URL. Remember, this is optional. So we're going to also bring in the avatar URL. And then we are going to close up the object here. And this is going to be coming in from the organization members table. And then we have the inner join. So inner join for organizations equals where the organization members.organization ID is equals to the organizations.id. And also for the inner join for the users table, where equals the organization members.user ID matches the user ID from the that is in the users table. And then we have where clause and where the organization.slug is equals to the organization.slug. So we have the equals here, and it's null. We want to have the organization members.remove that. So we want to make sure that that is null. So this is the get members that we have over here. I think we have one too many here. So let me see. Okay, so I did fix it. And this is the async get members function. And after the get members, we need another one to update the role. So on a method here, which is this async update role method, is going to take in the organization role and also the member ID and also the DTO, which is going to be the update role DTO. And then we're going to have this guard here so that you cannot demote this member if this member is the last admin. So we're going to have the helper function. We say if the role is developer, want to have this helper function ensure not last admin, which we are going to be creating in a moment there. And then we're also going to check, hey, const updated is going to be equals to await, and in await we're going to update the organization members, and then we want to set the role to the new role which we'll get from the DTO. And then we are also going to also have .where so that we can have the check where equals the organization members.id matches the member ID. Then we have .returning, and if for some reason updating failed, we do not have updating, then we're going to say throw this exception over here, which is going to say not found. And then we are also, if everything's okay, we're going to return updated. Now let's make sure we have this ensure not last admin helper function. It's a function that we can create over here. So here we're going to have this private method ensure not last admin is going to take in the organization slug and the member ID. So the first thing we're going to do is to count the active admins that we have in the organization. We do that by saying const admin is going to be equals to await this.drizzle.db. We want to select ID that matches the organization's ID, organization members ID. That's why we're going to be selecting this from the organization members. And we have our inner join over here. And the inner join is going to be the organizations where equals the organization members.org ID matches the organizations.id. And then we are also going to say where and. So we have three different conditions where the organization slug matches the organization slug, and also the organization members row matches admin. And we want to make sure is null where the organization members remove that. That means this member has not been removed. Okay. So we're going to check if the member has been changed or removed as an admin. So we do that by saying target is admin if the admins.sum admin like this, if the admin.id is matching the member.id, and if we have the target is admin and the admin.length is equals to 1, we do not want to remove the last user as the admin. So we're going to throw this error over here just like this, which is going to be this bad request exception, which says cannot remove or demote the last admin of an organization. That's all we want to have there. But if everything is okay, then we can go on to close this up over here. Now, the next thing we're going to do is to have another method, which is to remove the admin. So that'll be the last method we are going to have. And this here is now being used here to update row. Now, let's have this method, this async method here, which is going to be, or we can call the remove member. So we have the organization slug, and we also have the member ID. And we're going to guard that cannot, we're going to check here if we're going to await this dot ensure not last admin, we pass the organization slug and the member ID. So we're going to do a soft delete here. We're going to await this.drizzle.db. We want to update the organization members dot set. We want to set the removed at to be a new date. So we're not deleting the user from our code base. We are just setting the user remove that to be true by having the date. So where equals the organization members ID matches the member ID. And we have .returning. Now, if the update fails, we're going to say member not found in this not found exception. Otherwise, we are going to return this object with the message key that's going to say member removed. So this is our members service working fine and good here like this. No errors. We can save this. The next step is for us to create our invite service so that we can be able to invite people to our organization. Let's create our invite service. I'm going to close the member service, and right here, the invite service is still going to be inside the members folder. So right here in the members folder, let's have the invite.service.ts file. As always, we start by bringing in the imports. We import injectable, bad request exception from Nest.js common. We're also going to be bringing in our JWT service. The JWT service is going to come in from our Nest.js JWT. We also need to bring in the config service, which will come from nestjs/config. And then remember we installed resend. So now we're going to bring in the resend client, which will come in from resend. And we need to bring in the different checkers or matchers. So and equals is null from Drizzle ORM. And then we're also going to bring in organizations, org members, and users, which will come in from our DB schema file. And let's bring in the invite expires in. So remember, it's in 4 hours. After the organization members and users, which will come from our DB schema. Now let's bring in the invite expires in. As I said earlier, it expires in 24 hours, which will come from our supavolt /constants file. So these are the different imports that we need to get started. The next thing we need to have is our invite payload, the interface for what our invite is going to look like. So our invite is going to look like this, where we're going to have the email, the string, the organization ID, the string, and the organization name string here like this. So after the invite payload, we are going to have the invite service class, which we're going to mark as injectable here. And then we can export the class invite service. Now in here, we're going to have the private resend, which is going to be of type resend. And in the constructor, we are going to have Drizzle. So private Drizzle is going to be of type Drizzle service. We also need to do the same for JWT service and do the same for our config service here. Okay, so here we're going to have private config service, and config service is going to be of type config service. And now we can initialize the resend client by saying this is going to be equals to new resend, which we can get from the config service, where we're going to get the resend API key. Now let's close this up here. So this is the constructor, and inside the constructor, we're going to have our first method, which is to send an invite. Now I'm going to also leave some comments inside here so that you understand what's going on. So let's go. Let's have the method here, async method. You can call send invite. It's going to take in the organization's log of string, the email of string. And the first thing we want to do is to go on and get the organization. So we can send invite. So we're going to await this.drizzle.db, and then we want to select everything, which will come from the organization's table or schema, where equals the organization slug is going to match the organization slug this function is getting, and we're going to limit this to 1. If we do not find an organization for some reason, we want to throw this bad request exception that says the organization not found. The next step for us to do is to check if this user is already an active member of this organization, so we do not send invites to users that are already members of the organization. To do that, we have the existing user constant, which we can await this.drizzle.db. We want to select ID, which is going to match the user.users.id from the users table. So where equals the user email is going to be equals to the email that this function is receiving, and we want to limit this by 1. Now, if we do find an existing user, so if existing user.length is greater than 0, that means you're already a member. We're going to say const existing member is going to be equals to await this.drizzle.db. Want to select from the organization members, and here we are going to check where. So now we want to check if you're a member of the organization. So we're going to check where, and the first is going to be this equal, so that we can chain multiple checks. The organization members.organization ID matches the organization ID, and also where the organization members.user ID matches the existing user.user ID, the first element there. And then we want to also check is null is this. So if all of these conditions are true and we limit this to 1, that means you're already a member of this organization, right? So we're going to throw an error. So we check if existing member.length is greater than 0, then let's throw this new bad request exception. The user is already a member of this organization. Okay. Now, if everything is okay and everything is good, the next thing we need to do is to sign the invite token, which is going to expire in 24 hours. So we can say, okay, I'll also drop the comment here. And then we can say const token is going to be equals to the JWT service, and then we can call .sign. So this is the object, okay, which is the payload. So the email, we're also going to have the organization name, which is the org.name, and it needs to satisfy the invite payload. Then we're going to have the secret to configuration for the JWT sign method. We pass the secret, so it's going to come from our invite secret. Remember, we stored that in the env. And then we're also going to have the expires in, which is going to be the invite expires in like this, which comes from our constant. Then let's construct the invite URL. So this is going to be this.config service.get. We're going to get our web URL /invite/accept, and then we have the token as part of the param in the URL. Then we're going to send the actual email via resend, and this is going to be like some HTML we are going to write here. So we'll call this.resend.emails.send. The from is going to be from Supavolt, and we're going to write like no reply at yourdomain.com. And then we're going to have to, which is going to be email. The subject is going to be you have been invited to join, and then we have the organization name on Supavolt. We do not have any domain, that's why this is okay for now, no worries. And then the HTML is going to be this, where we can have the template. Okay, so this is what the user is going to see, and this is how you can actually configure emails that you're sending from your backend. In this case, we are making use of resend, but it could be any email client that you're using. So you're invited to join, and then we're going to have the organization name here as a H2, and then we're going to have a paragraph. Someone has invited you to collaborate on Supavolt, and we're going to have the anchor tag, which is then going to be the A tag that is going to have the href pointing to our invite URL. And then we can give this some styles, just like this. Just have the style here, inline block, give it some background. It's quite actually a lot of styles that we're going to give over here. We also have the color, we also have the padding, we also have some border radius, we also have some text decoration, we also have some font weight, you know, quite a lot of classes that we're passing over here like this. Now we're going to have the text of accept invite, and we can close this. Now everything good. We're going to then have this paragraph, which is going to also tell this user that the link expires in 24 hours time. Okay, so let's make sure we have that, and after that we are also then going to close this up here, and then want to return that everything went fine, which is going to be this object here, and this object here is going to be the invite sent. So this is the way we can go on to send the invite, making use of resend API, and we are actually customizing the actual email that we are sending, so the actual template that we are sending to the user right in here. Now this is the, why do we have this error? Expires in, that's because it's a string, I think so. So let's see if we can cast this over to a number. So number like this. And we have this here. I think it should be a string, and the error is gone. So expires in needs a number here. So if we come here, this is actually a string like this. So no worries, we are going to double check this in a moment. So, but let's just keep this pending. We're just going to have a little to do over here so we can come back to this. And here we're going to have our next method. The next method is for accepting the invite. So here we're going to have the accept invite async method. So we need the token so that we can compare, and the payload here is going to be of type the invite payload. So we're going to have our try catch block because we are going to test this out. So in the try block here, we're going to have the payload is going to be this.jwservice.verify, and we're going to pass in the token, and we also want to pass in other options. So the options we are going to be passing here is the secret, and we are also going to close this up here like this. And then in the catch block, we are going to throw a bad request exception, invalid or expired invite, if the JWT service is not able to decode this and we get to the payload, or verify the token, because we signed it, so it should be able to verify. So we're going to say let user is going to be equals to await this.drizzle.db, because we want to find the user or we want to create the user. That's why we have let user. So we select from the users table where equals the user email matches the payload.email. We want to limit this to 1. Now, if we do not find the user, that means user do not have an account yet. Let's go on and create one without a password. They will set a password or connect auth on their first login. So we call this .drizzle.db and .insert users, and the value here is going to be the email, which is the payload.email. And then we're going to have .returning like this, and then because this is the let, we are going to say user is going to be equal to this new user here. Then we can also check if you're already a member. Example, maybe you click the link twice or something like that. we're going to say this.drizzle.db. Let's select from the organization members where equals, and the check over here is going to be the organization members dot organization ID. We also have the payload dot organization ID equals the organization members dot user ID matches the user dot ID, and also is null where we have the organization members dot remove that like this, and want to limit this to 1. Now if you're already a member, so if the existing dot length, if that is greater than 0, then we're going to return an object here so we do not continue and say already a member. Okay, maybe you went back to the email, you clicked on the invite link again. That is where you have this scenario. But if not, we want to add you as a developer. So we said this.drizzle.db.insert into organization members. The values of organization ID is going to match the payload.org ID. Also, the user ID is going to match the user.id. The role is going to be developer, and we can return this object, which is going to have the message property of invite accepted, and also the email, which is going to point to the user email. So this is pretty much it over here, and we do not have any errors. So cool, we are doing fine. The next step for us is to create the members controller.ts file so that we can register the different endpoints. I'm going to close all these tabs that we have open, and let's have the members controller. So right here, still inside the members, we are going to have the members.controller.ts file. And let's start by bringing in the import, which will coming from NestJS common. We're going to import the body, controller, delete, get, param, patch, post, use guards, which will coming from NestJS common. And we are also going to bring in the members service, which will come from one level up our members service. We also need our invite service, which will come from the invite service. So let's import it. And after that, we are going to have the update row DTO, which will come from the DTO folder. We also need the invite member DTO. So let's also have that. And then we are going to have the JWT authentication guard. And after that, we have the role, the require organization role, which is going to come from our decorator. So remember that it's going to come in from our decorator. Now, the way this members controller works is all routes here is going to be require a user to be logged in, and also a user to be a member of the organization. Okay, so that's why we are going to make use of this organization role guard, which is a guard we are going to use on the controller. So let's save everything we have here, and now let's come further down here. And the first thing we're going to do is to make use of our controller param here. So we're going to have at controller decorator, so /organization /dynamic slug /members. We are going to make use of the guard, which is the JWT authentication guard, and also our role, organization role guard. And then we can export the class organization members. In the constructor, we're going to have the members service and also our invite service. Member service is going to be of type member service, and also the invite service is going to be of type the invite service. And we can close this up here. Now I'm just going to close this here, and then like this. And the next thing for us is for us to have the different methods or the different endpoints that we can have here. So no worries, I'm going to explain whilst we type it out. So let's go. Let's have the first one. So get request, which means any member can get. We make use of a slug here, which is a string. So we make use of the prime decorator, and we return this.memberService.getMembers. We pass a slug. Now we're going to have this, which is admin only. So it's going to be an update. So members/role. So we need to require role of the role admin. And then we need the update role over here. So we need the param. So this is the method. And we also need the member ID from the param. And we also need the DTO, which we can make use of the body decorator here like this. And we can simply return this.membersService.update role. And here we're going to pass in the slug, the member ID, and the DTO, which is what the service needs. This also is going to be admin only, so delete, so member ID. We also say require organization role of admin. So we are using our decorator here. And the remove member method is going to take at param the slug, which is a string, and also the param member ID, which is a string, and we can return this dot member service. So we can call the remove member method, and we're going to pass in the slug as well as the member ID. Now the last one we have here is also admin only route. So it's a post route to invite. So we need to also make use of the require organization role of admin. We have the send invite method, which takes in the param for the slug, and we store it in the slug here. And also at body, we store it in the DTO, which is of type invite member DTO. We're going to return this dot invite service dot send invite, where we pass in the slug and the DTO dot email like this. So we can save this members controller. Now, before we close up on this, we need to make a subtle change to the authentication controller. So /auth /invite accept, which is where the user would, accept the invite. Because if you double check over here, so let's check real quick. We have the service, we have the accept invite method here. So this here, where do we have the accept invite? Yeah, that should be in the invite service. So we have the accept invite, and over here where we create the URL. So the invite URL, you see the web URL /invite /accept, and we have the token over there. We just need to update this. So this is going to be this.config service.get, and let's just type this out here. So we're going to have a string, and here we have the web URL, which we're going to update to be the API_URL. So this is going to come into /API URL. So our request is going to come to our backend, and in our backend, let's have it in /auth, and there we have /invite /accept, and then the token. Now what this means is when the user clicks on this email, they're going to send a direct request to the backend, and the request is going to come to /auth and /invite. Now /auth, if we double check the auth controller, we do not have the invite here. So maybe somewhere down here we need to add another method, which is going, or another route handler method, which is going to help us handle the invite. So what we're going to do is right here is going to be, we're going to have this get request, which is going to be /accept /invite /accept, and we're going to get the token from the query like this, which will store in this token of type string, and also res, which is going to be of type response. And then we can await this .invite service, which we haven't injected here. Then we can call the accept invite and pass the token, and we can return this redirect here, which is then going to redirect the user straight up to the dashboard. So it's the web URL /dashboard like this. Now I'm going to save this. Definitely we have errors. So in the constructor, let's make sure we inject the invite service just here. So we're going to have private invite service, and invite service is going to be of type the invite service. So we're importing it here. Now we no longer have the error here, and the next thing we're going to do is for us to also import the invite module inside the application module, because we have the service here inside the auth module. So right here in the auth module, now we're going to be creating the members module. So right here, let's come back to the members, and in here we're going to create the members.module.ts file. Now in here we are going to bring in this code. We're going to import module from Next.js common. We're also going to have the JWT module, which will come in from at Next.js /JWT. And then we also need the members service, which will come from members service. And we need to bring in the invite service. So let's also import invite service, which will come from one level up invite.service, and the members controller, which is going to come from members.controller. Now we're going to have at module decorator here. And in the module decorator, we're going to have the import. So we need to register the JWT module. So we say JWT module.register, and the providers, we need the member service, and we also need the invite service. Now for the controllers, definitely we need the members controllers here, and we need to also export the invite service. So we're going to export the invite service so that we can import it right into the authentication module. Now in the authentication module, we are going to have the members module. We are going to have the members module. So I'm going to take this and we can have this right into the auth module. So in the imports, we are going to also bring in the members module here. And the next step is for us to also have the members module inside the app module. So right here into the application module, we are going to have the imports here, and imports just below the organization module. Let's bring in the members module just like this. Okay, so now the focus is going to be on the front end. We're going to be working on the front end side of things so that we can integrate this invites section, the members and invite section that we have just worked on the API. So let's have the front end side of the code. So now we're going to fly because we're going to be working on two things together. On the front end side of our application, we are going to be working on the invite and also on the updating the member row at the same time simultaneously, just as we have done on the backend. So we have the, if we check the members, we have the invite, and we also have the members row to update the row. Okay, so let's go. Let's come over to the, we're going to start by updating the package. So we need the package, and in the package we have the types, and in the types we are going to be updating the source, the index.ts. So we have all these types over here. Now we're going to add 3 more types, starting with the organization with member type here. So we're going to export this interface organization member with user, which is going to have the ID of string, the role of type organization role. We also have the created arts of type string, and then we have the user, which is this object with the ID, the name could be a string or null. We also have the user email. The email is of type string. We have the avatar URL, which is also string or null. Then we're also going to export this interface, which is this is going to just have the email of type string. And lastly, we're going to export this interface for the update role input, which is just going to take in the role of organization row like this. Now we're going to create a new folder, and this folder is going to be for the members. I'm going to save this and I will close this. Now we're going to come right into the web, and in the web where we have the source, and in the source where we have the features, we are going to create a new feature for our members. So you can see the format over here. We have the features for our authentication. We have one for the organization, and now we have one for the members. So in here, we're going to create the constants.ts file. So inside the members constant.ts file, we're going to export this constant, which is this members intent. And the intent could be invite. We're going to make use of this intent for our server action, or it could be to update the role of the user, which is update role, or it could be to remove the role here as constant. Now we are also going to export this type of members intent, which is going to be a type of like this members intent, and then we have the key of the members intent here. Okay, so let me collapse this so that we can see it in full over here like this. And now the next step for us is to create our client schema. So this is the schema we're going to use for validation on the front end before we go on to call the server action. The server is also going to run its own validation. Now let's see how it goes. I'm going to save this and open this up. Now we're going to come right up, still in the members here. This is our constant. We're going to have the client schema. So we're going to call this client.schema sche.ts file. So this is our client schema.ts file. We're going to make use of Zod over here. And here we can import Z from Zod. We're also going to have the organization rows, which is going to come in from the supavolt constant. And then we need the input. So, we are creating a user. We need the input or type of data, which is the invite member input. And we also need the organization role input. Now, with this, we are going to be extending these inputs that we have here. So we can export the constant, the invite schema, which is going to be the z.object. And we have the email, which is z.string.email. We can say invalid email if the validation doesn't match or if it's not an email. Then we say this is going to satisfy z.zod type of the invite member input. We're going to do the same for the update role schema, which is going to be equals to this z.object, and we're going to have the role, which is enum, and the organization role admin, or it could be developer. And this also needs to satisfy the type over here, the zod type, the update role input. Now the next thing we're going to do is to create our server schema. So this is the server or the schema we'll use on the server side. That is for our action. So we're going to have the server.schema.ts file, server.schema.ts file like this. Now this server schema is pretty much identical to the client schema, but we're also going to have the, let's see how it goes, discriminated union. So we're going to make use of the import from Zod, and we're also going to bring in the members intent, which will come in from the constant. We're also going to bring in our schema. So we'll import the invite schema as well as the update role schema, which will come from our client schema. Now let's have the member server schema definition. So we can export this as a type. And you're going to see this is then going to be z.discriminated union. Based on the intent that we have over here, this is going to be like the configuration. So we have the intent here, which is the member invite intent, and it's going to take in the shape. So here we're going to spread the invite schema, which is coming from the client dot shape here. And we're going to do the same thing for the update role. And you see the beauty of doing this here. Rather than having only the intent, we can also extend it. So we're going to have the member ID here, which is a z.string. And now we can spread out the update role schema that is coming from the client. So we can build on the client and have our own schema for the server side. Now the same for the object here for the remove. This is not spreading the shape from the client. So we just have the intent here, and it's also going to take in the member ID, and the member ID here is of type string like this. Now we have created the schema for the client and also the schema for the server side with the different actions, with the different constants here, which is like the intent. Now we are going to create the server action. Still inside the members folder here, we are going to be creating a new file, and this file is going to be the action.ts. So we're going to come back and lay out the server action file. We're going to start by marking the action as a server component, making use of the use server directive. And then we can import revalidate path, which we're going to call after an update so that we can clear the cache. And then we're going to bring in the member server schema from the server schema file. And then the members intent, which is going to come from the constants file. We also need to bring in our cookie keys from our supavolt constant. So let's import the cookie keys. And then we're going to bring in the retrieve token from the cookie function, which is going to come from our server side utils. So from our server utils, the utils file. And then we need our API client. So the API client is going to come from libaxios. Now let's have the action state. Okay, we're going to export this type. We can call it member action state. Is an object like this, where we have the error of type string. You can see it's optional. Same for the success state is also optional like this. Then we can export the async function. The members action is going to take in the slug, which is a string, and then the previous state, which is the member action state. And we can also pass in the form data like this, which is form data. Now this is going to return a promise that resolves to this action state, so either error or success. And let's start by passing in the raw object. So we're going to say object.entries, we take the form data, and then we want to pass it based on the member server schema dot save pass, and we're going to pass raw like this. Now that we have this, the next thing we are going to do is to make sure that if the pass is not successful, we want to try an error. But if it's successful, then we want to retrieve the token. And based on different intents, we are going to call the appropriate backend API to perform an action. Let's see how that works. So we're going to say if it's not successful. So if pass.success is false, we are going to return this object. So remember, we need to always return error or success. We're going to have this flatten here. So we are passing the error, and we're going to also say invalid input, just like this, if this is not, doesn't give us anything. Then let's retrieve the token with our retrieve token from cookie. And we also want to spread or have the intent and the rest of the data, which will come from pass.data. Now let's send the request. We have our try block and we're going to switch based on the intent. So let's have the first case. Let's have the case where it's an invite. So members intent.invite. We are going to await our API client.post so that we can send a post request to /organizations/organization slug, the members, the invite route, and we want to pass in the data. So the data is going to be the email. We're going to say data as email of type string like this, .email, or we are going to also have the headers. So the headers is going to have the cookie. So we want to always attach the cookie. So we say cookie keys.access token is going to be equals to token here. And once we are done, we are going to revalidate the path and we want to return success. So we're going to revalidate the members path. So organization slug, the settings, the members, and we're going to return success that invite has been sent. So we have sent an invite to this user. So to update the role case, let's have another case here. And this case is going to be for the members intent dot update row. And we're going to say const the member ID and the role is going to be equals to data as this object here with the member ID and the role of they are both of type string. So we can send a patch request to our API. So we're going to await our API client dot patch to this URL. So /organizations, the slug, the members, the member ID /role. Then the data is going to be the role we want to update. And we're going to also have the headers, which is going to be the cookie. And here we're going to have the cookie keys.access token is going to be equals to token like this. We're also going to revalidate the path. So the organizations, the slug, the settings, and the members page. And we're going to return the object, which is going to say success, the role has been updated. Now let's have the next case, which is the remove member intent. So we're going to have the case here, which is the members.intent.remove. Here we're going to get the member ID. So const member ID is going to be equals to data as the member ID object, which is of type string. And we can await our API client dot delete. Remember, it's a sub delete. So we're not removing a record from our database. So /organization /slug /member ID. We also have the headers here, and we have the cookie, which is the cookie keys.access token like this, and we pass in the token, and we also want to revalidate path. So we're going to revalidate path over here, and the path we're going to revalidate is the /organizations /the slug /settings /members, and we want to return this object over here, which is going to say success member removed. Now let's have the catch case in case we do have an error. So for catch error, which is of type any, we can return this object here, which is going to have error, the error.response.data.message. Otherwise, we are going to say something went wrong. Okay, so this is pretty much what we have over here in terms of getting started. The action that is we are going to call on the front end. These are the different actions. So we do have this error here, and unexpected any specify a different type. I'm just going to disable this over here. So I'll say quick fix, and okay, so maybe I could say unknown like this. And then we still have the error. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say quick fix, and I'll disable this for this line over here. So let's save this. This is our action. We are going to be calling this on our front end. Now we are going to create a helper file. So the members helper file. So for this, let's come over here, and we are going to be creating a new file. That file is going to be still inside the members folder. We are going to create the members like this -helpers.server.ts file. Now in here, we're going to import redirect, which will come from Next.js /navigation. The idea here, we just want to have a method that's going to help us to retrieve the members from API. So we need our API client, which will come from our libaxios. We also need to have this retrieve the token from cookie, which will come from our server utils, the utils file. And we also need to import the cookie keys. The cookie keys, they are going to come in from the supavolt constants. And we need our type, so the organization member with user, which will come from our supavolt /types. Once we have the import, the next thing is for us to export our async function, which we call retrieve members from API. So we pass in the slug and we're going to say, hey, this is going to return a promise that is going to resolve to the organization member with user array. And here we can go on to have the token, which we are going to say retrieve the token from the cookie. And our try block, let's have say const data is going to be equals to await the API client dot get. We want to get the organization member with user list. So the endpoint is going to be /orgs/slug and the member. And then for the headers, we are also going to attach the cookie, which is going to be the cookie keys.access token, which is equals to the token that we get here. Then we can go on to return the data. And for the catch block, we just want to redirect the user to the organization route. Okay, so I'm going to provide us with the templates that we're going to need. Now, the next thing for us to do is to work on the organization settings page, which we're going to be working on next. So this is the point where we build out the settings page. I'm just going to close this and come out of the API folder. And then I want to run the pnpm dev, which is going to run this, the API and also the web. Now we'll give this a moment for it to build. I'll just refresh this in the meantime while it is compiling. And then we need to create a new page. So why do we have this error somewhere? Okay, so I'm seeing this error here. So we see it here. It's coming in from the failed fetch. Yeah, I think that's because the API wasn't up and running then. So now we give this a refresh and the error should be gone. Yeah, so the error should be gone this time around and we should see the content. Yeah, so now it's gone. So what we're going to do, we need to, if we check this, we have the settings page or the members page. So this settings page, this is the page we're going to be working on next. As you can see, we do not have any content here. So to work on this page, we need the organization slug. So I'm going to come here and actually did register 2 new templates. So we have the settings page. This is the settings page for the members, and we have the members client, which also is the content of this members page client that we do have here. So this members client that we have here, and you can see we need select, which we are going to bring in from shadcn UI. So let's run the installation. I'm going to open a new terminal window here, and I will cd into the apps, and you want to be into the web, and here you want to run this command pnpm dlx shadcn at latest add badge, and also select. We are going to make use of the badge component and also of the select component from shadcn UI. We give this a moment for the installation to complete, and while it is completing, we just need to come right in here into the app, and in the app we need to create a new folder. Actually, in the dashboard we have the organizations, and then we have the organization slug, and rather than projects, we are going to create a new folder here. This is going to be for settings, so that's organization settings. And then in here we're going to have a new folder for the members, and then we are going to have the page.tss, so the page.tsx like this. Now, to make sure we are not seeing a broken page here, I'm just going to go back here, and what I'm going to do, I'm just going to manually copy this. So you can just manually copy it, as we do not have a link that goes straight up to that settings page for now. So just manually copy this slug that you have over here, and once you have that, you want to come back to the settings. And in the settings, so remember this is members, so you want to come over to, actually not just settings like this, so you want to come over to organizations, and then you want to come over to / the organization slug. So you want to paste in the organization slug here, and then you want to come over to the /settings, and then you want to come over to /members page. So this is the page we are going to be working on here. So organization slug /settings /members. You want to hit this, and for now we are not exporting anything, so we are going to have an error that we are not exporting a default or having a default export here. Now let's start with the settings page. I'm going to take all of these, and we can copy everything we have here, and we can replace it with this content over here. Now we have this error, which is the members client, as we do not have this yet. Now this, we need to just come here and also copy this. And this members client, we are going to register it here. So right here in the component folder, I think that's where it's looking for it. So let's just double check. This is looking for it one level up, the members client. Okay, so we are going to have the members client right in here. Or maybe we can change the import. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come here to the features, to the members, and I'm just going to have the members -client.ts file or .tsx, that is going to hold the JSX for the members client. And then I'm going to paste in the content of the template right in here like this. This fixes the error that we have. We can save this, but we still have the import error here. So this needs to come in from @ and then the features, we have the members, and there we have the members client tsx file. Once we give this a save, we should then see the content of this page over here, and we should no longer have any errors. And that's what we see. So we see the content of this page, and you can see you can go on to invite a member, and definitely we haven't fixed the functionality here. You can choose an action, hit save, or you can remove a member. Now the next step for us is to make sure that this is no longer hard-coded data, and this page, so I'm going to remove the templates. So this page is now serving dynamic data. Let's have the dynamic data here. I'm going to start by having some props over here. So this is the member settings page. Okay, so this is the, so here we're going to get in the params, which is going to be passed automatically here. So here we can say this is going to be of type objects, where we're going to have the params like this, and this params here is going to be of type promise, and this promise is going to be resolving to this object, where we're going to have the slug, and the slug is going to be of type string. So that means we can come here and we can get the slug. So we can say this slug is going to be equals to, and then we await the params like this, the params object. Now with this log, we're going to fetch the organization and also the members. So we're going to say const, we're going to have the orgs or the org, and the members is then going to be equal to await, and we can await promise.all, which is going to parallel fetch all the promise and just wait for the slowest one to resolve. It's going to take in the list, and we can pass in retrieve organization. So organization by slug from API, and this is going to take in the slug. And the next thing we need is for the members. So we're going to have retrieve members from API, and we are also going to pass in the slug. We have the organization and we also have the members. So rather than have organization name here like this, we are going to display the organization.name here. Now the members client is going to need some props. If we save this, we should already see this replaced with the organization name. Now for the member client, we are going to be having some prop over here. So it's going to take in the slug, and the slug here is going to be equals to the slug. Oops, not members. It's going to be equals to the slug. We're also going to pass in the members, and the members is going to be equals to the members. And we're also going to pass in the current user row. Current user row is then going to be equals to the user.row like this. User, oops, not user agent. It's going to be equals to the user.row like this, or the organization.row, sorry, organization.row. Now let's save this. Definitely we have errors because we are not passing in the different properties that this component needs. So in order for us to do that, let's come over to the members client file. And over here, we are going to also replace this with dynamic data. We're going to start by defining the interface. So this is taking in the members client props, is taking in the string. We also need this organization member with user, which is going to come from our supavolt types. We also need the organization row, which is also going to come in from supavolt types. Now we can come here and say this is going to take in props, and or we can directly destructure these, which will be the members client props. Now over here, the error is gone, and we can destructure slug, members, and current user row. So here we can bring the current user row, the members, as well as the slug. Now we want to know if this user is an admin, and we also want to go on and get the bound action so that we can go on to bind, do some JavaScript, which might look new. So Let's do it. Here we're going to say const is admin is going to be equals to if the current user role is equals to the organization roles.admin. We're also going to have this bound action here. So we're going to have the members action, and then we're going to call .bind. So we pass null and the slug. And then we're going to have the state, the form action, and the spending, which is going to be equals to the useState action. And we're going to pass in the bound action and an empty object here. So let's make sure we bring in the organization rows. So organization rows is going to come from supavolt constant. We also need to bring in the members action. So remember this action that we created last time out. This, we need to bring this in, which is going to take in the slug, the previous state automatically, as well as the form data. So we need to bring in use action state, which is a hook that comes in from React. So where do we have it? Use action state over here. I'm just going to move this right up to the top here like this. All right, so this is what we have going on so far. We're not making use of the members yet, and we have this bound action over here, which takes in previous, and you see form data here. So what we are going to be doing next right inside here is to build our form. We do not have our form yet, so let's go on and build our form, making use of use form hook. So just right after here, we are going to say const form is going to be equals to our use form, which says z.infer from the type of our invite schema. And we are going to pass in the resolver, which is our Zod resolver for the invite schema. And the default values, we're just going to have the email. So for invite, we only need the email address here. So let's also make sure we bring in the use form, which will come in from React hook form. Z needs to be brought in from Zod here. The invite schema will come from the client schema. Zod resolver also is going to come in from at hook form /resolvers/Zod. And we already have our invite schema that we imported here. So now we have our form. We can go on to fix things. Let's go on and save the content of this file. And we should see the form here to send invite, which is the form we already see. Now this is admin only, so we do not want to always display this. So what we are going to do is I'm going to cut this card that we have over here. So I'm going to cut it, and I would say like is admin. So is admin. If that is true, then we're going to display everything that we have over here. Now, because we are an admin, we are going to be, we're always going to see this. So if we give this a save, we are still going to see it like nothing is going to change. But for us to see how it's going to look like to a non-admin, if we just invert this, you see, we are no longer going to be able to see this invite a member form. Okay, so if it's admin, then we are going to see the form. And this form here, we have the state errors. So if the state error, remember, we are either returning error or success from the server action. We are going to display here. And then we have the form, which is this here, which takes in the form action. And here we have the different controller for the email. And we have this, which is the button that also holds the invite and it's going to send invite. So it goes on, and then it's going to call the action. So we have the form action here. If you come over to the form action, this is the bound action, which is the member action here, and it takes in the slug. So this member action is going to call this invite that we have over here, members invite, and this member invite is going to then be handled by this case because that's the intent. The intent was registered here, and this is the value, and it's going to run this piece of code here. We're going to try that in a moment. And the next is for us to check the members list. Now the members list looks like it's already mapped out with everything we need because we are mapping through the member. We display the member length, so one member here, and member or members if it's plural, and then we list through the member, and then we display the avatar here, which is what we see, and then the member name and the email, and we also have the select drop down, which here is going to go on to submit the form. So we do not need to do anything here. If it's only an admin, that should be able to see this over here. So if we toggle this and we give this a save, you see we just see the badge here and remove. So if you're an admin, you'll be able to go on and update the role. You can see each user's current role, and then you can go on to submit. Now we have the form over here. As this said, it's going to be handled by the select on form submission. So we have the select over here, and the button here is going to be the intent.update role. So once we save this, this button is going to get called, and then it's going to get submitted. So remember, this is a form over here, and we're passing the action here, and it also needs the slug. So for the slug, let's see where we pass in the slug. So we actually have the member ID here. So this needs the member ID. Okay, and for the slug, I think that's what we're already binding here as well. So we're already binding the slug here. So this is pretty much what we need to test this, and let's see if this is going to work. Now it's not going to work because we already have one user, which is a member, already the admin of the organization. But what I'm going to do is to we're going to test it out. Okay, so I'm going to log out here because this account, I am already a user, I am already an admin, and I'm still going to be an admin in other organizations. So I'm going to hide this temporarily. And what we can do, if we come over here and just quickly log out so that I can log in with another user with a different email. So I just want to log in with an email that I used to create the recent account. So test@test.com. And I'm going to provide my password here and sign in, and I'm going to be redirected over to my organization. And once I'm redirected over to my organization dashboard, then it redirects me to the organization that I belong to here. Now what we're going to do, if we see here, if we come over to the settings, now we still do not have the link, which we are going to fix in a moment. But if we come here, you just want to copy the slug so that we can go there manually. And if we come over to the settings page, and in the settings, we want to come over to, I think that's let me quickly verify. So it's settings and organization slug. So it's actually /organizations. And then we have the organization slug, which I'll paste this. And then we have /settings. And then we have /members here. So in here, I want to invite another user. So we have only one member here, which is this member. So I want to invite the user that I used to sign up at recent. So I'm going to say, this is my email here, and I'm going to send across the invite. Now we're going to see success here. The invite has been sent. We'll give this a moment for it to work. Internal server error. So let's actually see what went wrong over here. Expires in should be a number in seconds. Yeah, so that's our to do that we did leave out there, and it came back for us. So if we come here and we search for to do, we did leave a to do over here. So this is it. Now is the time for us to fix this so that we can actually test this out. So actually that error wasn't from our code. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to get rid of this. It was actually a VS Code something. So I had to refresh VS Code, and you can see we no longer have any errors over here. Now I'm going to refresh this as well. Quickly, can I copy this? Yeah, I'm just going to refresh this as well so that we can give this another trial. Yeah, so let's go. I'm going to bring this up here. Oops, just going to bring this up here. And then I'll send invite. I already have my mailbox open here, so I'll just leave it open and then send invite here. So I'm trying to invite this user. So remember, this is the user that I registered or I used to create my recent account. So we wait for this, and you can see success invite sent. So the invite has been sent now. If I come over to my email, I'm just going to give this a refresh. Do I see the email? I do not get any email yet. So let's just be sure that we do not have any errors there whatsoever. And let me check my terminal. Yes, everything looks like it's okay, except the fact that the email did not arrive yet. So I did spot the reason why it wasn't working. This over here, we're making use of recent fruits here. We do not have our domain linked, so we are not meant to use, this that we have over here, Supavolt. We are meant to use onboarding at recent.dev. So this is what we are meant to use as the from, and we can only send email to the email that we registered. I keep on emphasizing that, so that it's going to work for you. Now you give this a refresh, wait for your API to build. Once it builds, we can test this again. So you can also refresh the browser just to be double sure that your current progress has been saved. And I'm going to paste in my email, and this time around, once you hit on send invite, you should see the email actually arrive to your mailbox. We're going to give this a moment. And now we say invite sent. Now once we come over to our mailbox and we give this a refresh over here, you should see the email here. Okay, so now the email doesn't arrive, but if you double check your spam folder, you can see we have one email here. And if you open this, you can see this email was just sent now 3 p.m, which is my current time. And yeah, so it works, but it did come over to the spam folder. We do not have our own domain yet, so you always want to double check here. And you can see you have been invited to join Code with Lari organization on Supavolt. Okay, I'm just going to report this at no spam so that it can come over here to our inbox. And yeah, so we have it here. You can see everything just as we did here, and this is going to go over to this invite URL. So we're going to be sending a request to the API URL, which is our, if you double check the env, you would see the API URL here is this URL. So localhost 3000/API, which is our API URL here. So we're going to send the request to the backend, and it's going to come over to /auth/invite/accept token. Let's see what happens over there. So if we come over to the invite, to the auth controller, we can see this last one we added /invite/accept. We are going to attach the token, which is this token here. And we get the token makings of this query decorator. We're able to retrieve the token, as we see over here. Is going to help us to extract the query property from the request object, and it's going to populate the decorated parameter with the value of the query. So in this case, is this token here is going to be populated with the value of this token query. Then we're going to make a request to the invite service, and we call the accept invite. Now this is going to come over to the invite service. Accept invite is going to verify the invite based on the secret, so the token, and then it's going to check, hey, are you a new user? If you are a new user here, if you're not able to find a new user, then we're going to create a user. So if we do not find a user here, we are going to create a new user. We're also going to check, are you already a member of this organization? If you're not a member of this organization, then you're going to be added to the organization with the role of a developer. So this is how everything works. And once you're done, you can see here the authentication controller is then going to redirect you back to the dashboard route. Okay, and the dashboard route is then going to redirect you to the organization. So I hope you understand the flow and how everything is working. So let's try it out. I'm going to hit on accept invite, and it crashes because here we have undefined. Now the reason we have undefined is because of here. So let's check. Let's come over here, and if we double check the env, so this is our API and this is our env. So if we come here, oh, we do not actually have the API URL here, so that's why it's broke. To fix this, I'm just going to also add the API URL here, which is localhost 3000/API. So you want to add this /API here. So I'm going to, or maybe I get rid of the /API here. So, or maybe I add it. Okay, so we have /API. We just need to know that it's not just the URL, it has /API. And then here it's now going to be able to read it with /API/auth. So that's why it broke. Let's give this another trial. I'm just going to exit out of this, and then I'm going to delete this so that we can send another invite. I'm going to send an invite again, and we didn't go on to refresh or restart our application, as we did update our env, so I'm not sure it's going to pick up the latest changes. Let's give this a trial, and once the email arrives, we can always double check before we click on it. Normally when you make a change in your .env, you just want to start up your development server. Now the email has arrived here. It's no longer going to the spam folder, and if we check the email here, it's still /undefined. Yes, I'm going to delete this, and I just want to make sure that I restart my dev server. Remember, we didn't restart it then, so we just want to run pnpm dev, which is going to start up the API as well as the front-end application. This time around, let's just double check here the env just one more time. So here we have the API URL, so please make sure you have the API URL here. And now we're sure we do have it this time around. I promise it's gonna work. So now we just give this a refresh. Just going to collapse this more, and I'm going to paste in my email address right inside the box here. So here you want to use your own email address. And this time around, I promise, once you give this a send, you should come over here and you should see your email arrive. So just give this a moment. Now invite sent, the email has arrived. So if we come over here, you see the email, we click on the email, and this time around it's no longer showing /undefined. So we can click on this, we are going to be redirected over to the dashboard, and then we're going to become a member of this organization. So we give this a moment, you can see we are redirected over to the dashboard. And now we are in the code with Lari organization. This is cool. So it's working as expected. We can see now the member count is 2. And if we come over to this page and we just give this a refresh, we're going to see we now have 2 members here, and we're also going to be able to see the other member show up here. So now we see this member, which is in the code with Lari organization, and the role of this member is a developer. Now let's change things up. Let's make sure we assign this user as an admin, and once we hit on save, we give this a moment, the user role is also going to be updated to admin once this is done. So you can see it's admin role updated. If you also give this an invite, a refresh here, you're still going to see that the role is going to remain as admin. So you see the role remains as admin. We can change the role back to a developer. This is working as expected. Now there's something I want us to try. Remember, we can only have one admin. We don't need orphan organization. That means organization that do not have any admin. So I'm going to change this user role to a developer, and let's see if we can change my own role from admin to developer, if the API is going to let us do that. So I'm going to change this to developer, hit on save. It shouldn't let us do that. We should have the error, our role should not be updated. So we give this a moment because we have the check here. See, cannot remove or demote the last admin of an organization. So if we give this a refresh, you should see that we are still on the admin role over here. So cool, this is working as expected. We have been able to set up our invite. We are sure that we can now invite members into an organization. Now let's keep on building our application. Hello everyone, so we're going to be working on our multi-project system. This is where we Supavolt goes on to start feeling real, because organization is just a container. As you can see over here, I went on to create some dummy organizations. So no worries if your state or if the state of your application kind of looks and feels different like mine. So this is where the actual work is going to start, because you have projects, and in projects that's where you can go on to do things that we have over here. So like a database, authentication, storage, API, and also real time. So we're going to be working on a multi-project system. So if we click into one of these organizations currently, and let's open up your terminal, make sure you have your terminal up and running. As you can see here, we just have this, and if we click on new project, nothing happens. So this is what we are going to be working on. And also this drop down that we have over here, which doesn't do anything yet for now. All right, so we're going to get started up with the API layer, and then we are going to transition into the front end of building this out. So let's come over here, and here in the packages system, we want to be in the packages, and then into the types, and in the source, the index here, we are going to be adding new. So these are the ones we have previously. Now we're going to have 2 more for create project input and the project with organization. So let's just bring them in. We're going to be exporting this interface create project input, which is just going to take in the project name of type string. And then we're also going to export the interface project with organization, which is then going to be extending the project type that we have. And then we are going to have the organization, which is making use of this TypeScript pick type. So from organization, we're picking in the ID, the name, and the slug, just like this. Then you want to go and give this file a save. Now we have this saved. We're also going to be updating the constant so that we can have the project key rows. So let's come over here, and in the constants, in the source, and in the index.ts, we are going to be adding the project key rows. So let's make sure we add them. Let's export this constant project underscore keys underscore rows. It's going to have the anon key, which is equals to anon, and also the service row key, which is equals to service rows key as constant. So service row like this, and then we can go on to save this. The next thing we're going to do is to go on and update our .env file. So what we're going to do is quite straightforward. We're going to come here, And you want to come over to the .env, which is inside the API folder. And over here, we're going to add some environment variables. So we want to add the API URL. So somewhere here, you can go on to add the API URL. And once you have the API URL added, you also need to add the project JWT secret. So over here, maybe somewhere you can just add the project JWT secret. Just add the project JWT secret over here, and you can go on to save this file. So now we'll save this. We can exit out of here, and the next step for us is to create the different DTOs that we're going to need to be able to create the services and also the controller, and we can pick it up from there. Hello everyone and welcome back. Now we're going to be working on the create project dto.ts file. I'm going to close all these tabs that we do have open, and we need to make a change. If we come over to the API, and in the API, the source folder, if you just expand this, we need a new folder which is going to hold projects. So here I'm going to create this new folder for projects like this, and in here we're going to start up with the DTO, and inside the DTO we're going to have the create-project.dto.ts file. Now inside the create project dto.ts file, we're going to have a class which is going to be the DTO or mock the kind of object that we expect from the client in order to create a new project. We can go on to bring in a string, a min length, the max length. So these are the validators that we're going to need. So they'll come from class validators. And then we can also bring in the type, which is our create project input type, which will come from at supavolt /types. Now we're going to have the class definition, and here we're going to be exporting the class, which is a create project DTO, and this is going to be implementing the create project input type. So here we're going to have a string at min length of 2. So a project needs a minimum length of 2 and a maximum length of 50, and the name is required like this. Now we can go on to save this file, and next we are going to be creating the project service. So just outside the DTO and still inside the project, inside the project here, we're going to be creating a new file, and this is the create-project.dto.ts file. Alright, so let's go on and, sorry, not the DTO, this is the service. So let's go on and rename this, and this is going to be create project or projects. So let me just change, so this projects .service.ts file. So this is the project service. Let's start by bringing in injectable not found exception from Next.js common. We're then going to bring in and equals and is null, which will come from Drizzle ORM. We also need to bring in random bytes. Random byte is going to come in from crypto. This is going to help us to generate the project slug. We also need Slugify as well. Slugify is going to come in from Slugify. It's going to also help us to generate the project slug. Then we need our JWT service, which will come from NestJS /JWT. We also bring in the configuration service, which will come from at NestJS /config. We need the Drizzle service. The Drizzle service is going to come from db-drizzle.service file. Then we need to bring in our database schemas. So let's import projects. We also need organizations. We also need the organization members, which will come from the database schema. We also need to bring in our DTO, the file we just created. So let's import the create project DTO, which will come from the DTO folder. And there we have the create project DTO file. And then lastly, we're going to bring in our project key rows. So remember the project key rows, which is living in our supavolt constant. We are going to mark this class as injectable, and for the class definition, we can export the class project service, and in the constructor, we are going to instantiate the Drizzle service. So here we're going to say private Drizzle is going to be of type Drizzle service, and the same for the JWT service, where we say private JWT service equals or is of type JWT service, and lastly, we do the same for the configuration service. We say this is of type config service. Now let's have different utility functions. We're going to have the private function, which is generates project slug. This function is going to take in the name string and return a string, which is the slug. So here, let's start by having this base, which is making use of slugify. So I want to slugify the name. So we can pass lower true and also strict true to this config. So it's slugify. And then for the suffix, we're going to make use of random byte 3 so that we can have to string hex like this. And finally, we can go on to concatenate the base, and then we have a dash and the suffix like this. We're also going to have this private generate database schema function, which is going to return a string because each project gets its own dedicated database in Postgres in Neon. So we're going to have this proj random byte 4 and to string hex like this. Now we need another private function to sign the project key. This is going to take in the project ID of type string, the role of type string, and is going to return a string. We're just going to return this.jwt service .sign, where we're going to pass in the object, which is the project ID and the role. Now for the configuration, we know that we have the secret, which is this.config service.get, where we expect to get the JWT secret. So remember, we just added this in the .env. We're also going to set an expiration to 100 years. And you might wonder, why are we doing this? And that's because the project keys do not expire. So they're going to get rotated manually if they get compromised. So that's why we leave it like this. Now we're going to have this private async provision schema method, which is going to take in the DB schema of string and it's going to return a promise because this is going to go on and create the schema in the database. So how do we do this? We're just going to go on and await this.drizzle, so our drizzle service.database.execute. So we want to create schema if the schema doesn't exist, and that is the database schema this function will take. Now let's have the different queries. We're going to have the first query here, which is this async get projects for organization. So the project that belongs to an organization is going to take in the organization's log of type string as well as the user ID. Then we can go on to return this.drizzle.db. I want to select the ID, which is the projects.id, also the name, which is the projects.name. We're also going to be selecting the slug, and the slug is equals to projects.slug. We need the project URL, so that is the projects.project URL. We also need a created at, and the created at is equals to projects.created at, and the same for the updated at. So all these that we are selecting, they're going to be coming in from the projects table. So we are going to say .from, and this is coming from project. I want to have some inner join here. So inner join on the organization's table where it equals the project.org ID matches the organization ID. We're also going to have another inner join here based on organization members. So here we have organization members. I want to chain multiple checks here. So that's why we're going to make use of and. So we say and equals where the organization member matches the org ID, and same thing for the organization's ID. And the same thing for the org members.user ID matches the user ID. I want to make sure that this organization member has not been deleted. So we say is null where the removed at is null. And then we're going to have a where clause. So all this and chaining need to be true, and where equals the organization's log matches the org slug like this. Now let's also have this async get project by slug. So we need the organization for which this project belongs, and also the project slug for which we want to retrieve, and also the user ID that created this organization, this specific project. So we can use for check. So I'm going to say await this.drizzle.db. I want to select everything, and they would come from the projects table. We're going to have the .inner join on the organizations, also equals the project.org ID matches the organizations.id, and we're also going to have the inner join where the organization members, and then we're also going to have the same check. So we're going to make use of the AND operator, and we're going to have the equals operator where the organization members.org ID matches the organization.id, and the same where the organization members.user ID matches the user ID. And we want to make sure that this member is not removed. So we say is null where the organization members.remove that. Remember, this is of type timestamp, or it could be null. So if it's null, it means that user is still a member of that organization. So for the where clause, we say where and equals the organization's slug matches the org.slug and also equals the project.slug matches the project.slug. I want to go and limit this by 1. And if we're not able to find a row, then let's go and throw a new not found exception, which is going to say the project is not found. Otherwise, we can go on to return the row. Now, let's have the next one to create a project. Now, in order for us to create a project, we need the organization slug of type string, and we also need the DTO. And this DTO is going to be of type the create project DTO. So here, let's first of all try to select the organization. So we say this is going to be equals to our this.drizzle .db.select. We want to select from organizations, and the where clause where equals the organization.slug matches the org.slug. I want to limit this by 1. If we are not able to find an organization, let's go on and throw a new not found exception that says the organization could not be found. Okay, but if we're able to find the organization, let's have the project.slug, the DB schema, and the project URL. So we said the project.slug is equals to this.generate project.slug based on the name that comes from the DTO. We're also going to say const the DB schema is equals to this.generate database schema. And finally, we have the project URL. Project URL is going to be equals to this.config service.get, where we're going to get the API URL. And then we have /project and then the project.slug. Finally, we're going to go on and await this.provision schema, where we're going to pass in the database schema. So it's going to create the schema if it doesn't exist. Finally, we can go on to create a project. So this is going to be await this.drizzle.db. We want to insert projects, so the projects table. And the values we're going to insert here is first the org ID needs to match the org.id that we fetched from the database. Also, the name is going to be the DTO.name. The slug is the project slug. We also have the DB schema, which matches the DB schema. We also have the project URL, which matches the project URL. The anon key, which is going to be an empty string, and the same for the service row key, which is empty string for now. And then we're going to have dots returning like this. Now we're going to create the anon key. So here we're going to say const anon key is going to be equals to this.sign project key, where we're going to pass in the project ID and also the project key rows.anon key. And then we can go on to have the service row key, which is then equals to this.sign project key like this. And then we're now going to pass in the project ID, because at this point we didn't have the project ID. That's why we had to have an empty string when creating the project. And finally, we can now go on to update that project. So we say const updated is equals to await this.drizzle.db. We want to then update the projects table, and we want to set this anon key and the service row key. So now we have them. We are going to set them, and on which project is going to be on this created project. So we say where equals the project.id matches the project.id, and we want to have dots returning. And finally, we are going to return the updated project here. This is our service. This is all we needed to do. I'm going to go on and give this file a save. And I'm not quite sure why we have this error over here, because if we check the project key rows, here this is a string, so I'm not quite sure why we have this error. You can ignore this error. It could be from my VS Code. If I go on to refresh this, I'm sure I'm not going to have these errors anymore. So that's pretty much it. The next step, we are going to be working on the project's controller. Now we're going to focus on working on the project controller. As you can see, I do not have any errors. So let's do that. Still inside the project folder, we're going to be creating a new file, and that is the projects.controller.ts file. So in here, we're going to start by bringing the different imports that we need. So let's go ahead and import body, controller, get. So all these decorators, the param, the post, the useGuard from NestJS common. We also need to bring in our project service. The project service is going to come from one level up to this project service that we just created. We're also going to bring in the create project DTO, and this is going to come from that DTO file, and there we have the create project DTO file. Now we also need the JWT auth service, the JWT auth service, or sorry, the auth guard. is going to come from the auth, and then the guards, we have the JWT auth guard, and then we're going to bring in the organization role guard. The organization role guard needs to also come in from auth, the guards, and the organization role.guard. We also need the require organization role. This is going to be coming in from the decorator. So there we have the require organization role.decorator file. And lastly, we need our current user, or not lastly, we need the current user decorator. So this is going to also come from the auth decorators, the current user.decorator. And finally, we can go to import the type of our JWT payload, which is going to come in from supavolt types. Now the path is going to be /organization, the organization /project. We are going to make use of our guard, the JWT auth guard, which means you must be authenticated, and the organization role guard. Now let's export the class, the project controller class, and in the constructor, we're just going to make use of the private project service right in here like this, which is going to be of type project service. Now for the endpoints, we have the get endpoint to go and get projects. This is going to make use of the param decorator so that we can get the slug, which is going to be of type string, and also the current user decorator, which is of type the JWT payload. We can then go on to return this.project service, and then remember we have the get project for organization, which takes in the slug and the user ID. So the sub is the ID. We're also going to have this get project slug, and here we need the get project method at param decorator so that we can retrieve the slug from the URL, and it's of type string, and the same for the project slug. So the first slug is the organization slug, and the next slug here is the project slug. And finally, we also use the current user decorator so that we can get the user, which is of type JWT payload. Now in the service, we can return this project service. We know that we have the get projects by slug, which then is going to take in the slug, the project slug, and the user ID, which is user.sub. And finally, we post request require organization role of admin to be able to create a project. You don't need to be a developer. And we have create project, and we have the param, which we take the slug, and also from the body we have the DTO, which is the create project DTO. And we're just going to return this .project service.create project, where we're going to pass in the slug and also the DTO. This is the project controller. We don't need to make any changes here anymore. Everything is pretty much straightforward. Now we just need the projects module. So in here, we're going to be creating a new file, and this new file is the projects.module.ts file. Now in the projects module, is also always straightforward. We can import module, which will come from at NestJS/common. We're also going to be importing the JWT module, which is going to come from at NestJS/JWT. We also need a project service, which is going to come from projects.service. We then need to import the projects controller. So let's import projects controller, which is going to come in from projects.controller. And in here we have at module decorator, which is going to take in the import. So here we want to import the JWT module.register, just like this. And in the providers, we're going to have the project service and also the controller, the project controller, and lastly the exports. We need to export the service. So in the export array, we're going to have the project service, and then we're going to close this up and have the class definition of projects module like this. Let's give this file a save. Now remember, we just need to add this or register this in our application module. So if we come over here, if we collapse the source, and here in the API folder, if we open this up, we have the app module here. So right here in the application module, just under members module, we need to add the projects module, projects module over here, and we can go on to give this a save. Now we have this done. The next step for us is for us to focus on the front end implementation of this. So I'm just going to come back here. So let's come over to the organizations list. And over here in the organizations list, these are the different organizations we have, and we do not have the functionality to create a new organization yet. This is currently a 404 page. We are going to be creating this towards the end when we have our fixes. But for now, no worries, we can already go on to have the front end side of the project done. Now we're going to be transitioning into the front end where we're going to create the UI. Now let's start by closing all of these, and we're going to start up in the project constant. So we want to locate where we have the constants, and here in the packages constant, the index.ts file, we need new constant here based on the intent. So over here, actually not here, so let me just get rid of this. Actually, this needs to be inside on new features. So let's close the API and close the packages and come into the web. And over here, if we open up the source folder, and in the source folder we have the features, and in the features we need one for projects. So let's have the projects features here so that we can just follow the same pattern as we have so far here. And in the project, we are going to be creating the constants .ts file. I'm going to collapse this, and let's start by having the intent. We're going to export the project intent, and the intent here is going to be equals to this object. So we can have create, which is of type create, and here we're also going to export the type of project's intent, which is now equals to the type of the project's underscore intent and the key of the type of the project's intent. Now that we have this, we can go on to give this file a save, and the next step is for us to create the client schema. I'm going to open this up, and in here we're going to create the client.schema.ts, which is the schema we're going to use for validation on the clients. So this client schema is going to be importing Z from Zod, and we're also going to be importing the type of create project input, which is going to come from @supavolt/types, and we are going to export the constant of create project schema, which is equals to z.object, where the name is equals to z.string, a minimum of 2, and we can say name must be at least 2 characters, and the maximum of 50 when name must be at most 50 characters. And we want to make sure that this goes on to satisfy a certain structured type. So we're going to say this satisfy the z.zod type where we have the create project input. Now we're going to have pretty much something that looks identical to this, but on the server side, which is going to be extending this because it doesn't make sense for us to retype the properties. And if the name changes or we need additional fields, we can change it here, and also the server is going to inherit that by default. So let's see how that works. Here we're going to have the server.schema.ts file, and inside the server.schema.ts file we're going to be importing Z from Zod, and we need the project's intent, which is going to come from one level up, and there we have the constant file. We also need the create project schema. So remember, this is going to be coming in from the client schema, and we are going to export the constant, which is project server schema, and the project server schema is going to be coming in from, or is equals to discrimination union, where we have the intent z.object, and the intent here is going to be z.literal. So we need the project intent create, and here we're going to spread the schema shape. So we're going to spread the create project schema.shape, so which is the client schema here. Now, why do we have this error constant? So maybe I have a typo, so I'm just going to give this a save, and let's have this. Yes, I do have a typo. Let me fix this. This should be constant like this, and we should no longer have an error here. If we do, you can just remove this and bring this back in, and the error is gone. Now we're also going to be creating the action file over here. So let's have the action.ts file by having our use server directive, and then we can import or bring in the imports like revalidate path, which will come from Next.js cache. We're also going to bring in the project server schema, which will come from our server schema. We need it to validate the form data. We're also going to import the project intent, which will be coming in from our constants. And then we need our cookie keys, which will come from @supavolt/constants. And we need a helper function, which is the retrieve token from cookie, which will come from @ and then the server utils /utils. And then let's import our API client, which will come from at lib/axios. Now let's have the type, which is the project action state. We're going to export the type, the project action state. We can have an optional error, which is going to be a string, or an optional success, which also is going to be a string. Then for the main server action, we can export the async function projects action. We are going to destructure the slug, which is going to be of type this object, so we have the slug or string. We also need the previous state, which is going to be of type the projects action state, and the form data, which is going to be of type form data. And then we can go on to have the promise, which is going to resolve to a project's action state. Now const row is going to be equals to object.from entries. We pass in the form data, and we are going to pass it by saying passed is going to be equals to the project server schema dot save pass. We are going to then pass in the row here. Now if we are not successful, that means it doesn't match our schema. We are going to return this error back to the client. So this object that has the error key that says the passed error flattened, so we are going to make use of zod form error here. Otherwise we say invalid input. Now let's have the token. Const token is going to be equals to retrieve token from cookie, and then we are going to also spread out the intent and the data, which will be coming in from past data like this. Okay, so now we've done all of these here like this. The next step for us is to then go on and have our try catch block so that we can call the intent to create. So we are going to have our try block, and then we are going to switch based on the intent so that we can handle it here. For the case of create, we are going to await now sending a request to our backend. So the API client.post, and we know the endpoint is /organization, the organization slug/project, and we are going to pass the data, which is going to be name. Name is going to be of type data as name, which is a string dot name like this, and the headers is going to be this cookie headers. Want to have the cookie keys dot access token is going to be equals to token like this. We also want to revalidate the path, and the path here is going to be the organization slug/project. So this is going to revalidate the path and also any sub child path, and then we're going to return success project created. Now in case of any errors here, so we're going to have the catch block, and we're going to get the error, which is of type any. We are going to have errors there as we've seen, but we can just return this object where we have error.response.data.message, where we say something went wrong. Okay, so this is the server action. I'm just going to ignore this just like this. Yeah, so I'll disable this, and now we have our server action. Before we go over to the front end, we also need to have some project helpers, which is going to help us to retrieve projects from API and also retrieve projects by slug from API before we can implement the front end of the application. Yes, file. All right, so let's get started with the import or with the definition. We're going to bring in redirect. Redirect is going to come in from next/navigation. We're also going to bring in the API client, which is going to come from at lib/axios. We're also going to bring in the retrieve token from cookie, which is going to be coming in from the server utils file. So from @/server-utils/utils, and we need to import the cookie keys, which will come from supavolt/constant. And we also need to bring in the type. Now the type is type project like this, and this is going to come in from the supavolt types. We're just going to go on and export this async function, which is retrieve projects from API. And this is going to take in the organization slug of type string. And here we're going to be returning a promise, which is going to be the project list. And here we can say const token is equals to await retrieve token from cookie. And in the try block, we just want to send the request to our API. So here we're going to say const data is equals to await API client and .get project list, and the path is /organization, so /API/organization, the organization slug/project, and in the headers we're going to have cookie, where the value is the cookie keys.access token equals to token like this, and we can go on to return data. Also in the catch block, let's go on and just redirect the user to organizations. Now we're going to have another helper function, which is the retrieve project by slug from API. And this is going to take in the organization slug string, and it's also going to take in the project slug string. So here we're going to be returning this promise that resolves to a project, and we want to get the token. So we're going to say const token is going to be equal to await retrieve token from cookie. And let's have the try block. So in the try block, we're going to say const data. Data is awaiting or equals to awaiting the API client.get. We expect a project, not a list of projects, just a project. And the path is /organization, the organization slug /project, and the project slug. And also in the headers, we're going to have cookie, and where the value is equals to the cookie keys.access token is equals to token. And finally, we can go on to return data. And if something goes wrong, we are going to be redirecting user to the organization slug and the projects page. Now we have pretty much everything we need to get started. We are going to focus on creating the different pages that we need. Now, when I'm referring to pages, I mean the projects page. And I'm just going to close all, because I have already provided templates that we're going to be working with, which is going to make our life at home a lot easier. So if we come over here in the templates, we're going to see we have these 3 templates, the create project model. Here we need to install the dialog as we get these errors. We also have our project grid page and the top navigation here. So the top navigation is going to be replaced with what we've got over here. So that's pretty much it. And yeah, so let's come back and make sure that we fix all these errors. As you can see, we are missing things like the drop down menu, which is creating all these errors. So we're going to be working on the actual UI page next. Okay, so let's start things up. I'm just going to clear this and pnpm dev so that we can start up the API as well as the web of our application. And here we are in the organization's root page. So we just need to go into one organization. If you have this error, no worries. This is what we are going to be fixing right now. Not this error, because this error is due to the fact that the API is not yet up and running. But if the API is up and running, then we're going to see this. So this is what we see, and we have different organizations, and yeah, so this is currently broken, no worries, but I have list of different organizations here. So if you see more organizations that we have, that's because I created more organizations during testing. And you can see I also have some projects that I also created during testing here. But if we click on this, then we are redirected over to /projects, and this is the page we are going to be working on next, the projects grid page. So right here, if you come over here and in the application, this is the dashboard and the organizations. Next is the organization slug, and next is the projects page. So this is the page over here. Now this is what we have yet, and this is just like the dummy state of what we have. Now we're going to be replacing this with actual content, and the content for which I have provided for us here. So if we double check the templates, we have the projects grid page. So now let's take this, let's copy this, and we're going to be replacing what we do have here to this. So let's drop this in here, and let's see if we have any errors. We have this error because we are missing the create project model. That's what happens when you click here. But then let's just walk through this. You can see here we go on to bring in the 2 helpers where we retrieve the organization by slug from the API. This gives us the organization, and this then gives us the projects that belong to this specific organization, and we retrieve the role from here. Now we go on to check if the role is admin so that we can go on to show the model. Remember, we also prevent this on the API level where you must be an admin to be able to create a project. Now, if the project length is equals to 0, then we're going to be showing no projects yet in the organization name to go and create next project. Otherwise, we are going to show a list of all the projects here. Now, I'm not going to save this yet because if I do, we're going to have an error. But in the meantime, let's just open up our terminal window And you can open up a new terminal here so that we can install the dialog. Now we need to cd into the apps, or you can use the filter flag, and in the web we need to say pnpm dlx chat-cn at latest add dialog. Now we're going to give this a moment for the installation to complete, and I have already provided us the dialog. If we double check the templates, we have the create project modal. So you want to copy this and you want to make sure you have this right here. So I'm just going to bring this. It should be right inside of this file that features the projects. You just want to drop this in here. Alright, so I'm going to close this terminal window so that we still have the API up and running. And I'm going to come back here in a moment. But if we exit out of this and if we come back here, we should no longer have this error over here, because now we have the project modal in this path. Before we save this, I just want to know why we have this error here. I think the error is gone because we have the project's action right in here, not the schema. This action, we have the action here. Okay, so now we have the action. If we come over here, let's just walk through the project's modal. So what's going on here? We have the open and close state. So let's actually go and save this so that we can walk through it. So now we have the open and close state of the modal, which we toggle when we click on this new project button, and we have the action so that we are binding the slug to the action. The project action needs the slug as we see over here. So we are binding and we're passing the slug. And here if it's successful, we're going to close the modal. So if state.success and if the modal is open, we want to go and reset the form and also close the modal. And here we just have the modal, and here we have the form, which takes in this form action that we have over here. So that's pretty much everything that is going on here. And here we have the field group in the controller so that we can register the name, which is the name of the project that we would like to create. And on button, we have just the console, and here we have the same button, that's another button that has the value of create where the name is intent. Now we have everything we need to be able to create a new project, and that's pretty much straightforward. So what we are going to do, we need to also update the top navigation. So what's going to happen is, if you're having access to this is updated. So let's come over here to the top navigation. We just want to make sure we grab all of these, and to make sure that we drop this right here in the top navigation, because we also need to make a change here in the top navigation before we can go on to test this due to this project switcher that we have over here. So if we come over to the components folder, and here where we have the top nav, this was the initial top navigation. So now we are going to be replacing this. Actually, yeah, so let's go and replace this. I think I'm going to create an updated navigation here so that when you want to copy these templates, you're going to not see just the top navigation. You're going to see something like updated navigation.tsx file, something like this. Please do make sure, and if you paste this here, this is actually going to be the content. And what's going to happen is I'm going to revert all the change that I've done here, so that if you're copying this for the first time or from the second time, you would have access to the updated navigation, and you shouldn't copy from the top nav. Okay, all right, so that's just the way we can structure this so that we can have the old code there. But if you come back here to the top navigation, we want to replace everything here with this. So now we can go on to save this. We have the projects, we are logged into the console. We can go on to give this a save, and everything should be fine. Now, if you have this error, is because we need to change the position of this top navigation. So what we are going to do, we are going to be updating the dashboard layout. So I'm going to come over here, and here where we have the source, the app, and here we have the dashboard, and we have the layout.tsx, this layout.tsx. We need to make an update here. As you can see, we already have an error here. So here we're going to get rid of the, we are going to be getting rid of the top navigation here. We're going to get rid of this, and also we are going to get rid of the main that we have here. Okay, and we're also going to get rid of the closing tag here. So this is all we have, and we have the application sidebar just like this. This is everything we need to do. We need to remove the top navigation from here, and we're going to give this a save. Now we do not have any other error here, but we are missing the top navigation. As we see over here now, we are going to be placing the top navigation inside a new layout that we are going to be creating right now. So in order for us to create this new layout, we need to come over here, and here in the dashboard, organizations, and it has to be inside the organizations log. And here we're going to be creating a new layout.tsx file. So let's have the layout.tsx file. And in here, just like this, we are then going to be having in this content here. So I'm going to drop in this content here like this, and this is everything we need. Now you see we are importing the top navigation from the component top navigation, and also the retrieve projects from API helper function. And here in the organization layout, we are getting the children and the params from here. And with the structure slug by awaiting params, we get the projects because now the top nav needs the projects for the switcher. So remember, the top navigation has a switcher, and we're going to return the children wrapped in the main tag. So that was why we removed the main tag from here. Now we can just go on to save this, and everything is going to be fine and good. And if we give this a moment, now we see the select project here, which we do not have a project. Now let's go on and create a new project. Hello everyone, so let's give this a test. Let's see if we're able to create an organization. So make sure you have your so make sure you have, no, I think it's up and running here. So make sure you have your application up and running. Yes, so we are missing the crucial part, which is the actual form action. So we do not have the action here. So let's make sure we have the action, and the action is going to be our form action like this. So we're missing that. Let's make sure we have our form action. So now we have the action in here. We are also preventing default if it is not okay. Otherwise we call our form action, and the button is of type submit, and we have the intent. So let's give this another trial. So I'm going to give this a name of supavolt like this, supavolt. And then I would hit on create project. Now the refresh is stopped. We see creating over here, which is our logic if it is pending. And now if it is done and we have a success, we see the supavolt project here. This is so wonderful. We are able to create our supavolt project inside our supavolt project. Now if we click on this, we are going to go to a URL which we do not have currently. So this is going to try to take us to the database folder of this project. But then we can create projects here, and we're going to see the project listed here. Now, once we go into the project, we are going to see how we can customize the project and get into the core of building Supavolt, guys. So I'm going to see you in the next episode where we are going to continue building out our project. Hello everyone, so this is where things get pretty much interesting. This is where Supavolt begins to feel like a real product. We're going to be working on the table editor, which is like the heart of any database tool you will use. So users are going to come over to our table editor, and they will create their schema visually and also be able to browse through their data without writing any SQL. So that's what we are going to be building today, what you normally see in Supabase. So let's close all this work we have done so far. And we are going to start by coming into the, I think that should be into the, let me collapse this. So outside the API. And we are going to come right into the packages, and in the packages we have the type, the source, and in the index.ts here. So we are going to be adding new types right in here. Let's start by exporting this type for the column type. So the column type, the different columns type we are going to offer to the user could be text, integer, big int, boolean, timestamp. We also have UUID. We also have like JSON B and numeric. Okay, we're also going to export the interface for the table column. So how the table column is going to look like. And the table column is going to have the name string. It's also going to have the type, which is the column type. Is nullable, is going to be boolean. Is primary key, is going to be boolean. We also have the default value, and the default value is going to be a string or could be null. We also have the foreign key, which is this object here. So the table that's pointing to what column in that table, or it could be null. Then we have the interface for the table information. And the table information is going to have columns, which is the table column that we have over here, as well as the name. So we're going to export the interface for the create column input. So whenever you want to create a new column, you need the name. You also need the type. It's nullable, is primary key. So it's nullable, which is a boolean, is primary key, which is a boolean, an optional default value, and this is a string. We also have the foreign key table, which is an optional string, and the foreign key column, which also is an optional string. And then we have the last interface, which is the create column input. The create column input is going to take in the name and the columns, which is going to be equals to this create column input type that we have over here. So now we can go on and save these types that we have. The next step is for us to make a little change to our constants, the source, and the index here. So we are also going to have this over here, which is like the column types here, but in a constant definition. So here we can export the constant column types, and column types is pretty much going to be the same as having the integer, the text, the big int, the boolean, the timestamp, the UUID, and the JSON-B. So that's what we are going to have over there. So after this, the next step is for us to have our data transfer objects. So we're going to, or the type of data that we need to pass whenever we are creating a table. So let's save this. Let's then come over to the API. That's where we're going to be doing most of the work now. And in the API, in the source folder, we need a new field. So we need a new feature. We already have all database members, organization, projects. We need one for our table editor. So here we're going to have the table-editor like this. And then we're going to have the DTO, which is just right in here. And then we're going to have the create table DTO.ts file. So here let's have the create table .dto.ts file, just like this. And I'm going to collapse this. So the create table DTO.ts file, let's start by bringing in the imports. We are going to be importing is array. We also need is boolean. We need is in. We also need is optional, is string. We need the min length. We need the validate nested, because we're going to have nesting, of course, as we have different schema type. We also have the type, which is going to come from class validator. And then we have our column types, which is what I was talking here. As we have the column types, which will be coming in from our supavolt constants. And then we also need to bring in our own types, which will come from supavolt types. So we're going to import the type create table input, also create column input. We also need to bring in the column type, which is going to come from supavolt types. Then we can have the actual class definition. So let's export the class create column DTO, which is going to be implementing the create column input. So we're going to have the first property, which is the name. So the name is a string and a min length of 1. So we're going to have the name string like this. We have the next one for the is in for the column types here. So the type here is going to be the column types, just like this. We also have is boolean, which is nullable, is of type boolean. We also have is primary key. His primary key is going to be boolean. We also have the default value. The default value is going to be a string. It's optional. So most of these are the types, you see us using Drizzle. We are defining our own type here. And then we also have the foreign key table, which is a string and is optional. And we have the a string and it's optional for the foreign key column. We're also going to have the create table DTO here, which is then going to also implement the create table input. So create table DTO is going to be implementing the create table input. And this is where we have a string and also the min length of 1. And then the table is going to have a name, but then the table would have columns, and the columns is going to be this create table columns. So we have this validated nesting here, where each true, we want to make sure we validate each nested type here, and the type here is going to be the create table DTO, and the columns we are going to have here is a create columns DTO list like this. So this is all we have going. If we have these errors here, you just need to have the exclamation mark on these types and you should be good to go. And the reason you do not have errors here is because these are optional fields. So here we need the exclamation mark as well as here. So this is our create table DTO type that we have here. Now we also need another DTO, which is going to be for the auth table, more or less like to update a table. So over here, we are going to be creating a new DTO. We're going to call this auth-table.dto.ts here like this. And this auth table DTO is just going to be pretty much straightforward. We are going to be importing the column types, which will come. First, we're going to import is optional, is string, which will come from class validator. Then we're going to bring in our column type, which will come from supavolt constants. And then we actually bring in the main type, which is the column type, which also will come in from supavolt type. So then let's have the class definition. We're going to be exporting the class add column DTO. And this add column DTO is going to take in the name, which is a string. So a string, the name, and then we're going to have is in, which is the column types. And the type here is going to be column type. And lastly, we have is optional, a string, and that is for the default value. So all this will get us started in making our table editor. Let's not forget to add the exclamation mark here and give this a save. Now the next step is for us to create the table editor service so that we can discuss with database and run operations on our database. Let's close out this previous work we've done. And now we're going to be working on the service. Remember, the service is always like the longest file. So right here in table editor, but outside the DTO folder, you want to create a new file. And this is going to be the table editor.service.ts file. So the service is where you have your business logic. This is where your database discussions or any calculations is going to be in the service. The controller is always going to be lean. So here we're going to import the bad request exception. We're also going to bring in injectable, not found exception. All these will come from Next.js common. Then we need to bring in our checkers, so the and, the equals, and the SQL itself, which will come from Drizzle ORM. Then we need to bring in our Drizzle service. The Drizzle service is going to come in from the DB Drizzle.service. We need to bring in our projects, our organizations, which will come from our database schema. And then we also need to bring in the create table DTO. The create table DTO is going to come from our DTO create table DTO. And we also need our add column DTO, that is to update a column. This is going to come in from our DTO, the auth table DTO. And lastly, we need to bring in our types from the supavolt type. So the type is the table information, the table column, and also the column type, which will come from supavolt types. Now, in case you're forgetting what this looks like, you can always like right click, go to the definition, and you would see like this is the table information, the name, the columns. This is the create table input. This is the table column, and this is the column type here. So let's give this a save. Now we're going to have our class, which is going to be marked with the injectable decorator. So let's do it. We have at injectable, and we can export the class, the table editor service. And this class in the constructor, we are just going to have we're just going to initialize Drizzle, which is going to be a Drizzle service here. Now we're going to need different helpers inside this class here. The first helper we're going to need is this, which is going to help us to assert the safe identifier. So it's going to take in the name and the label, and it's going to return void. So here we're just going to have this regex here, and then we want to go on and throw a request if it's an invalid label name. So this is what this is actually going to help us to do over here. So it's going to throw this bad request exception that we have an invalid label, and then we throw the name like this. So this is this private method. We are also going to have a type mapping method. Maybe I leave a comment here. This is going to help us for type mapping like this. Type mapping like this. And the first one we're going to have is to help us map the PG type to a column type. Okay, so that's the first private method or the next private method we are going to have. So map the PG to column type. So it's going to take in the PG type of string, and it's then going to help us return a column type over here, because we always want to work with a column type. So we have this map, which is going to take in a string object, and the value is going to be a column type. So it's going to be the text is going to be equals to text, the character variant is going to be equals to text, the integer is going to be integer, the boolean is going to be boolean, big int as well is going to be big int. So we're just going to do some PG type mapping here to the actual column type. And after this, we are also going to have the timestamp with time zone, which is going to be timestamp, and the same timestamp without time zone is also going to be mapping to just timestamp like this. We have the UUID, which is going to be of type UUID. We have the JSONB, which is going to be JSONB type here, and the numeric is going to be numeric. So this is our object, but then we need to return. We're going to be returning the map, which is going to then have the PG type. Otherwise, we're just going to have text like this. Now, this is one for the type mapping. We're also going to have another private, which is also going to now be map type like this. So it's going to take in the same, just as we have here. So we're going to have this private map type. It's going to take in the type, which is a string, and then it's going to return a string. So here, let's have the object. So let's have our map. So const map is going to be of type record. The string is the key is a string, the value is a string, and then text is going to map to text like this, and same for integer. We do the same for big int, for boolean, for timestamp. We also do the same for UUID. So after boolean, we do the same for timestamp. We do the same for UUID, and then we do the same for JSONB, which is going to be JSONB. We also have numeric, and then we are going to go on to return the map, which is then going to map based on the type. Otherwise, we are going to default to text, just like this. Now we also have one more, and this is going to help us for the format default value. We also need these helpers. We're going to make use of these helpers as we write out the content of this. So let's have this private method, which we call format default. So it's going to take in the value and type string, the type, and then it's going to return a string. Now let's first of all trim the value. Const trim is going to be equals to value.trim, and we say, hey, if trim is an empty string, or if it's false, then we want to return this empty string here. And then we also want to use this regex expression, which is this gen random UID or the current timestamp. So we want to test it based on this trim value, and then we want to return the trimmed value. So then we're going to say if the type is boolean, then we're going to return the trimmed value. If the type is integer, or the type is a big int, or the type is numeric, we are also going to return the trimmed value. And let's do the same for the JSONB. We are also going to check if the type is equals to JSONB. So if we have a JSONB type, we are going to return the trimmed value, but want to replace this just to make sure it matches JSONB with this double column here, and then JSONB, and then want to return the trimmed value dot replace the G over here, and then we're going to have the empty string that we have over here. Now this is the format default method that we are going to use. Now we need one more. This is going to help us with our project schema lookup before we can go over to having the main method that the table editor is going to need. Okay, so here we're going to have this private method, async method, get the project schema. So it needs the organization slug. It also needs the project slug, and it's going to return a promise which resolves to a string. So the first thing we're going to do is to have the row. So for that, we are going to say const row is going to be equals to await this.drizzle.db. So we want to select the database schema, which from database schema projects.schema like this, and this is going to come from the projects table. Then we're going to have the inner join, which is like joining the organizations, and then we have equals the project.org ID matches the organizations.id, and then the where clause here is going to be chained with multiple equals. So we're going to say where and we have equals the organizations.slug matches the organization slug. We also have equals where the projects.slug matches the project slug, and then we just want to limit our answer to 1 over here. So we say dot limit like this. Now, if for some reason we do not have a row, then let's go on and throw a new not found exception, which is going to say project not found. Or if everything is okay, then we can return the row.the DB schema that we have over here. So now let's format this, and the next thing we are going to do is to then go on and have the actual queries where we can list the tables, where we can get the table structure and things like that. So that's what we are going to be working on next. Okay, so let's continue, and the next method is going to be to list the tables. So let's have those here. We're going to have this comment here, list tables. So it's going to be this async get tables, which is going to take in the organization slug of string, also the project slug of string, and it's going to return a string array promise. So first we're going to try to get the schema. So let's say const schema, and the schema is going to be awaiting this .get project schema, which we're going to pass in the organization slug and also the project slug. Now we're going to get the result of executing some SQL. So the result is going to be await this .drizzle.db.execute, where we're going to get back the table name as a string. We want to go on and select the table name, so that's why we're expecting to get back the table name, and this is going to come in from the information underscore schema and dot tables, and there we have the where clause where the table underscore schema is equal to the schema that we are going to receive from here, and we also want to make sure the table type is equal to the base table, and we also want to go on and order this by the table name and in ascending order. Now we want to make sure we just get back the table name. For that, we're going to return the result.rows so that we can map, and each result we just want to return the result.table underscore name like this. Now the next thing we're going to do is to have the get table structure method. So we're going to have the async get table information, which is going to take in the organization slug of type string and also the project slug of type string. We also have the table name, which is of type string, and then we have we are going to return a promise that is going to resolve to table information type. Now we're going to first of all do our this.asave identifier, which is going to take in the table name, and then the tag is going to be table name or the label. Then we're going to have our schema so that we can get the project schema. So we'll await this.get project schema. We pass in the organization slug as well as the project slug. Now we also need the column result. We're going to say const column result is going to be equals to await this.drizzle.db. I want to call the execute method so that we are expecting the column name of type string. We're also expecting the data type of type string. So we're going to get back this object that looks like this. We also have is underscore nullable, which is of type string, and also the column under the underscore default, which is of type string or null. Then we're going to execute this SQL. So we're going to select the column name, also the data type. So all these that we're expecting, we also select is nullable, and the column underscore default, which is going to come from the information underscore schema dot columns. And the where clause here is where the table underscore schema is equal to the schema that we receive over here. And we also want to go on and order this by the ordinal position in ascending order like this. Now we're going to have the foreign key results or the primary key results. So after this SQL here, let's get the PK results, the primary key results. So we're going to say const PK result is equals to await this.drizzle.db.execute. So we're going to get the column name, which is of type string. So we want to get the column name that is the primary key. We're going to select the kcu.column name. No worries, I'm going to explain what all this means. And then we're going to select this from the information underscore schema.table underscore constraint, the TC. And then we have the join the information schema dot the column name, and the usage is the KCU like this. And then we're also going to have this on the tc.constraint name. No worries, I'm going to explain what all this means in case it's new, which is equal to the kcu.constraint underscore name. And we have the tc.table schema, which is equal to the kcu.table underscore schema. We also have the where clause where the tc.constraint underscore type is equals to primary key. And we also have the tc.table underscore schema is equals to schema. This is actually an alias, which I'll explain in a moment. And the tc.table name is equals to table name. So we're going to say const the primary key or the pk columns, and the pk columns is equals to this new set so that we can go on to map through the rows. So we'll say the pk result.rows.map. You can always log this to the console. We are going to return the column name like this, and the foreign key result is going to be equals to await this.drizzle.db.execute, where we expect to get back the column name of type string. We also expect to get the foreign table name, which is also of type string, and lastly we also expect to get back the foreign column name, which also is of type string. This is the SQL we're going to execute. We're going to select the kcu.column name and also the ccu.table name as the foreign table underscore name like this, and also we're going to do the same for the ccu.column name, and this is going to be as the foreign underscore column underscore name, and this is going to be coming in from the information underscore schema dot table underscore constraints, the tc. We want to go on and join the information underscore schema dot key underscore column underscore usage, the kcu, and this is going to be on the tc dot constraint underscore name, where it is equals to the kcu dot the constraints underscore name. And we also have the tc.table underscore schema, which equals to the kcu.table underscore schema like this. Then we want to go on and join the information underscore schema dot constraint underscore column underscore usage, the ccu, just like this, on the ccu dot constraint underscore name is equals to the tc dot constraint underscore name, where the tc.constraint underscore type is equals to the foreign key, and also the tc.table underscore schema is equals to the schema. I know it's all confusing, no worries, I'm going to explain in a moment. And we have the tc.table underscore name, where it is equals to table name. Now let's quickly have the foreign key map. So we're going to say const the foreign key map is going to be equals to a new map, where we have the foreign key results that we get from here. And then we want to go on to have the rows.map, where we have each row, and we're going to be returning a list because it's a map actually. So the table, and then we're going to have the arrow.foreign table name, and then the column, which is the arrow.foreign column name like this. And then we're going to have the so after the map here, the foreign key map, the next we're going to have is the columns, and the columns is going to be of type the table column, which is equals to the column result.rows.map, and then we have each column, and then we're going to be returning this object here where we have the name, which is equals to the column underscore name. We also have the type, which is equals to this dot map type to column type, where we pass in the column.data type, and we're also going to have is nullable, which is the column that is nullable if that is equals to yes, so it's boolean. We also have is primary key, which is equals to the primary keys dot has the column dot column underscore name, and the default value is going to be the column dot column underscore default. And also we have the foreign key, and the foreign key is equals to the foreign key dot get, and we expect where we have the column dot column name, otherwise null, and then we can go on to return this. So we're going to say if the columns dot length is equals to 0, then let's go on to throw a new not found exception that the table and the table name is not found. So we're going to inject the table name here like this, and finally we can go on to return this object where we have the name, which is the table name, as well as the columns. So this is a very big work we have done. I'm going to leave some comments here, which is the previous next work we are going to do, and when we come back we're going to be working on this. But before we go on to work on this, I just want to also spend some time to explain what we I just want to take some time to explain what we're going to do, like create table, delete table, add column, drop column, and update row. Okay, so this is all we're going to be working on next. So before we continue to work on all of these, let's just walk through this because we have some aliases that we might not really understand. So this is what we are going to be working on next. All right, so let's quickly have the explanation. We have tables, so this goes on. So the list tables do go on and fetch the tables, but we want to focus on the get table structure. And get table structure over here, first we have the column result. So we're going on to get the column result over here. So we're going to fetch the different columns. We want to get all the columns. So this query that we have over here is asking progress for this table, give me every column. So we are saying give me the name, give me the type, also is nullable, and also give us the default value here. So that's what we call the column default. And then we have this pk result. Now this pk result, and in case you're saying things like over here the tc, the kcu, you might see somewhere something like the ccu, just like this. It shouldn't get you confused. These are just aliases. The tc stands for the table constraint, and it's actually a rule itself, which means is there a primary key or a foreign key here? So that's the actual rule. That's where you go on to see us make use of things like the TC, and that's the same for the KCU. The KCU stands for the key column usage, which means which column does this rule specifically sit on. And we also have the CCU, which is a constraint column usage, and that's why we make use of that over here. And this rule means what the column points to. So what is being used as the foreign keys. Now over here where we have the pk results, this is just all we are doing over here is we're asking Progress which columns are the primary key. So we're going to select from the table constraints, so which is the TC, to start, which means start with the rules, which is going to be nicknamed this TC over here. So that's what this is doing. And in this sentence, we are just going on to find the primary key, which is the primary key rule, the TC, then get is column. So we're going to get is column, which is the KCU here. So that's what this primary key is doing. And it's important that you log this to the console so you can see everything is connected. And then we have this too. So we have this new set that we create over here, which is just kind of a helpful way for us to go and get the primary key column name, so we can have this like a yes or a no. So that's why we make use of the new set over here. And then we have the primary key result, and this primary key result over here is going to execute this specific query over here. So this foreign key result, so all we are doing here is we are asking Progress which columns are currently the foreign keys, and if we're able to get the columns that are the foreign keys, what actually are they pointing to. So that's what this is doing. And then we just go on to do the last thing over here, which is the columns. So all we do here is to go on and build a final column list that we can send back to the UI. So we go on and turn the foreign key tables into a map where we can have things like the column name, the table, the column it points to, everything like this. That's what we then go on to return to the client. All right, so if the explanation isn't clear enough, you can also plug this into your favorite large language model, get more explanation, make sure you understand what's going on, and then you can proceed over to the next videos where we are going to be working on these other methods. So let's have the first one here. Actually, we did miss one, which is to get table rows. So this get table rows that we have over here is going to be this async function, which we have, or we call get table rows. Is going to take in the organization slug. It's also going to take in the project slug. It's going to take in the project name, the table name, and for some pagination, we also need the limit. So the limit is going to be 100 and offset is going to be 0. And now this is going to return a promise that where we have this object with the rows, and the value is going to be this object where we have the key string, the value we do not know. We also need the count of number. So let's start. We're going to call this.assert safe identifier where we pass in the table name like this. And then we're going to have our schema, which is await this.get the project schema, and we pass in the organization name and also the project slug. So after this, we're going to have the rows result and the count result, because we want to make use of promise.all to run this in parallel. So we're going to say promise.all where we say this.drizzle.db.execute. We're going to get the record string and unknown value, and want to execute this SQL. So want to execute select everything from the schema that we have over here, and also .table name, and want to have the limit is going to be equal to the limit, and the offset is going to be the offset. Then we also want to have the this.drizzle.db.execute where we're going to get the count, which is of type string in this object. So here we're going to select count, everything as count, which will come from the schema.table name. And we can close all of these here, and we're going to return the object, which is going to map or match this. So the rows is going to be the rows results.rows, and the count, as we have here, is going to be a number. So we're going to pass int where we have the count rows, and then we say .rows.count, otherwise we go to 0, and we have pass int 10 like this. So this is for getting the table rows. The next one we have is to create a table. So for creating a table, we are going to have this async function, a method create table. We need the organization for which we are creating the table. We also need the project for which the table belongs, and we need the DTO, which is our create table DTO, the actual table object we need. So we're going to call again this.assert save identifier. So we can go on to pass in the DTO.name, and we can also pass in the table name here like this. So we're going to say const the schema is going to be equals to await, and we're going to await this project schema, and then project slug, and the project we have the project slug here. We also have the pk tools, which is the dto.columns.filter, where we have each column that is primary key, just like this. And then we're going to say const the column definition is going to be the dto.columns.map, where we have each column. And we are going to first call this.assert save identifier, where we have the column name and the column name, just like this. This is just to make sure we avoid SQL injection. And then we're going to say if the column.foreign key table, then we're going to call this.assert save identifier, so we can pass in the column.foreign key table and the foreign key table name here like this. And then we want to first check if it's a foreign key column. So it's pretty much the same. So if call.is foreign key column, we are going to do just as we have over here. We're going to say this.assert save identifier, and we pass in the call, and we pass in the foreign key column, and we pass in the foreign key just like this. Now the next thing we're going to do is to have the paths. So we're going to say paths is going to be of type string array, and let's have the column definition, which is going to call in the column name, and also is going to call the map type over here, and we are going to pass in the column type. Then for the primary key, we're going to check if it's a primary key and if the column type is equals to a big int, and if there is no default value, then we're going to have the column definition, and the column def is going to be plus equals to the generated always as identifier. And then we're going to push this column def to the paths that we have here. So we're going to say path.push the column def like this. So we have another check if it's a primary key and the primary key dot length is equals to 1. We also want to push primary key to the different paths, and we're also going to check if it is not the column that is nullable. So if the column is nullable and it's not a primary key, so we want to push not null. And then let's also check the default value. So we're going to check also the default value like this. And then we're going to say path.push. We want to push the default, which is this.format default. We are going to pass in the default value as well as the column type there, just like this. Okay, so then we are going to continue, and then we are going to return this.paths and path.join, and let's also have the primary constraint, which is going to be equals to the primary columns.length. Let's check if it is greater than 1. A lot of typing. If that's the case, we have primary key, which is the primary key columns.map, where we're going to have each column. So the column name.join here like this. We join it with a comma, otherwise no. And the same for the foreign key constraint. We also want to have the dto.columns. Remember, DTO is coming in from the client. We want to filter each column, and then we're going to return the column.foreign key table, and also check the that is true, then the column.foreign key column like this. We want to then map each column where we return the foreign key, and the foreign key we're going to then have the column name, and then we say this is referencing that schema, and then we have the column.foreign key table here like this, and we also want to have this column.foreign key column just like this here like this. And then we're also going to have the all definition, all depth, where we spread out the column definition. We're also going to spread out the primary key constraint, where if it's true, we're going to have the primary key constraint array, otherwise an empty array. We're also going to have the foreign key constraints, which is going to join by a comma, and then we can finally execute this .drizzle.db.execute, create table on the schema, the DTO name, and all the definition, just like this. So this is a lot of typing. Unfortunately, I can't really explain much here because of time constraints. Then we have the delete table. We're going to have this async delete table method. It's quite straightforward. It's just going to take in the organization slug of string. Also, it's going to take in the project slug of type string and the table name of type string. And then we have a promise. This is going to return a promise that returns to void. Whenever we delete, we return void. So first, we're going to call our assert safe identifier so we can pass in the table name. And then we are going to have our schema. So called schema is going to be await this.get project schema so we can pass in the organization slug and the project slug. And then we can just call await this.drizzle.db.execute so we can execute await and say this.drop table if it exists, and then we pass in the schema and also the table name. Now we still have more to do, like adding a column. That's what we are going to be working on now. So let's come here. For adding a column, pretty much straightforward as well. So here we're going to have the add column method, which is going to take in the organization slug of type string, also the project slug of type string. We also have the table name of type string and the DTO because we're adding a column, so we need the data, which is going to be of type add column DTO, and this is going to return a promise that resolves the void. So first we call our assert safe identifier so we can pass in the table name, and we are going to call it again the assert safe identifier so we can pass in the DTO name. So let's have our schema. We say const schema is going to be equals to await this.get project schema so we can pass in the organization slug as well as the project slug. So let's have the column definition. The column definition is going to be equals to the DTO.name, and then we call this.map type, and then we are going to pass in the DTO.default value, and the column definition here is going to be plus equal to default this.format default, where we pass in the DTO.default value and the DTO.type. We are then going to await this.drizzle.db.execute, where we are going to execute auth table, the schema, and then we have the table name and the add column, which is then going to take in the column definition like this. Now the next one we need is to drop a column. So that's what we are going to be working on next here, to drop column. So dropping column is pretty much straightforward as well. So for the drop column, we have the async drop column, which is going to take in the organization slug of type string. We also have the project slug of type string. We also have the table name, which is of type string. We have the column name, which also is of type string, and the promise that returns void. So again, we're going to call our assert safe identifier, and then we pass in the table name, which is going to be table name, and we do the same for the column name, which is the this.assert safe identifier. We pass in the column name and the column name like this. So first, let's have our schema. We're going to say const schema is going to be await this.get project schema, and we pass in the organization for which we want to get the schema, so the organization slug and the project slug, and then we just go on to execute. So we're going to await this.drizzle.db.execute. We want to execute auth table, and then the schema that's the table name, so we want to drop column, and then we're going to pass in the column name. Now we have the last one here. So the last one is for the update role operation. So updating the role is also pretty much straightforward. You can now get the idea of the pattern on how things are working. We have the assert safe identifier to make sure it's safe SQL. And then we have the schema, and then we're going to execute, which is pretty much the same pattern that we have over here. Now for updating the role is also like the same. We're going to have the async update role method, which is going to get the organization slug, also the project slug of type string. We also have the table name. Table name is a string. We have the primary key column, which is of type string. We have the primary key value, which is also a string. And then we have updates, which is the record. So it's an object with a key of string, a value of unknown, and returns a promise which resolves the void. Now again, we're going to call the assert safe identifier so we can pass in the table name and be sure that it's safe. And then we're also going to do the same for the primary key column, which is going to be the primary key column like this. Now we're going to have object.keys based on the updates that we can map through it. So object.keys for the updates which we receive here. So for each column we are going to have here, we're going to assert the safe identifier, the column, and we have the column name. So now we are sure everything is safe. We can continue by having the schema definition, because schema is going to be our this.get project schema. So we pass in the organization slug and the project slug. Then we also want to set the fragments. So we're going to have const set fragments. It's going to be the object.entries based on the updates. We can go on to map, and when we map, we have the key and value in this array. So with this structure, and here we're going to get the sql.identifier where we have the column is equal to the value like this. And then we're going to await this.drizzle.db.execute. We want to execute the SQL, and the SQL here is updates. We're going to pass in the identifier name, so the sql.identifier.schema, and then we also have the table name like this. And then we want to set, so what do we want to set? We are going to make use of sql.join, the set fragments, the SQL, and then we're going to have this comma like this, where the SQL identifier is the primary key column is equals to the primary key value. So this is pretty much everything we need to get started in the service. I know it's a lot, as you can see, approximately 350 lines of code, but yeah, it is what it is. The next step for us is to then work on the actual controller. So the controller is going to call these methods we have in the service. I'll advise before you move forward, run this through your favorite LLM. Make sure you understand what's going on, get the explanations, get all you need. And once you're confident that you understand what this code is doing, then we can continue over to the controller. So I'll see you in the next video. Let's give this a save. And now we are going to create the controller. So I'm going to come here and still inside the table editor, we're going to have our table-editor.controller.ts file. So let's have the controller file. As always, we start by bringing in the imports. We're going to import body, also controller, delete get, also param. We are going to have patch, post, query, use guards, which will come from Next.js common. Now we need to bring in our table editor service, which will come from one level up, and then we have our table editor service. And then we need the DTO to create the table. So import create table DTO, which will come from the DTO create table DTO. We need the add column DTO. So we import the add column DTO, which will come from the DTO, and it come from alter table.dto. We need the JWT authentication guard, which will come from our auth guard, the JWT auth guard. We also need our role, our organization role guards, the organization role.guard. So this is all our imports that we use to get started. Now the controller path is going to be /API/organization, and then the organization slug. We also have /project, the project slug, and tables. And this is going to make use of the JWT auth guard. So you need to be authenticated, and also the organization role guard. So let's see how we can make use of this. So here we're going to have the constructor, which is going to have the organization. And then we are going to have slug, project, the project slug, and the tables. And we want to also make use of our guards. So we're going to make use of our JWT auth guard and our organization role guard. And in the table here, the table editor controller. So in the class, we are going to inject the service in the constructor. So we are going to say private table editor service is going to be of type table editor service like this. Now we're going to have our first method, which is get, so that we can get tables, a get request. And then the next one is going to be to get the table name and the rows. So we're going to say at get like this. Get tables is going to take in the param, so the slug of string, and then the project slug. So this first slug is the organization slug, and this over here is the project slug. So then we're going to return this dot table editor service, and then we want to call the get tables method, which needs the slug and the project slug. Now that's the same for this. So to get the table rows like this, and in here we're going to have the get table rows method. So the param, we're going to have the slug, which is and when we store it in slug, the organization slug. Next is the project slug, which we're going to have in project slug like this. And next is the table name. So the table name is going to be this table name of string. We also have the limit. The limit is optional, so you want to get it from the params, and it's optional. So here we're going to have the limit like this, so the query, and the offset is also going to come from the query, not the params. And then we can return this dot table editor service dot get table rows, and then we're going to pass in everything. So we're going to pass in the slug, and we're also going to pass in the project slug. We're also going to pass in the table name. We need the limit. If limit is option there, they want to pass int. Otherwise, we're going to default to the limit. Same for the offset, which are actually of type numbers. So that's why we make use of pass int, just like this. And the next one we have is to get a table get, and then the table name, so not the rows. So let me come here, and the get table name is going to be just like this. It's a get endpoint. It takes in the table name, and then we call get table info. So the table name is dynamic, so we're going to get that from the param. So the param first is the slug, organization slug. The next is the project slug, and the next param is the table name. So this param over here wants to retrieve it, and we retrieve it like this and store it into table name here. So it's of type string, and we can call the table editor service, and we can call the get table information method, which needs the slug, the project slug, and also the table name. Then we have the create table. So create table is a post request create table method. We need the slug, so the organization for which we want to create this table. We also need the project slug. So we retrieve all these with the param. We take project slug of type string, and then we need a body because we're running a create operation, the DTO, which is a create table DTO, and we can return this dot table editor service dot create table, which is they're going to take in the slug, the project slug, and the DTO. We also have this patch request to update the table column. So we have the table name and the column. So we call this add column method, which is going to take in the param slug. We store it in the slug of type string. We're also going to take the project slug. So the project slug, we store it in this project slug variable of type string. We also have the table name, and we get it from the param, the table name. So this table name here, and then we have the DTO, which is going to be retrieved from the body, and then we can call the add column this dot table editor service dot add column, just like this. And then the add column is going to take in the slug, the project slug, and the table name and the DTO, just here like this. So let's then have the delete operation, which is going to come just after the patch operation like this. We are going to have the delete operation, which is going to take in the table name, the columns, and the column name. So we can call this method drop column. So it needs the param, so we can get the slug. We also need the param decorator, so we can get the project slug, which will store in project slug like this. We also have the table name, which we're going to store in table name like this of type string. We have the column name, which we're going to store in the column name variable of type string. And we can just return this dot the table editor service dot drop column, and we are going to pass in the slug. We're also going to pass in the project slug, the table name, and the column name. So this is for deleting a column. We're also going to have delete, which is just going to be for the table name. So at delete, table name like this is going to be on this delete table, so not column. The initial first one was column. So we just need the project slug, the organization slug. We need the project slug, which we'll get from the param. We name it project slug, and then we're also going to need the table name. So we're going to retrieve it here, the table name like this. And we can just call this dot the table editor service and we can call delete table, which is going to take in the slug, the project log, and the table name. So this is what the service needs. And the last one we need here is patch. So to update a row, so slash table name slash row, and we have slash the primary key value. So we call update row. So we have at param for the slug, which is going to be a string. We also have at param for the project slug, which we are going to name project slug of type string. We also have at param for the table name. It's going to be table name like this. And we have the param for the primary key value. Is going to be the pk value of type string. We also have the body, which is going to be a body like this. And we have the primary key column, which is of type string. We have the updates, which is this object with record string and value unknown. And we can just return this dot table editor service dot update row. And then we are going to pass in the slug, the project slug, the table name, the body dot primary key column, as we have here. We're also going to have the primary key value, and we are also going to have the body.updates like this. So the update is actually going to be the actual object. So we know it's a key value, key string, but we do not know the value. That's why we go with unknown like this. So now we have this. The next is for us to have our table editor module. So we're going to come right here, and over here we're going to be creating a new file just like this, and this is the table editor.module.ts file. So in the table editor module, we are going to import module decorator from Next.js common. We are also going to bring in our authentication module. This is going to come in from one level up to auth, the auth.module. We also need our organization row guard, which will come from auth guards, the organization row.guard. We also need our table editor service, which is going to come in from the table editor.service. And then we need our table editor controller, which will come from one level up to our table editor controller. Okay, so now once we have all of these, the next is for us to have our module decorator. So the module decorator, so we can have the imports. We're going to have the authentication module. We also have the providers. We have the table editor service and the organization row guard. And then we have the controller, which is our table editor controller that we just created. And that's pretty much it. We can then have the class definition. So we export the class table editor module like this. Now we need to register this in the application module. So we're going to come here and let's locate our application module. And here, just in the imports after the projects module, let's have our table editor module brought in here, and we can give this file a save. Yeah, so let's just give this a quick run. So pnpm dev, let's be sure that our backend is still able to compile without any errors. And once we are sure our backend is able to compile, then we're going to go over to the front end side where we are going to start working on building the actual table editor. So let's give this a refresh again, and this time around, let's see if everything compiles. It's because the backend compiled before the front end. So now just give this a refresh, and if we do not see any errors, then we are good to go. And we can test the rest as we continue to build. So everything is working fine as expected. Now we are going to focus on the front end where we are going to be working on the actual table editor. So I'll see you. Okay, so let's go into the front end side of things. Yeah, so I'm gonna quit, or maybe I'll open up a new terminal window, because now we need to install TanStack React table, which is going to help us with our table editor. So we need to cd into the apps, and this is into the web. The command is pnpm add at tanstack/react-table. So make sure you run the installation, and while the installation is ongoing, we can start making changes first up to the constant.ts file. So I'm going to close all that we have open here, all the work from backend, and in the constants package, so right here in the packages, in the constants, in the source, the index, we are going to have new constants registered here. So I'm going to bring this down here, and I would also quit this terminal window as the installation has been completed. And in here we can import the table editor intent, and the table editor intent is going to be to create table, which is going to be of the string create table. We also need the same for the delete table, which is going to be delete table, and fetch table is going to be fetch table like this. And we can call this as constant and export the type, the table editor intent, which is going to be making use of the type of the table editor intent, which is the type of the key of the table editor intent. Now that we have all of these, let's give this a save. We are going to create the schema. So I'm going to close this, and just as we have in our web, I have some templates which I'll walk through in a moment, but in the source, in the features, just as we have features for all of these, we are going to create another feature, which is going to be for table-editor like this. Now let's have our client schema.ts file. And inside this client schema, we are going to be importing Z from Zod. We are also going to need to bring in column types, and the column types we just created right now in the supavolt constants. And we also need to bring in the column type and the create table input, which is going to come from the supavolt types. Now that we have that, let's have the actual constant, which is going to be the create column schema. So this is going to be based off z.zord object, and here we need the name. The name is going to be of type string, a min of 1, and it's required. We also need the type for the enum, so the column types as. So we're having this casting here, so we avoid TypeScript issues as column type. I want to spread out the column type list here. We also have is nullable, which is a boolean. We have is primary key, which is also z.boolean. We have the default value. The default value is z.string and is optional. And we have the foreign key table, which is z.string.optional. And we also have the foreign key column, which is z.string.optional. Now we're going to be exporting a constant, which we'll call the create table schema. This create table schema is going to have this shape. So the shape is the name, and the name is z.string.main of 1. We said the table name is required, and it's also going to need the columns for which we are creating the table. So the columns is going to be z.array. We pass in the create column schema, and then .min of 1, at least one column that matches all of these is required. And this is going to satisfy the z.zod type for the create table input. Now we also need the fetch table schema, which is going to be z.object, the table name, and the table name is a string and a min of 1. So we need the last one, which is the delete table schema. The delete table schema is going to be z.object, and we need the table name, which is going to be a string with a min of 1. So this is all our client schema. And why do we have this error here? Because so let me just get rid of this. I think this casting here is not really going too well with TypeScript. Yeah, so we can just get rid of the casting that's going on there, and we are good to go. So let's save this. The next is for the server side. I'm going to open this up, and we are going to have the server.schema.ts file. So right here, we can also import Z from Zod, and then we're going to bring in the table editor intent, which is going to come in from the constants. And then let's bring in the different client schema as well, because we're going to be extending them. So we need the create table schema, the delete table schema, and also the fetch table schema, which will come from the one level up, so where we have the client.schema. Now we have the table editor server schema, and as always, this is going to be z.discriminated union based on the intent. So we're going to have z.object, and the intent here is going to be z.literal, where we have the table editor intent.create table. So whenever we want to create a table, we need to have the name. So we're going to have the create table schema.shape.name, so the shape over there. And the columns is going to be z.string, and we want to use transform, so we have the raw and the ctx, and we're going to have the try-catch block. So we're going to say pass is going to be of type unknown. It's going to be json.pass raw, And the result is going to be the create table schema.shape.columns. We want to save pass it here, and we're going to have the past. So if for some reason the result is not successful, so we're going to say if no result.success. We want to add an issue to the context. So we say ctx.add issue, and the code is going to be costume, and the actual message is going to be invalid columns. And then we're going to return z.never like this. And we return the result, the data, if everything is okay. Now, if for some reason the passing fails and is not able to pass, we are also going to add an issue to the context. And this is going to have a code of costume and also a message that is going to say invalid columns JSON. And then we're going to return z.never like this. Now we're also going to have other intents here, which is to delete a table. So z.object, the intent, if the intent is z.literal table editor intent.delete table, we are going to pass across the table, the delete table schema shape, just like this. And the last one we have is to fetch a table. So the intent is going to be table editor.fetch table. And then we're going to have we're going to spread the fetch table schema.shape like this. Okay, so now this is pretty much what we need to get started in terms of the schema definition and also the constant definition. Why do we have this error here? That's because constants, I'm just going to get rid of this so that we can let the IDE bring in the import just here, supavolt /constants. Yeah. So now we've fixed all of this. The next step is for us to have our action and also our different server helpers that we are going to need in creating the actual UI interface. Okay, so let's go into the different action that we need, and yeah, so let's create the action. So what's going to happen is right here, I'm going to close all of these, and we are going to have the action file here. So the action.ts file, and over here we can start by marking this as a server action, the making of the use server directive as a server component. We're also going to need to import revalidate path from next cache. We also need to bring in our schema. So the schema, the table editor server schema is going to come from one level up where we have the server.schema file. We also need to bring in the intent. The intent is going to come in from our supavolt constant, so we need to update this. And then we need to bring in our cookie keys. The cookie keys is also going to come in from the supavolt constant. Then we need the retrieve token from cookie helper function, which is going to come from our server utilities /utils. Then we need our API client, which will come from libaxios. And we also need our table information. The table information is going to come in from the supavolt /types. Now, the first thing we're going to do is to export the type. The table editor action state is going to be equals to this object, where we have an optional error of type string. Also, the success could be of type string. We also have the table name, which could be of type string. So we expect this sort of response. Same for the table data is an optional object, where the info is the table information. The rows is this object with the string and value of unknown. So a list of this type of object. The count is also a number. Now the type for the table editor context is going to be the organization slug of type string and also the project slug of type string. So let's have our authentication headers. So we just have this function which we'll call auth headers. It's going to take in the token of string and it's going to be returning this object with the headers where we have the cookie keys. The cookie keys.access token is going to be equals to the actual token. We also want to create a base path. So the base URL, we have the organization slug of string. We also have the project slug of type string, and we are going to return /organizations /the organization slug /the project slug and the tables. Now we also want to revalidate the database page. We are going to be creating this page before we start the actual page definition. So it's going to have the organization slug and the project slug, and we are going to revalidate the path, which is /organizations /the organization slug and then the project slug /the database. Now let's have the actual action. we're going to export the async function, which is the table editor action. It's going to need the organization slug, which is and the project log, which are this type, table editor context. We also have the previous state, which is the table editor action state, and the form data. The form data is going to be of type form data, and this is going to return a promise that resolves to the table editor action state. So as always, we start with the raw data, which we get from objects from entries. We pass the form data, and then we're going to pass this. So pass is going to be the table editor schema server dot save pass based on the data we are receiving, which is the raw here. And if this is not successful, we are going to return this error object that's going to say the pass.error.flatten.form errors, the first item, otherwise we go with invalid input. So let's go on, let's get the token, let's get the intent and the base path. The token is going to come from awaiting retrieve token from cookie. We also need the intent. The intent is also going to be gotten like this, where we're going to have the pass.data. And we are going to have the base, and the base is going to be the base path. And we also need the options, which we call opts, which will come from authentication headers, and we pass in the token. So in the try block, we want to switch. So based on the intent, if the intent is having this case for the table editor intent dot create table, we are going to write the logic here. So we're going to destructure the name and the columns from the past.data. And let's go on to await the API client.post, where we are going to pass in the base and also this object with the name and the columns and the ops just like this. So that's what the backend needs. Then we can go on to revalidate the database path by passing the organization slug and the project slug. I want to return success table created as well as the table name here like this. We're going to have the same for deleting a table. Now deleting the table case intent like this, we have the table editor intent.delete table. For the case we need the table name, so we're going to const table name is going to be pass data, and we're going to await the API client.delete. So we're going to then pass the base URL slash the table name, and then we pass the options like this. We also want to revalidate the database path, and we are going to pass in the organization slug and the project slug. Then finally we can return the table name, the sources, the table deleted, as well as the table name. Now we have the last one here, which is to fetch a table. So the case where we have the table editor intent.fetch table, we need the table name. So we're going to get that from past data, pass the data like this, and we're going to get the information result and the rows results. So we want to get the table information. So this is going to be awaiting promise.all. We're going to send two requests. The first one is the API client.get, which will get the table information. So we have the base path slash table name and the options. And the next one is going to be the API client.get, where we're going to get the object with the rows, which is the record. The key is a string and the value is unknown, a list of this object. We're also going to have the count, which is a number. And then the path is going to be slash the base slash the table name slash rows. And the limit is going to be hard-coded 100 here. So we have the options. And finally, we can then go on to return this object that is going to have the table data. So such as the information result.data. Also the rows is going to be the rows result.data.rows. And we also need the count, which is the rows result.data.count. Now for the catch block, it's pretty much straightforward here, because in the catch block we're also going to disable the error that we usually see. So I'm just going to add the ES disable next line at TypeScript ESLint, no explicit any, because the error type is going to be of type any. So over here we're going to have the catch block, the error is of type any, and we are going to return this object with the error key that comes from the response.data.message. Otherwise we say something went wrong. Now let's have the editor help us. It's okay, we have these errors over here. First is this table editor contents. So remember it comes from supavolt constant. So I'll get rid of this and I would let the IDE bring this in for me, and that should fix the errors that we have over here. So it does, and we are good to go. We can then give this a save. Now let's have the table editor help as server file. In here, we're going to create a new file, and this is the table editor helpers.server.ts file. Now this is going to be straightforward. We're going to be importing a redirect, which will come from Next navigation. We also need the API client. The API client is going to be coming in from @/lib/axios. We also need the retrieve token from cookie, which is going to come from @server-utils/utils. We also have the cookie keys, which is going to come in from @supavolt/constant. And then we have the import type. So we want to import project, which will come from our supavolt types. Now the first function we're going to have here is to retrieve the tables from API. So we're going to export the async function, retrieve tables from API, where we're passing the organization slug, as well as the project slug, which are both of type string. Now this function is going to return a promise that results to an array of strings. So we're going to have the token by retrieving the token from the cookie. And the try block, we are going to have the const data. Data is going to be awaiting the API client.get. We are going to get a result that is a string array like this. And the path is /organizations, and then we have the organization slug/projects, and then the API slug/tables. Now the headers here is going to be the cookie, and we have the cookie keys.access token is going to be equals to the token, and we go on to return the actual data. Now in the catch block, we are going to redirect to /organizations, and then the organization slug /projects. Okay, so this is working in terms of maybe retrieving the tables from API. Now the next is to retrieve the project DB schema. So we have this async function, retrieve project DB schema. It takes in the organization slug and the project slug. They are both of type strings, and this is just going to return a promise that results to a string. Now we're going to get the token, and we're going to await retrieve the token from the cookie. And in the try block, we are going to have the data by awaiting the API client.get. We are going to get project, which is going to be of type project. And we're going to send the request to /orgs, the organization slug/projects, and the project slug. And for the headers, we are going to have the cookie, which is the cookie keys.access token, is going to be equals to token. Now we're going to then return the data.results, the database schema. Now if something goes wrong, we're just going to redirect the user to /organizations, and then the organization slug and /projects. So what we're going to do is to give this file a save, a save like this. And before we go into the, we return for the UI, let's give this a refresh, because we need to create the database page for the front end. So I'm going to close these tabs that we do have open, and I'll come over here, and this is the page we need to create. So right here in the app, if you click here, you can see this is going to try to redirect us to the database page, which we do not have yet. So /organizations, so we come here, /organizations, the organization slug, which is here. We also going to have the project slug. So we have organization slug, and then this is project slug. So what we can do is to create this new file here like this, and this is going to be project slug like this. So it has to match, and in square brackets, and also no typo here. So we have the organization slug is going to come in here, and there we have database. So we need to create a new folder, which is database like this, and then we're going to have the page.tsx. Now once we have the page.tsx, this error here should change. We should still have this error, but it should be like we are not exporting, or we do not have a default export, as you can see over here. So we have successfully created this page. And before we continue, we need to make sure you take a look at the templates. We have 2 new templates we are going to make use of. By the time we return, we have the table editor client, which is this. As you can see here, we need to install some shadc and UI components. This is the actual code. This is the full code we are going to be working with. So you can spend some time taking a look at it. It's going to work with the different methods that we have in our actions, And we have the create table drawer, which is, as you can see, these are loads of code for us to type out together. So just take a moment, take a look at the template. We are going to be working with these templates here. They are both combined over 700 lines of code, which could take some time for us to do on camera. So please take a moment to go through them. And once you come back, we can then go into installing the different packages that we need and having the page laid out. Now, before we continue, we need to install some packages, and most importantly, we need to fix some bugs that I did notice. So open up your terminal window and let's open up a new terminal here. So we are going to cd into the apps and into the web, and here let's pnpm dlx cn at latest. Let's install the checkbox component. We are going to need it, and once the installation is completed, we also need to install resizable, scroll area, and also the table components. So we have this already installed. I had it installed, so you should go and install this. And you also need to install the resizable, the scroll area, as well as the table component. So run the installation for these files. And while the installation is ongoing, we can get started with this page content, and then we are going to focus on the bug fixes. So once the installation is completed, you can close this terminal, and let's start by importing the table editor client, which we do not have yet, but this is going to come in from the features. We have the table editor feature, and there we're going to have the table editor client component. And we also want to import the retrieve tables from API function and also the retrieve project DB schema. Now all these are going to come from the features, the table editor, and there we have the table editor helpers.server file. Let's also export default async function. We call this database page. It's going to take in the params, and this params is going to be of type this object, a promise that is going to resolve to the slug as well as the project slug, which are both of type string. So here, let's try to access the params, so the slug and the promise, by awaiting params, and we're going to make our call. So we're going to get our tables and also our database schema, which is going to await promise.all, and we're going to first retrieve the tables from API, where we pass in the slug and the project slug, and then we're also going to retrieve the project's DB schema. Now this is going to need the slug as well as the project slug. And then finally, we can return JSX. We're going to return this div, which has all these class names. So it's also going to display a flex, have this height, 100 SVH minus 3 rem, 3 rem. And after these classes, we are then going to return or have the table editor client, which we are importing here, which is then going to give us an error for now. So we have the organization slug, we have the project slug, and we have our database schema. So we're passing all this as properties to this component, and the initial tables is going to be equal to tables, and then we can close this component and also close the div. Now before we continue laying out the front end, I just want to explicitly say that we have this over here. If you come over to the templates, actually it's 3 templates, not 2. I did add one. I added the add column dialog. So this is a new template we are going to be making use of. As you can see, this is one error we have because we need to add the add column to the intent. We are going to be adding that in a moment. Then we have the create table drawer. I did make some changes here, and also to the table editor client as well here. So let's start by coming over to the API. So this is where we're going to be fixing a bug, and we want to come into the table editor and into the table editor service. So this is where we have a string, not a string, an error, starting from here where we have the not the create table, where we have the get table structure. So let me search for it, the get table structure. So this over here, what we're going to do is, before we have our return over here, just here where we return the table name and the columns, we are going to first of all check the columns length. So I'm just going to bring in the piece of code. We're just going to check if the column's name is equals to 0. Then we're going to throw this new not found exception that's going to say the table not found. So this is one fix that we're going to do over here. Now the next is we're going to have this is missing table error. This private method, we're going to make use of it. So let me also bring this in, and we can have it just before the get table rows. So somewhere here, let's go and just bring this in here like this. Now we have this error. I'm just going to get rid of it as this assertion is not necessary and the error is gone. So this is the private missing table. Please just take a moment to type it out, and then we're going to make it of this right in the get table rows. Here where we have this promise call, I'm just going to cut this and we're going to wrap this in a try catch. So here let's have the try catch block like this. We do not need the error here, so I'm just going to get rid of the error, and this is what we are going to have right into the try block here. So in the try block, you see we are fetching this data, and then we are going to return these. So you want to move this, you want to cut this and move this right inside here in the try block like this. Now for error, in case something goes wrong, that's where we're going to make use of this private method. We're going to check if it's missing table error. We want to then pass the error. So here we're going to make use of this now. So here in the catch block, we want to then paste this in here. So actually we need the error. So let me bring this in here like this. Okay, so now this fixes the fix, or these are the fixes that we need to make, or we needed to make in the service. We can save this, and now we are going to make a subtle change in the constants. So let's come over to our package, and over here in the packages, in the constants, in the source, in the index.ts, over here we need to add a new action. That means we are going to be updating our server action. This is going to help us to add a column. So let's say add underscore column, just like this. Is going to be add underscore column, and I have a typo which I'll fix in a moment, just like this. So now we have this change done here. You can go on to save this file, and the next bug we're going to fix is the action, this actual server action. So we know the server action is right in here in the web, and here we have the source, and we have the features, the table editor, the action.ts file. Now we're going to get rid of something, which is this revalidate database. We don't need this function. I actually had issues with it during testing, so I'm going to get rid of this. We do not need this, and as well as this, we do not need this. So this is the major change we need to do here. But now we're going to add another case for the delete functionality. So that is just, maybe we can add that somewhere here. Just after this case, we can register a new case, sorry, which is for the add column. So here we're going to have the new case here, the editor table intent dot add column, and I do not know why we do not have, so we haven't added the intent yet. We're going to add that in a moment. So to add a column, this, we get the table name, the type, and the default value, and then we send a request to our API endpoint to add a column. And then let's make sure we have the add column part of our intent. So I'm just going to save this. So we're having this error, which is actually understandable, and that's because in the case here we haven't updated the client, so the server schema. So let's come over to the server schema here, and we also need to update the client schema. So I'm going to right click here and also open up the client schema. Now we also need to add the case, which is like the add column schema cases. So what's going to happen is somewhere here, I'm just going to bring the add column schema case and have it here like this. This is going to help us to add a new schema. And then once we update the server action, this error we have over here is going to go. So here in the server schema, so once we update the server schema, so we need to also add the add column intent here. So let's add it here, and now we have this added here. We need to import the add column schema, which is going to come in from the client, and once we give this a save, you can see the error in the action is now gone. Okay, so these are the subtle changes we needed to make just for our application to work as expected. Now we're going to take a moment, and once we return, we are going to test things out because we already have the templates. I'm just going to close others. We have this template, so we're going to make sure we register these templates where we need them, which is in the features, and then we are going to test out our application. All right, so let's get into it. We need to create this file. So 3 files actually. So the table editor client, or can we copy this straight up from the template? Yeah, so let's copy this. I'm just going to copy this and we're going to paste it right in here. And let's do the same for the add column dialog. We need it. We're going to see this when we need it to add a column. So I'm going to paste this in here. And we need this, which is the table editor client. Actually, this is the create table drawer. So let's copy this and let's drop this in here. And the reason why I provide these templates is because if we take a look at this, you can see this table, create table drawer is, over 500 lines of code. And if we also double check like the add column dialog, we see this is just about 200 lines of code. And we check this out, you see we are, at 800 lines of code. So this is so many code for us to type out on video. It's going to take some time, and that's why I provide the template. As much as we understand what the code is doing in terms of our action, our server action, and our API clients, all this here is just the UI layouts, okay? So let's come over here and let's just get rid of these and bring them back in so that the error fixes itself and the error is gone. So now let's try this out. In the page also, we can just get rid of this and bring it back in, and we no longer have the error. So I'm going to expand this, which is cool. Now we see we have a table here. If we collapse this, this is actually collapsible. We saw earlier that this is pretty much responsive, so it works well on both mobile and desktop devices. This is it on mobile on 360px. If you add a new table, we see the form here. So I want us to see this on the table editor. So I'm going to on the desktop screen. So this is it. You click on add table. Let's add our first table. Users, in terms of naming convention, you want to go with users. Maybe we say users table is going to break because of this space that we have over here. If we try it out, create table, we're going to get an error for the invalid table name. So we should understand that we just need to pass in table users like this. We see the error. So users, and the ID is a big int, is the primary key, is not null, so you want to make sure this is unchecked, and there's no foreign table. The created at also is of type timestamp. The default is now function, and we can add a new table. So let's say a user can have an email, is of type text, and let's say this is nullable just to mix things up, and let's have a name. Actually I would say the email is not null, so that I can say the name could be null. And this is of type text. We see the default is null. So if you want to have a default value, you can provide the default value here. You also have a foreign key, but we do not have any foreign key definition here. So it's going to be null. If you click on add table, you can see you can remove this and it works fine as expected. Now let's try the actual create. And once you hit on create table, your table is creating. And once the table is done, we should see over here, we are going to have a new table. So now you see we have a new users table, and we have all the different fields that we specified, so the different columns over here. So even if we want to add a new one, let's say a user is going to have an age, and let's say the age is going to be an integer here, and we add the column. So default, let's say default, every user is going to be 10 years old. It doesn't make sense, but let's just say maybe 10 years old. We add a column just to test out the default value. We are going to see over here that then we're going to have this is going to refetch, and we're going to see this over here now. So we see the age is an integer, and whenever a record, because we do not have a record created yet in the database, in the age table, we are going to have it here. So let's also have a new table. This is a bug because we see users. So let's just give this a quick refresh. I'm going to trace why we have the error, and we're going to fix it. But let's click on new table, and now we see this pops up. And let's say we will need a user to have an let's say member or membership, something like this. And over here we're going to have the user. So let's say we want to have a foreign key here, a user. And now you're going to see the type here is going to be big int to match with the type. So here we have big int, and we're going to say it's non-nullable, and the foreign key table over here is going to see, now we have users here, we can select users, and this is going to be the ID in the users table. So now we can give this create, it's going to create table, and you're going to see the foreign key relationship now is going to be pointing over to the users table. So now it's been created, we are here in the membership, and you can see the ID, and you can see the user has this relationship, which means this has a foreign key relationship to the users table, and this is working as expected. So we can select the table, and we're going to see the different fields and inspect the table. So this is working as expected. Now we're going to work on the next phase of our application, which is to auto-generate an endpoint for each table. Okay everyone, so we have been able to create this table. So we had this UI here where we can create our users table, our membership table, and have the data displayed here. So that all works as expected. And we can also go on to add different columns. So this works as expected. Now we're going to be working on the API, the auto-generated REST API, and the ability to create a table. And in the table editor page over here, we are going to have an API tab that is going to be fully documented and ready to call. So we're going to have 4 endpoints: the get, the post, the patch, and the delete endpoints. And you're not going to write any single line of backend code for them. They are just going to exist automatically. So every project in Supavolt, every project that you're going to create is going to get a dynamic REST API, which is going to be automatically generated based on the schema, and this is also going to support Supabase styles like pagination, ordering, filtering, and things like that. And you're going to need to authenticate to this via the project anonymous key, the anon key, and the service row key. And then you're going to see everything on the dashboard, because it's going to have the API docs that's going to show every endpoint for every table. So I'm super hyped for this. Let's see how we can get started. I'm going to collapse this. As always, we're going to start up with you can also see this back, which takes you back to here. We are going to start up with the backend side of things, but this time around, we're going to start by updating our constants. So let's come over here and into the packages. So I'll collapse the API and the web. So we have the packages, and in packages, we have the constants, we have the source, and we have the index.ts. So here we're going to export const. We're going to start with the reserved query params. So this reserved query params is going to be a new set like this, where we're going to have the select, the order. We're also going to have limit and offset. And after this, we're also going to have the different filter operations. So the filter operations are things like the equals. We're going to see them in a moment. And then we're going to have also the not equals like this. We're also going to have the greater than equals, the less than or equals. We also have the like and I like, which is going to be of type I like, and also is as like this. And we're going to say as constant, just like this. And we're also going to export the type, which is going to be the filter operation, which is going to be a key of a type of the filter operations. All right, so that's one thing we needed to do. And on that thing is the project. Where do we have the project definition? That is in our types. So let's exit out of here, and we're going to come over to the types, and in the source, the index.ts. So where do we have the type for the project? So this, maybe somewhere here we have the anon key, but we are missing the service row key. So let's make sure we add the service row key here. And the service row key is going to be of type string, like this. Okay, so we have the service row key. Then we also need a project API endpoint. So somewhere over here, we're going to add new types for the project API endpoint. This is going to be the API docs. So we can just leave this comment here. This comment is going to say API docs. So let's have the type over here. We are going to be exporting this interface, the project API endpoint. So we're going to have different methods, and the method we are supporting is the get, the post, the patch, and the delete methods. We're also going to have the path, which is a string. The description is going to be a string, and we're also going to show the user an example for the API docs. Then we have the project API docs itself. Now this project API docs is going to have the project URL. It's also going to have the anonymous key, the anon key. We also need the service row key, which is of type string. we need the different tables, and the tables is going to be an object. This object is going to have a name of type string, and the endpoint is then going to be this project API endpoint type that we have over there, and it's going to be a list. Now the next thing we're going to have is the project by slug response. So let's have this. We're going to export this interface. We call this project by slug response. It's going to be used by Drizzle to join shape that we're going to get. So it's going to have the project, the organization, and the organization member. So as I was saying, Drizzle is going to join the shape returned by the get endpoint. So you're going to have something like /organization, /slug, /project, as well as a project slug. So now we can go on and save the content of this file. The next thing we're going to be working on is the project key guard, because you want to make sure that we guard the key. You need to be authenticated before you can actually make response to a specific table. So here we're going to then come over to the backend. Now the focus is going to be on the API, and in the source folder, just as we had folders for every feature, we are going to have a new folder here, and this folder is going to be the project API or project key, like this. And actually we call it project API. So project API like this, and inside the project API we're going to have a new file, and this file is going to be the project key guard. So project -key .guard.ts file. Now this is going to be a guard, as we see here based off the name. So let's have the implementation. We are going to be importing can activate and also the execution context. We have created guards before. The idea remains the same. We also bring in injectable and also unauthorized exception. All these from Next.js common. We also need to bring in the JWT service, which is going to come from NestJS /JWT. We need the configuration service. The config service is going to come from at NestJS /config. We also need the request. The request is going to come in from Express, so we're importing requests from Express, and the project key rows, which is going to come from supavolt constant. So remember this that we just created now. Now let's export an interface which we'll call the project key payload. Now this project key payload is going to always have the project ID, which is a string, and now the role itself is going to be the type of the project key rows.anon key, or it could be the type of the project key rows.the service row key. We are going to have the actual guard. So the guard is going to be marked with injectable decorator. We call the guard the project key guard, which we need to export. It's a class, and it's going to implement can activate. Now we need to have in the constructor the JWT service. So we're going to have private JWT service. It's going to be of type JWT service. We also need to have the configuration service. So the config service is going to be of type config service. Now we know that we must implement the can activate method, which takes in the context of type execution context, and it's going to return a boolean. To have access to the request, we're going to say const request is going to be the context.switch to http.get request, and we pass the request here. Now to get the auth headers, we are going to read it from the request. So we say const auth header is going to be request.headers.authorization. Now this is the auth header string. We need to check if it doesn't start with bearer. That means this is an invalid or is not contain the string. We are going to throw a new unauthorized exception that the API key is missing because it needs to start with bearer. Now if it starts with bearer, let's go on and split it. We're going to get the token, which is going to be the auth header.slice 7 to get 7. And then we're going to try. First, we have the payload, which is going to call the JWT service so that we can verify this token. And we're going to get the project key payload as a response from this verification. Now we're going to pass in the secret configuration here, which we're going to get from the config service.get. We'll get a string, which is a JWT payload, the project JWT secret. So remember that in the env. Now the request, we're going to attach the project key to the request is now going to be equals to the payload. And we want to return true so that we can continue. Now, if for some reason we is not able to verify this, we are going to throw this new unauthorized exception, which is going to say invalid API key. Now, the next thing we need to do is for us to create a query parser. I'm going to save this file, and this query parser is still going to be right inside here for the project API. Now, you need to create a new file and call this query parser.ts like this. Now in here, let's start with the import by bringing in the bad request exception, which is going to be coming in from @nest.js/common. So we're going to be pretty much fast in this. And we're also going to be bringing in from the constants, we're going to bring in the reserved query params and also the filter operations. And we also need to bring in a type, which is the filter operator. They would all come from our supavolt constants package. We're going to export an interface which we'll call the past query. So it's going to have select. Select is going to be an array of string. We're also going to have filter, which is going to be the filter clause list here. And then we're going to go on and order this by the order clause or type null. No worries, we're going to have these types. The limit is going to be of number and the offset is going to be of number. Let's have the interface for the filter clause. The filter clause is going to have the column, the operator, and the value of which you want to apply this filter. Now the order clause is going to be the same in terms of the order clause is going to have the column, which is a string, and the direction because you want to order either by ascending or by descending. So here we have the direction, which is ASC or DESC. Now we're going to also have this assert safe identifier, which is going to help us to prevent SQL injection. So the name is a string, the label is a string, and it returns void. So we have this regex over here. Based on the name, it wants to verify that the name is safe and secure. And if for some reason this name doesn't match this regex here, we are going to throw a bad request exception that says invalid. I want to attach the label as well as the name to the response. Then we want to format the SQL value by taking in the operator and the raw value and return the formatted string. So first we're going to get the value. So how do we get the value? We're going to get it from the raw value over here, and we're going to replace any semicolon here with an empty space. So if the operator is equals to is, then we're going to return the value dot to uppercase. If it equals to null, we are going to return null, otherwise we'd say not null. And we're going to do the same for like. So if the operator is equals to like, or the operator is equals to I like this, then we're going to have this return over here where we're going to replace the value with this string just like this. Now let's also do the same by converting the value to lowercase, and that if it is true, and then we have the value dot to lowercase if it's equals to false. So in case of boolean, we're just going to return the value to lowercase like this. And finally, we're going to return the cleaned value just here. And then after this, we are then going to return the value dot replace, where we are going to replace this with the quotes just like this. Now we're going to export a function now, which is going to be the pass query params. And this is going to take in the actual params record. The key is a string, the value is a string, and it's going to return the past query. Now we're going to have the filter here, which is going to be of type the filter clause, and by default it's going to be an empty array. And same for the select. Let select is going to be of type string array, is going to be by default empty. The same for the order by, is going to be of type order clause or null, and we start up with null. The limit is 100 and the offset is 0. So we're going to map through here through the object.entries. So we say const the key and the value of object.entries where we pass in the params, and for each we want to check if the reserved key query params, if it has this specific key over here, we're going to switch. So let's check what case. Now if the case of the key is equals to select, then select is going to be equals to the actual value, and we can call dot split by the comma here. I want to map each value here, and we call the c.trim. I want to filter through here. We're also going to run select for each over here where we have the column, and want to go on and assert the safe identifier where we have the column, and we want to select the column like this, and we'll go on to break. Now we're going to do the same for order case over here, and we're going to get the column and also the direction. So then we can split it with a question mark with a dot like this. Then we're going to pass this to our assert safe identifier where we pass in the column and also the order column. We're going to go on and order this by, Now we have the object, the column is going to be equals to column, and then the direction, we're first going to be have this check over here. We're going to set the direction dot uppercase. If it's equals to DESC, then we're going to offer DESC, otherwise we return ascending like this. Then we can go on to have our break and have the next case, which is the limit. So the case where it's a limit, we want to limit by, we're going to say limit is going to be equals to math.min. We're going to pass in the value, a value of 10. Otherwise, we go with 100 and 1000. We are going to break, and we also have to check if the case is offset. And if this case is offset, then we're going to say offset is going to be math.max. We pass in the value, rounds of 10, and 0,0 like this. And then we can break and continue. The reason why we continue is because we still want to have the asset save identifier here, where we pass in the key and the filter column. Let's get the dot index. The dot index is going to be equal to the value dot the index of dots, and we want to check if the dot index is equal to -1. Then we want to go on and continue, and after which we can have the operator, which is going to be the value dot slice from 0 up to the point of the dot index as a filter operation. And then we are going to get the filter value. The filter value is going to be the value dot slice based on the dot index plus 1. Now we can check if there is no dot operator in the filter operations. We want to go on and continue. Otherwise, we are going to push into filter. Remember, it's an array, so we say filters dot push. We're going to push this object with the column, which is the key, and the operator is going to be the filter operators to get the actual operator, and the value is going to be the filter value over here. And then we can go on to return the select. We can also return filters. We can also return order by, the limit, and the offset. We're not done yet. We also have this function which is going to help us to build the where clause, and this is going to take in the actual filters, which is the filter clause list, and return a string. We can always do this check before we continue based on the filter's length. If it's equals to 0, we are going to return an empty string. And the different clauses, so where clauses is going to be the filters.map. We're going to destructure the column, the operator, and the value, and we have the object the function definition here. We get the SQL value by running the format SQL value, where we can pass in the operator and the value. So we can check if the value is, then we want to return the column is, and then the SQL value like this. And if the operator is equals to like, or I like this, we are also going to have a return, and the return here is going to be returning the string here with the column, the operator, and the SQL value. If it's none of this, we are going to return just the column, the operator, and the SQL value still just like this. So these are the clauses. Now we're going to be returning where, and where what? Where the clauses.join, we want to join into the AND operator like this. Now this is what we need to get started. You can go on and save the content of this file, and we no longer have any errors, and we are good to go. Now I'm just going to quit the dev server, so I no longer see this error that could be a little bit confusing or distracting. Now we're going to focus on creating the project API service. We're going to have the project API service. So let's close all the tabs that we do have open, and right here in the project API, now we are going to have the service. So we're going to say the project-api.service.ts file. Now, as we know, the service is where we have our business logic. So let's import, let's go on and import the bad request exception. We're also going to import the forbidden exception, injectable, and also we're going to bring in the not found exception. All these would come in from NestJS /common. We also need to bring in equals from Drizzle ORM, and we need to bring in the Drizzle service. The Drizzle service is going to come in from our database, and there we have the Drizzle service, just like this. And after the Drizzle service, we also need to go on and import the project. The project is going to come in one level up, the DB, the schema. We also need to bring in the pass query params, and we also need to build the where clause, which will come from our query parser. Now we'll mark it as injectable as always, and we're going to have the class definition. We export the class project API service, and in the constructor, we are going to have the Drizzle being initialized. And this is going to be of type Drizzle service. Again, we're going to have the private start safe identifier. Now we are repeating this too much, I think in 2 places already. So this is something you can move in one utility file that is used across the backend. Okay, so this is the assert safe identifier. And if this falls, we're going to throw the bad request exception. As always, this just helps us to make sure that we are protecting or guarding against SQL injection attacks. We're going to have this format literal function, helper function, which is going to have the value of type unknown and returns a string. We check if the value is equals to null, or if the value is equals to undefined, we are going to return null. We're also going to check if the type of the value is equals to boolean. Let's return the value if it is true, otherwise we're going to return false. And then we're also going to check if the type of the value is equals to a number. Let's return a string and then have the values we are casting it to a string. And then we can return the string value dot replace. We're going to replace the quotes with an empty string like this. Now we want to have this resolve project schema function, which is taking the project ID and the project slug and it returns a promise that resolves to a string. This is just going to help us to validate the URL slug that matches the JWT payload ID and return the database schema. That's why over here we are going to make a call to drizzle.db so that we can select the DB schema, and we'll have the project.schema, and where the slug is the project.slug. So from the projects table, that's where we are selecting the DB schema that matches the project schema. And we have the where clause, where equals the project.id matches the project ID that this resolve project schema function will take. We have limiting 1. And if for some reason we do not find the project, then we're going to throw the not found exception that the project not found. And we're also going to check if the project.slug is not equals to the project slug. We are also going to throw a new forbidden exception. And this forbidden exception is going to say the API key does not match this project URL. And then we can go on to return the project.db schema. Now let's have this function, which is going to help us to get the primary key column. This is a private async function, and here we're going to write some SQL. So we're going to take in the schema of type string, as well as the table name of type string, and the promise that is going to resolve to a string. That's what this function is going to return. So the result is going to be by having the db, the drizzle.db.execute, which is going to return the column name of type string object. And here we want to have the function where we're going to select the kcu.the column name. And this is going to be coming in from the information schema.table underscore constraints. And then the TC here like this. Now we have the join information underscore schema.key column usage and the KCU, and this is going to be joined on the TCU.the constraint name, which is equals to the KCU.the constraint name like this. And we also want to have the TC.the table schema is equals to the TCU.the table schema, and the where clause is where the TC.the constraint type is equals to the KC is equals to primary key, and we also have the TC.the table schema is equal to the schema that this function will receive, and same for the table name. So where the TC.the table name is equals to the actual table name, and then we also want to go on and order this by the KCU.the original position in ascending order, and want to limit this by 1. Now we're going to check from the result. The primary key is equals to the result.rows.the column name, and if we are not able to get the primary key column, we're going to throw a new bad request exception that the table with the table name doesn't have any primary key. So remember the primary key identifier that we did set up not quite long. If we find the primary key, we are going to return the primary key. Now I have this function. The getRows function is going to take in the project ID and the project log. It's also going to take in the project name of type string and the raw params, which is a string that is a record of key, object key, string, and the value of string. We're going to call our assert save identifier so we can pass in the table name, which is table name, and the schema is then going to be retrieved from this function. So we are going to await this to resolve the project schema function that we just defined. We pass in the project ID as well as the project slug. And we want to pass the query params. So we're going to get select filters, order by, the limit, and the offset from the raw params that we get from here. Now let's have the columns. So we'll say columns is going to be equal to select, and we want to select dot length if that is equals to 0. Then we want to select dot map each column, and we're going to return the column string like this. We want to join into the comma, otherwise we just have star, which means to select all. And then the where clause is going to build the where clause based on the filters, and the order we're going to check if order by here. Then we're going to go on to order by the dot column and the order by dot direction like this. Otherwise we'll just go with an empty string. So here we have the SQL. We say const SQL is going to be equals to the select, and we pass in the column, and we're selecting from the schema dot the table name and the where clause. So we have where like this. We also want to order, so we're trying to build the SQL, and the limit is going to be the limit, and the offset is going to be the offset. Then we're going to get the result. To get the result, we need to run this SQL that we built here. So we're going to await this.drizzle.db.execute. We're going to get an object with key of string, the value of unknown, and we are passing our SQL here. And then we can return the result.row. Now this is to get. We also need on to insert row, and insert row is going to take in the project ID, it's going to take in the project slug, as well as the table name. We also have the body because we are inserting data, so we need the body, and the body here is going to be an object of type, the key is a string, the value is of none. We always want to run our assert save identifier, so we're going to pass in the table name and the table name string like this. To get our schema, we are going to await this.resolve project schema so that we can pass the project ID and the project slug. Now from the request body, let's get the entries. The entries is going to be equals to the object.entries, and we pass in the body like this. Now if this entries.length is equals to 0, that means the request body is empty. So we're going to throw a new bad request exception that says the request body cannot be empty. But if we do have entries, then let's go on and make sure the entries are clean. We're going to say entries.forEach. We're going to have the column. I want to call this.assert save identifier for the column, and we'll pass in the column name. Now once it's cleaned, we're going to have the columns, which is going to be equals to the entries.map, and we're going to have each column and return the column so that we can join it with a comma just like this. The values as well is going to be the entries.map. We do not need the first value, so we need the second value here. And this is going to be the format literal, where we're passing the value and we join with a question comma like this. Now we just build the SQL. Remember, this is an insert, so we say insert into the schema, and we need the table name and the column, and the value is going to be the values. And then we want to have returning star like this, so we can return everything, and we can close this up. Now we're going to get the result. Const result is going to be equals to this.drizzle.db.execute. We pass in the record, the key is a string, the value is of none, and we have the raw SQL here. Then we're going to return the result.rows like this. Now we need the next one, which is to update a row. Updating a row is going to take in the project ID, which is a string, also the project slug, which is a string, and the table name, which is a string. We also have the role ID, which is a string of the role you want to update, and the body, because it's an update, which is this object. The key is a string, the value is of unknown. As always, the pattern remains the same. We are going to clean this up by calling the assert save identifier so that we can pass the table name just like this. And then we're going to build the schema. The schema is going to be await this.resolve project schema, which takes in the project ID as well as the project slug. We're also going to get the primary key column. The pk column is going to await this .get primary key column so that we can pass in the schema and the table name. And just as before, we are going to check the entries, which is going to be equal to the object.entries, and we pass in the body. So after the entries, we're going to check the length. If the length is equals to 0, that means you're passing an empty request body, which is going to make us throw a new bad request exception that says request body cannot be empty. Now is the time where we're going to map through each entry. So we say for each entry where we have each column, we want to assert the safe identifier for that column and pass in the column name. So let's have our set clause. So the set clause is going to be the entries.map because we want to update the different columns. So we get the column, we get the value, and we're going to have the column like this, which is then going to be equals to this.format literal, and it takes in the value, and we join this with a comma. Then the actual SQL is going to be the update when we have the schema.table name. And now the set is going to be our set clauses that we just defined. And the where clause is going to be where the primary key is going to be equals to this.format literal that takes in the role ID and is returning everything. So the next thing we're going to have here is the result. The result is going to be this.db.execute. So once we run this SQL, it's going to execute and we get in the objects record, and we have the SQL passed here. Now, if there are no result rows, that means the result was not successful. We're going to throw this not found exception, which is going to say not found. But if everything is fine, let's go and return the updated row. So we're going to have the result.rows, the first element. Now, the last one we have is a delete row. The delete row is going to take in the project ID, the string, project slug, which is of type string, the table name, which is a string, as well as the row ID, which is a string. Again, we're going to clean it up by asserting the safe identifier, which is going to take the table name as well as the table name. And we have the schema, which is going to be resolved by awaiting this.resolve project schema. We pass the project ID and the project slug. Again, for the primary key column, the idea remains the same. We are going to get it by awaiting this.get the primary key column. We pass in the schema and the table name. So let's build the actual SQL. This is going to be the delete from, and we pass in the schema table. And we're also going to have the where clause. Now the where clause over here is going to be where the primary key column is going to be equals to this.format literal, and we pass in the role ID and want to return everything. Then we can have the result. The result is going to be equals to, and we get the result by awaiting this.drizzle.db and we execute the actual SQL that we built here. Now let's check the result.rows. The first element, if it's empty, then we're going to throw the not found exception, which is going to say row not found, and we're going to finally return the result.rows, the first element, and we can close this up. So this is our function. As you can see, it's quite a lot of code that we did right out here. And we have an error here. So what is this error over here? The value. So this error that we have here, that the value we use object default stringification format here when stringified. So we're going to fix this. I'm just going to temporarily get rid of this so that we can type it with the updates here. So here we're going to have this private format literal, which takes in the value, and this is going to return a string. Now we're still going to perform our previous check by checking if the value is equals to null or the value is equals to undefined. Then in that case, we want to just go on and we want to go on and return null like this. And we're also going to check if the value is equals to boolean. Then we want to return the value true, otherwise false. And we want to check if the value is equals to number. And then we want to check if it's infinite. So and number dot is finite. We pass in the value. Then we want to return string with the value. And then we can always check the same for the string. So if the type of value is equals to string, then we're going to return the value dot replace with this quote here with an empty string just like this. and we're going to check if the type value is equals to object. Then we're going to JSON.stringify the object and cast it to a JSON byte object format. And the last one we have is if after this case we still have, let's say, some errors, we're going to throw, if it comes to this case, we're going to throw a bad request exception that we have an unsupported column value. So now we have this, we no longer have any errors, we can save this. This video is long enough already. The next stage for us to do is to go on and have our controller. Let's go on to have our controller. So now I'm going to exit from the service, and right in here, we are going to have the project-api.controller.ts file. Now this controller is not really quite a lot as we have from the service, obviously. So let's start off by importing body and also controller, delete the forbidden exception. We're also going to bring in get. All this is going to come in from, we also need to bring in the params. We also need to bring in the patch, the post, the query, the rec, the use guards from NestJS common. We also need to bring in express. Express is going to come, request is going to come in from express. We also need to bring in our project key rows, which will come from the supavolt constant. We need the project API service, which is going to come from the API service. Okay, so just like this. And after this, we also need to bring in the project key guard. So we're going to import the project key guard and the project key payload from the project key.guard. Then let's have the controller. The controller is going to be /API/project, the project slug/rest. And we're going to make use of the guard, which is the project key guard. So remember the project key guard here, that's the catch. Now we have the project API controller, and here we're going to have the constructor so that we can have the service. We need to make API calls to our database, and this is going to be of type project API service. Now let's have the private method to get the API key. It's going to take in the request, rec of type request, and it's going to return the project key payload. So here, let's return the request. We get the project key. So remember the guard is adding this here. And this is going to be of this type like this. And we're going to assert the right access. So we're going to have request, which is going to be of type request. It returns void. And the role is going to be the project this.get project key, where we pass in the request. Now, if the role is the project key rows.service row key, then we are going to throw a new request exception that forbidden exception, that write operations require the service row key. So if the role is not equal to the service row key, then we're going to have the first endpoint. This is to get request to /table. So /project, the project slug /rest/table. So we want to insert row. So that's why we're going to first try to make use of the get rows. And here we're going to make use of rec, also param to get the project slug, also another param decorator so that we can get the table, which will store in this table of type string. And the query is going to be an object. The key is going to be a string and the value is going to be a string. Now we can say const the project ID so that we can get, so we call this.get project ID. We pass in the rec. And we're going to return this.project API service .get rows, and we're going to pass the project ID, the project slug, the table, and the query. Now after get, we're going to have for insert. Now insert is going to be a post request to the tables. We have insert rows, so we're going to get the request, which is request of type request. Same for the param, which is the project slug, and we store in this project slug of type string. We also have the param table, which is this table type of type string, and we have the body, which is the body here. So is an object, the key is a string, and the value is a string. So we want to first of all say this.assert right access to make sure we have right access. So we pass the request. We're also going to get the project ID from this.get project ID, where we get passing the request. We know this is going to be from our guard. And we're going to finally call the project API service .insert row, where we're going to pass the project ID, the project slug, the table, as well as the body. We do have two more. One is for patch and the other is for delete. So patch needs this table and the table ID. So we'll call this update row, which is going to then take the request of type request. It's also going to take in the param project slug. We store in this project slug of type string. And then we have the table, which is going to be the table variable here of type string. We also need the ID. The ID is going to be of type string, and we have the body, which is going to be this body object. The key is a string and the value is of unknown. Again, we want to make sure we have the right access. So we're going to call this.assert right access, which takes in the request. The project ID is going to be equals to this.get project key, which takes in the request. And finally, we can go on to return this.project API service.update row, and we pass in the project ID, the project slug, the table, the ID, and the body. So once you're done with the update row, the last one we have is for delete. So it's a delete decorator to the table ID, delete row. Delete is also going to take in the request of type request. We also need the param where we can access or abstract the project slug. And then we need the table. We are also going to make use of param decorator so we can get the table, which is of type string. And here we also need the ID. The ID is going to be ID of type string. And finally, we can call this.assert right access. We pass in the request. And then we're going to have the project ID by calling this.get project key, which is going to take in the request. And finally, we can call our service. So return this.project API service.delete row, which is going to take in the project ID, the project slug, the table, and the ID. Okay, so this is our constructor. And why do we have this error? Because request was imported here. So do we have another request type? Maybe it's clashing. Okay, so we have this error here. So let's just rename this as express request and see if maybe we have another request import somewhere that I cannot find for now. So we can copy this and we can use this here. So here where we have the request is going to be express request, and this also is going to be express request. And over here where we have request, we are going to be updating all of these to match the express request. So why do we have this error here? Yeah, because we need to import it as a type. No worries. Let's just fix this real quick. This also is going to be of type express request like this. Now we need to just import this as a type. So over here where we import request as express request, we can import type since that's the only import we have here, and the error is gone. So now let's give this a save. And now that we've saved this, we can then proceed to creating the project API module file. So let's do that real quick. We are going to come here and we're going to create a new file. This is the project API module.ts file. And the project API module is just going to be straightforward where we can group everything together. We're going to import module from @NestJS/common. We're also going to be bringing in the JWT module, which is going to come from NestJS/JWT. We also need to bring in the project API service so that we can have this as the provider. And this will come in from one level up to the project API.service. We also need the project API controller, which is going to come from one level up the project API.controller file. And then we need our project key guard. The project key guard is going to come from one level up the project key.guard. So let's have the module decorator, and here we'll have the imports. We're going to call the JWT module.register, and we also have the providers, which is going to be the project API service, and we're passing the project key guard like this. And in the controllers, we are going to have the project API controller. Then finally, we can export the class. I can export class, the project API module, just like this. Now we have the module. We need to register the module in the application module. So I'm going to come here and you want to locate your app module. And here in the app module, just after the table editor module, we want to register the project API module here. So the project API module. And now you can give this a save. As you know, this wraps up the backend functionality side of things. Just make sure that you have in your env the project JWT service, which we are referencing from the guide. So if we come over here to the project key guide, if you come over here, so just make sure that here you have the project JWT secret. So I've added this in the past, so you just want to confirm and double check that you have this. Now once you confirm you have this, just blow this up, you can see here that the request project key is being attached based on this payload that we have over here. Once this is being able to verify this, it attaches this to the payload. Now this that is being attached here, you can see over here in the controller where we have the get project key, and over here we are trying to get the project key from the request based on this payload type. And if you visit the payload type, you can see we expect the project ID and the row. So that's the project ID that we are getting from here whenever we call this here and we pass it to the project API service. And the project API service, let's use get rows as an example. The get rows method is going to get the project ID, and based on the project ID here is going to resolve the project schema. And if you double check the resolve project schema, you're going to see it also taking the project ID, and over here it is using it for this where clause. So that's how things are connected. It definitely needs some time for you to go through. You understand the flow, and once you understand the flow, the next path is going to be the front end, and that's where you can see all our changes work live. So now we are done with the backend. We are going to be focusing on the front end side of the application, specifically this API page. Now we do not have this page yet, but there's something you can see. This link is currently broken, so I'm just going to give this a refresh. The links that we have over here, more or less broken. So if we try to go over to the API, this just goes to /organizations, the organizations log, and the API. Okay, but the actual route is organizations log / the projects log / database. So API is going to be /API like this. Now to fix this is actually straightforward, and that's because I have provided us with the template that fixes this. So I called it updated sidebar because we have some changes and we have the previous application sidebar, which was the previous one. So I did not want to update this in case you had this version. You're just going to take this and update what we have currently. So this is in the dashboard layout. So we have the dashboard layout and not this over here. And that is the dashboard layout. Here we have the layout.tsx. So over here we have this application sidebar, and we just need to go to the definition, and once you're here you just need to replace everything here. You just need to replace everything here with this content. So if you inspect the content we have over here, we have the organization nav items, and we have the project nav item where we got rid of the organization nav item, and then we introduced this function that helps us to build the href, and then we just loop through it here and we display it here. So here we map through it and we display, and over here we display the button which is going to go over to the organization nav label. So now we save this, and this is going to point to the actual link. So if we inspect the API, now you're going to see it's going to be /organization, and you see, and then we have the organizations log, and we have /API, /organizations, the organizations log, the projects log, and the route. Okay, so that's what we wanted to achieve. Now let's focus more on the front end build. How do we approach this? We are lacking the page. So, but you know, the way we normally approach this is by first going on to define the helpers. So we are going to define the helpers of this, which is going to make us introduce new features into this application. So over here, we are going to come over to the web, and in the web, in the features, we need a new feature, and this is for API docs. So we're going to have API-docs like this, and then we're going to have a new file. This new file is going to be API docs-helpers, and then we have .server.ts file. All right, so let's go, because we actually have some work to do here. Let's start by importing the redirect, which will come from Next navigation. We're also going to import the API client, our Axios API client, which will come from lib/Axios. And what else do we need? We need the retrieve token from cookie. That is going to be coming in from the server utils, the utils file. And then we're also going to be bringing in the cookie keys, which will come from supavolt constant. We also need to import the type, the project API docs. We also need to import the project API endpoint. We also need to bring in the project by slug response. All these will come from supavolt/types. Now we need this function to build endpoints. Now this function is going to take in the project URL, which is a string, the table name, which is a string, and it's going to return the project's API endpoint list. Now we need the base. The base is going to be the /project URL and /rest and the table name. So this is the endpoint that we need to hit in our backend. We're going to return a list based on the method. So in this case, get. The path is going to be this base path. We're going to add some description that we're going to render in the UI, which is like fetch the rows from the table name. And we're going to say, we're telling the user here that this supports filters, ordering, pagination, anon key. Okay. And then we're going to have an example with the CURL. So we're going to show this an example here. So we have the base URL. We have the limit, which is going to be equals to 10. The order is going to be created at. We have some line break. And then the headers here is the bearer and the anon key. We're going to do the same for get. So the method, this method, it's still going to be get. But the path now is the column and equals to the value. And here we want to have the description. So the description is going to be this string where we'll tell the user you can filter rows, operators, equals, not equals, greater than, equals, because these are the operators that we have actually written in our backend. And also the example is going to be this URL where the name is equals to shirt and the price is less than 100. And we have the headers where we have the authorization, the bearer, anon key, like this. Now the next method is post, and the path is going to be the base path. The description we are going to offer to the user is you can go on to insert a row into this table name, and we're telling the user that this is going to require the service row key, and we want to show the user an example. Now this is a post request, so we need data. So we're going to say the CURL X post like this to the base, and the authorization, the bearer service row key. We had to add some more line break, the headers, the content type header, which is application JSON. And we also want to have the data. So -d where we have the name and t-shirt like this. No worries, I'll format this later. Now the next method is patch. And here we can also have the path, which is this base ID. The description here is going to be update a row by primary key in the table name. And we tell the user this requires the service row key like this. Now we'll also show an example with the CURL and the X path is the base URL like this. We have the line break. We tell the user the headers, which is the bearer, the service row key. More line breaks, and we have /hedge for the headers, the content type, the application JSON. Now for the data is going to be the name of hoodie like this. The last one we have is the delete. So we have the method for delete, and we have the path, which is going to be the base ID. And then we are going to have the description. So the description here is like delete a row by primary key from this table. And we're telling the user this is going to require the service row key. And then we also want to offer the user an example, which is going to be the CURL, the X delete, which is the operation. And then we have the line break for the authorization headers, which is the bearer service row key. Now we're going to have this function, which is going to then help us to retrieve the API docs from the API. So we're going to have the organization slug, which is a string, and also the project slug, which is a string, and we're going to return the promise, which is going to resolve to the project API docs. So let's say token. The token is going to come by awaiting the response, and the response is retrieve token from the cookie. And then we are going to get the headers. The headers is also going to be the cookie key.access token. And what else do we need? We are also going to get our try catch block. Now in the try catch block, we are going to start by having the project response, the table, because we want to await promise.all. Where we call the API client.get, we're going to get back the project by slug response. And the path is /organization, /the organization slug, /project, and the project slug, and we attach the headers. Now the second request is going to be the API client.get, where we're going to get a string array, and the path is /organization slug, /project, and the project slug /tables. And then we have the headers. So let's have the project. The project is going to be equals to the project response.data.projects, like this. And then we can say const the table names. The table names is going to be equals to the table response.data. And now we can return this object that has the project URL, which is the project.project URL. We also have the anon key, which is the project.anonymous key. We have the service row key, which is the project.service row key. And then for the tables, we have the table names .map. We want to map to the table names, where we have each name, and we're going to return this object with the name and the endpoints. So the name here and the endpoints is then going to call the build endpoint function, where we pass in the project URL and the name. So this is pretty much it. Now we're just going to have the catch block, and in case something goes wrong, we want to just redirect the user to the project route. So we're going to redirect to /organization, organization slug /project, just like this. Now we're going to give this a save, and then maybe I collapse this, but this is the full content here. Okay, so now we are going to work on the actual API page. Now as always, we're just going to get started and we'll come back and complete the page. But if you take a look here, this is the API. So once you click on this, we are going to be redirected over to this page, which we do not have yet. So let's see how we can map or bootstrap this page. So the page is over here in the app, in the dashboard, organizations, organization slug, and then inside of project slug, where we have database, we need a new one. We need to create a new file, which is the API. And in here, we are going to have the page.tsx. So this is the page, and once we return, we are going to fill this page with life, and we are no longer going to have the error which we currently have on the screen. Okay, so let's have the page content. We are going to be importing the retrieve API docs from API, and this is going to come in from the features, the API docs, and now the API docs.helpers.server.ts file. We're also going to bring in the API docs client, which I have provided the template. We're going to see that in a moment, but this will come from the features, the API docs, and the API docs client file. And now we can export the default async function, the API docs page, and this is going to take in the params. We are destructuring params here, and params is going to be of this object type, where we have params, and promise we have the slug, which is a string, and also the project slug, which is a string. We're going to await the params, so we say const the slug, and the project slug is going to be equals to await params, and the docs is going to be equals to await retrieve API docs, so we're passing the slug as well as the project slug. And finally, we can go on to return the API docs, where we pass in the docs here. Now let's paste this, let's go over to our templates. As you can see, this is currently throwing us an error, which is the error we also see here. So if we come here and if we come over to our features, not the features, if we come over to our templates, I just added the API docs client here, which is this page. So we just need to take all of these, over 200 lines of code. So that's why I always provide this. I just like saying this so that we can always know why. So I'm going to take this and copy this and exit out of this, and we need to create the page. So right here in the features, I actually like it being in the features. So here we are going to be creating the components here. So we'll create a new file, And this is the API-docs and then -client.tsx file. So I'll collapse this and I'll paste this in here. So once you have this here, you do not need to make any change, at least for now. Then we are going to save the content of this file. We just come here and we need to update the import, or maybe, yeah, the import is the correct import. I'll just remove this and bring it back in. So now we see everything. So we can open this here. We can see the API keys. This is a project URL. So the localhost 300, which is the backend, and then /API/project and the project ID. So this is our project URL. And the anon key is read only. So if you click on this, it's going to be visible and you can copy your anon key. We also have the service row key, which is going to give full access to the server only. And you can see this, and you can also copy this service row key. Now we have the different endpoints here. As I showed you, if you click on this, it expands and you see the C URL, which you can copy. We also have this forget, which is going to show you the different endpoints based on this current organization that you belong to. So this organization and also this project. So now if you click on this, you see the same for this, you see the same for patch, and you see the same for delete. And same for the users table, we have all these endpoints that we can run queries on. Now we're going to be testing this out to see if these endpoints actually do as they behave, and our styling is off, which I'm going to be fixing in a moment. And actually, by the time you have access to the API docs client, this would have already been fixed, so you don't need to worry about this. So I'm going to collapse this. Where do we have the collapsible? I think that is also broken. Yes, so that looks like it's also broken. So let's see. Yeah, that's broken. So yeah, but let's go on and test this. And if, okay, yeah, so here it is. It doesn't look like our UI was broken, or maybe it's broken on some view path. Okay, so let's test this out. I have this over here. And if we check our table, so our database, the current state of our database, you would see over here that we have, just give this a moment. Yeah, so we have membership table, which is currently empty. So if we try to fetch the membership, we're going to get an empty string. Let's also have the user relationship here in mind. We also have the users table. The users table is also currently empty. So I think we should try by, having some data here in the users table. Yeah, so let's come over to our API and see the C URL. So this is our API endpoint. I see this finally, and I'm able to collapse this, and it's still broken, I guess. So it's still broken. It doesn't look broken, that's the UI, when this is collapsed, but when this is not collapsed, then it looks broken. Yeah, so no worries, I'm going to fix this off screen, and by the time you copy the API docs client, you're going to have the updated version and you shouldn't see the error or have the error. Yeah, so let's try by creating a user. We have the anon key, we have the service row key, we have the project URL. Now this is for membership and this is for user. So this is post to create the user, and this is the example endpoint. So we can copy this and we can save this, we can paste this in here. So this is the endpoint, okay, which is our project URL. And then we have we have the authorization, the service row key. So let's copy the anon key. Oh yeah, that's the service row key. So we're going to copy this and let's update the service row key that we have over here. And this is going to be pointing to this service row key. Now we have the content type application JSON, but we're not going to pass in the name of t-shirts, just as the example here. What we're going to pass here, if we just quickly double check our database, we need to pass in the following fields. So a user in application, if we click on users, is going to, or currently has the ID. The ID should be automatically generated as a primary key. The timestamp also is automatically generated, so we just need to pass in the name, the email. Remember the age, we give it a default value of 10. So for now, I'm just going to leave that. So for the name, I'm going to go with the name of code with lari, like this. And we're also going to pass in the email. So here, let's pass in the email, and the email here is going to be this value. So code with lari at test.com. And then we are going to, I think that's about it. Yeah. So let's send this off and let's see the new field here if we have done everything correctly. So I'm just going to expand this a little, and then I'm going to send it across this request. So let's see the response that we do get back. Now we see we get this back. So the ID is 1. The created at also is automatically generated. And we have the email, the name, and you see the age is 10. So it respects our default value. And that's because we did not overwrite the default value. We're going to give this a refresh, and we should see this populated now with the value. So that was the users. So we're going to click on users. And here we should see our new user here, and which is cool. So we click on this, it expands, and we see the view, the row from the user, the created at, we see the email, the age, and everything is working fine just here like this. I'm so excited about this. And let's now try this. Let's try the membership. Remember, the membership is having this foreign key. So this foreign key here with 1. So here we're going to do that. And if we come back to the API, so this is the API section, we are going to try to create a new membership. So here where we have membership, we want to get a membership. We also have this filter operation. So I'm just going to click on this so that we can copy this. This is making use of the anon key because it's not like protected everybody. But to create the resource, then you're going to need the service row key. So I'll paste this in here. And this is then all just going to need the, oops, actually we're trying to get, so I'm just going to remove this. I want us to try to create a membership. So we need to go for the post and not the get. So I'm just going to delete everything that we have here. And now it is gone. I'm going to come over here and click on post. So let's copy this and let's paste this over here. Now we need the service row key because it's an update mutation. It's an operation we want to perform, so we need the service row key, not the anon key. So we can copy this and use this value here. So for the data, now we have to switch back to the database. Now for the data, we can access the type of data that we need to pass for the membership. So in the membership table, we are going to be passing over the ID, the created at, and the user. So the ID and the created at are automatically generated. So for the user, we just need to pass in the ID. So I'm just going to pass in 1. So I have the user and pass in 1 like this, which is the user that we just created. So remember this user here with the ID of 1. So I'm going to send this off. Let's see if we can create a membership without extra work. Now you see this membership have been created based on this user. So I will clear this, and now if you give this a refresh and the membership loads again, you're going to see we have a new membership. Now the reason why it clears is because we are not persisting like this, and let's say the URL, that's why it refreshes. But now we see the user, and this is linked to this user here. If you expose this, you can see the foreign key here, big int, which maps to the user with this ID. Now you can go further by, let's say you want to list the user details. It's pretty much easy to do as much as you have the user ID. So this is working fine, and I'm super excited about this. And the same for the users. You see that the membership also persists over here and is going to load the users table. And cool, I'm really impressed about this. Now you can try out more. I'm definitely not going to test out all the endpoints, but if you come over to API, now if you try to retrieve a membership, you're going to see the membership here. So you have get. You can also try out the filter. So I'm just going to quickly just paste this in here and copy the anon key, and I will replace this anon key with this value over here. So paste this in here, send across this request. You're going to see the list returned, which is going to be this over here. This is working fine. This is working super. This is the membership we just created. Now you can try out more. You can try out patch, delete, but this is working as expected. Now we're going to move over to the next phase of building out our own version of Supabase. All right, so I did fix this. Now if you double check, this is now fixed, and that's from the API. Yeah, so if we come over to the API page, you will see that everything is now properly fixed and everything is now properly aligned. As you can see here, even if it is expanded, and here if this is collapsed. I think I don't really like this glass effect that we have here on mobile, but maybe it can be fixed later towards the end. It's not priority for now. But then we have all of these working nice and good. So you can see we have the API page, which is not fully responsive. And something I haven't really showed us, if we come over to Neon, and Neon, if we come over to, let's say we come over to the schema. So let's click on schema. We can see over here, if we just go back to the tables for the project, we can see each project has a DB schema. And where do we have it? So a DB schema. So for this project, this is the database schema over here. You can always copy this. And if you double check here, if we come over to schema, you would see you have this. So if we just search for this, we can see we have this. In the schema, we have the user schema. So the schema and then the table, which is the users table. And this users table is this table that we created here. So in our database, we have this table over here, which is the users table and also the membership table. Now, these are the tables. So this schema, the users table, if you click on this, you can see the different fields that we specified. So we see them here, the default value, the constraints, we have the indexes, which is the primary key over here. So the unique index, the user's key over here. And you can also double check the members. I'm just going to get rid of this. And then you can see everything here, the different columns that we specified here. So that's how we are provisioning a database for each project, and then the user will be able to manage it in their schema. So this is the schema here. So yeah, so let's continue. And now we're going to focus on the next phase, which is our own SQL editor. Now we're going to work on the SQL editor. So let's collapse all of these and let's also quit this for now. And do we have an error here? No, we do not have an error. Yeah. Okay, so let's clear this. And now we are going to open up this new tab and expand this. And we are going to start working in the packages. So here in the packages, we want to come over to the types and the source, the index.ts. We are going to have another type. This time around is going to be for the SQL editor like this. So SQL editor here. Now the SQL editor is going to have this interface, which is the query results interface. And the query result is going to have the role. So the roles is going to be the record, string key, the unknown value, an array, and the columns is just going to be an array of string. The row count is going to be the number. The execution time milliseconds is going to be a number, and then we're also going to have the interface for the query history item. The query history item is going to take the ID. The ID is a string. We also have the project ID, which is a string. We have the SQL, which is a string. We have the execution time milliseconds, which is of type number. We also have the row count, which is of type number, and the created at, which is of type string. Now we're going to have the schema in the database because we do not have the query history schema. So let's do that. Let's save this file. And then let's come over to our source. So the API, the source, and in the database, we need the schema, and now we need the query history.ts. So we're going to have the query -history like this, and then .ts file. Now in the query history.ts file, we can start by importing pgtable. And pgtable, we also need to bring in text, the timestamp, UUID, integer, will come from Drizzle ORM pg core. We also need to bring in projects, which will come from one level up, our project, and then we're going to have our query history. The query history is going to be equals to the pgtable, and then we are going to give it the table name of the table name is going to be the query history, and then the different tables is going to, or the different columns is going to be the ID, the type UUID, and it's going to be the primary key like this. And after this, we are also going to have the project ID, which is the project ID, not null, and this is going to be referencing the projects.id, and on delete we can call cascade. We also have the SQL. The SQL is going to be of type text. We pass SQL and not null. We need the execution time milliseconds, which is the integer, and we pass the execution time ms, which is not null. We also have the row count, which is an integer, row count and not null. And finally, we have the created, we have the created at, which is timestamp, created at not null, and the default is going to be now like this. Let's also export the type for the query history item, which is going to be the type of the query history.infer select. And we also have the type, which is the new query history item. And this is going to be the type of the query history.infer insert. Now we just need to update the type over here. So let's save this. Let's come over here. And the index.ts, where we are exporting projects, we now need to export the next one, which is query history. So we export everything from one level up and we export the query history like this. Now we need to run the migration because we have made changes. So you need to cd into apps, and also cd into API. And here we want to run the pnpm db generate, which is going to regenerate the client and update the Drizzle folder. We see no schema changes, nothing to migrate, which is strange because we actually do have changes here. So query history, 6 columns. So I do not know why I see this, but let's double check. Let's run the db. We're meant to run the db generate command. So that was the command. So let's run the pnpm db migrate command, just to be double sure. Why we do not see this? Because it doesn't update. It said no schema changes, whereas we do have some schema changes. So let's wait for this. We see the migration has been applied successfully. Now let's just confirm. If we come over to Neon, we need to see the new query history because we have the table. If we have done everything correctly, which looks like we have, and let's come over to the tables. And over there in tables, we want to have a look at, we need to have a new table, which is the query history, and we don't. Let me just give this a refresh somewhere. I'm just going to, I thought I saw refresh here. Yeah, let me just refresh here and see. Yeah, so after refreshing, we see the query history here. So so it looks like it worked, even though the migrate command or the generate command wasn't giving us so much hint. Now that this is working for us, we are going to work on the SQL editor service file. So let's work on that. So in here, we're going to be creating the new folder. So we'll create a new folder and we'll call this SQL-editor like this. So SQL-editor like this. And then we're going to create the service. So we're going to create the SQL-editor.service.ts file. Now inside this SQL-editor.service.ts file, let's start by importing bad request exception. We're also going to bring in injectable. We bring in not found exception, which will come from at NestJS/common. And from Drizzle ORM, we need to bring in the matchers. So, and the sending equals needs to come from Drizzle ORM. We also need to bring in our Drizzle service, which will come from the database Drizzle service. And then we need our database schema. So we're going to be importing projects, also organizations, the query history, which will come from the DB schema. And we also need to bring in our query type, which will come from supavolt types. Now let's have the class definition. We're going to mark the class as injectable, and we're going to export the SQL editor service. Now in the constructor, we are going to have the Drizzle service initialized here, and we're going to have a private method. So the private method is an async method we call getProject, and we're going to pass the organization slug of type string. We're also going to pass in the project slug of type string. Now I want to select some things for a project, so we could say row is going to be await this.drizzle.db. We want to select the ID, which is the project.id, and then we are also going to get the db schema, which is the project.db schema. Now this is going to come from the projects table, and we're going to have the inner join here. So in inner join, we're going to have the organization, and we're going to have equals where the projects.org ID matches the organization.id. And we're going to also have the where clause where we can change different equals. So and equals the organization slug is going to match the org slug and also the project slug. So the project.slug is going to match the project slug. We can go on to limit our result by 1. And let's have a quick check. If we do not find the role, we are going to throw a new not found exception. This not found exception is going to say, hey, we are not able to find the project. Otherwise, we are going to return the row. Now, let's also have this async execute query method. And this execute query method needs the organization ID of string, the project ID of string, and the SQL, which is going to be a string. Then we're going to get the query results. This is going to help us to execute the SQL. Now we're going to have the project here, which is the project we are going to get. And we need a basic guard, which is going to block dangerous statements. In production, we're going to use a read-only role for non-service key requests. So that's why we have this normalized. We want to trim the SQL to uppercase like this. And it's going to be blocked if there are requests like drop database or drop schema or truncate. So we just have a basic guard over here. So in production, as I said, you'll need a read-only role for non-service key request. Now we say if blocked.sum, and if normalized, if it starts with the blocked here, we want to throw a new bad request exception that this statement is not allowed. So you're not allowed to run queries that will block drop the database or drop the schema or things like this. Now we are sure that the query is okay to pass. We are going to have the start, which is the date now. So we want to get the time in milliseconds. So in the start here, we're going to await this.drizzle.db.execute, which is then going to set the search path to the project.db schema. So remember, we just saw this in Neon, and it's the public like this. Now we're going to get the result by awaiting this.drizzle.db.execute. We want to execute the SQL, where we are going to get back the object, which is the key of a string and the value of unknown. Now this over here where we search the path is just so that unqualified table's name can resolve to the project schema. Now we're going to get the execution time in milliseconds, which is the date.now minus start, and the rows is going to be the result.rows. And same for the columns is going to be the rows.length if it's greater than 0. Otherwise, we're going to have the object.keys where we pass in the first result from the row, otherwise an empty array. Now let's save this to history. We're going to say this.drizzle.db.insert into the query history table the values of the project ID, which now matches the project.id. We also want to have the SQL command which was executed. We also want to store the execution time in milliseconds and the row count, which is the rows.length. And after insert, we can then go on to return this object. The object will have the rows, is also going to have the columns, is also going to have the rows count, which is going to go over to the rows.length, and also the execution in milliseconds. Now for the catch case, remember we're in a try catch block. If something goes wrong, we are going to have the error, which is going to be of type unknown. So let's get the error message. The message is going to be the error. If it's an instance of an error, we are going to go with the error.message. Otherwise, we're going to say something like query failed. Then we can go on to throw a new bad request exception that contains the message. We are going to have another function here, which is the last function that is going to help us to get the history. So it's a straightforward function that takes in the organization's log of string and the project's log of type string. So we say const project, it's going to be awaiting this.getProject, where we get past the organization's log and the project's log. We can then go on to return this.drizzle.db, so we are returning the results of this.select, where we are going to select everything from the query history. Now we want to have our where clause. So where equals the query history.project_id matches the project.id. We are also going to order this by descending order, where we have the query history.created@, and we just also want to limit this to 50. This is our service for the SQL editor, and you just going to save this file. Now we are done with the service. We are going to take a moment to go through this code, and then we're going to work on the DTO as well as the controller. Now let's have our DTO. I'm going to close all these files that we have open, and inside here where we have the SQL editor, we are going to create a new file for the DTO. So here we have the DTO, and inside the data transfer object, we're going to have the execute-query, and this is going to be .dto.ts file. Now this is just pretty much straightforward, where we have the actual SQL. So we're going to import a string and also min length, which will come from the class validator, and we can then export the class, the execute query, DTO, which is going to take a string and at min length, and also the SQL, because to execute a query, you need the actual SQL, and the SQL is going to be of type string. Now we can go on to save this file, and the next step is we'll have our controller. I'll open this up, and the controller is going to live right in here in the SQL editor. We are going to create a new file. This is going to be the sql-editor.controller.ts file. Now the controller is going to discuss with the service, so let's import the body, the controller, the get, the param, the post, the useguard from Next.js common. We are then going to bring in the SQL service, so the SQL editor service, which will come from one level up where we have the SQL editor.service file. We also have the execute query DTO, which is going to come in from the DTO folder. And there we have the execute query.dto. So over there we have the SQL and the JWT authentication guard, which is going to come from auth guards jwt auth.guard. We also have the role, the organization role guard, which will come from auth guards organization role.guard. Now the controller path is going to be /API/orgs and then the dynamic slug, the project, and then the dynamic project slug, and the actual /SQL, not the actual, but that's the path. We're going to make use of the JWT auth guard and the organization role guard here. So the class is going to be the SQL editor controller, and we're going to have the service, which is the SQL editor service of type SQL editor service in the constructor. The first request is a post request. We also have execute query, which is the method. So we are taking in the slug from the param. We're also going to take in the project slug. Again, the first slug is the organization slug. And after retrieving the project slug from the param, we're also going to get the DTO, which is the execute query DTO. Then we're going to return a simple line of code here by calling this.sql editor service.execute query. We give it the slug, the project slug, and the DTO.sql. We are going to have get, which is /history, and this is the get history method. The param is going to be used to retrieve the slug, and we're also going to make use of the param to retrieve the project slug. Now we're just going to return quickly over here by calling the SQL service.getHistory method. So we're going to return this.sql service.getHistory, which is then going to take in the slug and also going to take in the project slug. Now this is everything we need over here in the controller. We now need to create the module. So you're going to save this file and you come over here, still inside the SQL editor. We are going to have the sql-editor.module.ts file. As we know, module is used to group related code. So we are going to bring in module from Next.js /common. We are also going to bring in the SQL editor service. This service is going to come in from one level up where we have the SQL editor service file. And then we also need to bring in the SQL editor controller. So this is going to come from one level up, the SQL editor controller like this. Now we need the auth module. We import the auth module from /auth and then the auth.module. And we need the organization role guard. So this is going to come in from the auth, the guards, and the organization role.guard. Let's have the module decorator. And in here, we're going to have the imports array where we have the auth module. We also have the providers array where we're going to pass the SQL editor service and also the organization role guard. We also have the controllers where we're going to pass the SQL editor controller. And finally, we can export the class. The class is the SQL editor module. We are exporting the class. That means we need to import it into the application module. So open up your terminal here, your side drawer, your explorer, and you want to locate the application module. So I'll collapse this, and in here we need to bring in the SQL editor module like this. So do go on and import this here, and you can save this file. Now with this saved, we then need to work on the front end side of this SQL feature of our application. Now we're going to get started with the front end side of this application, this feature. So I'm going to close all these tabs, and how do we locate this? Because currently we have the home, the database, the auth, storage, API, real-time, but we do not have a way to locate or go over to the SQL feature. So that means we need to update the project navigation items. So let's come here and let's come over to the web, and in the source, we have the app, the dashboard, we have the layout over here. And this takes us to the application sidebar. So over here, maybe just somewhere here. So let me come here, go to the definition. And if you come up here where you have the project navigation items, so we need a new item for SQL. So you can just duplicate this, bring this database down. The segment, the path segment is going to be SQL. And here the label is also going to be SQL like this. Now for the icon, we can make use of this terminal icon. So let's replace this terminal like this, which should come from Lucid React. Maybe we can explicitly go with terminal icon. So let's save this. And now if you come over here, you're going to have the path for SQL like this. So we give it a moment for it to refresh, and yeah, it's done. So now this is going to take us over to /application/organization, the organization ID, the project ID or the project slug, and we have the SQL. So this is the organization slug, the project slug, and the SQL like this. Okay, so this is where we want to be. And the next step for us is to install the Monaco editor React. So I'm just going to open up my terminal, and I will just clear this for now. And I'll cd outside the API and into the web application. And over there, the command is pnpm add at Monaco editor /React. Once this installation is completed, the next step for us is to create our SQL editor feature on the front end, which is then going to have the SQL editor helpers.server.ts file. Now we're going to wait for this, and it looks like it's completed already. But in the meantime, we can come over here. And over here where we have the features folder, we need to create a new feature. So we are going to create a new folder, and this is going to be SQL editor like this. Now the installation is complete. So what I'm going to do is to just clear this terminal window, because we already have this terminal window running here. So I'll collapse this, and I'll also get rid of this. And right in here in the features where we have the SQL, I thought I created it here somewhere. So did I create it in the wrong path? Yeah, so here we have it, the SQL editor. And here I'm going to create a new file. And this is then going to be the SQL editor helpers.server.ts file. So we can have server actions that can help us to retrieve SQL history from API and things like that. So let's wire up the contents of this file. We are going to be importing the redirect, which will come from next navigation. We're also going to import our API client, which will come from @lib/access. We're also going to bring in the retrieve token from cookie, which is going to come from @server-utils/utils. And we also need the cookie keys. The cookie keys is going to come in from the supavolt/constant. And we also need the query history item, which will come from supavolt/types. So this is the type import. Now we just have one function here, which is the retrieve SQL history from API. So we're exporting an async function called retrieve SQL history from API, which needs the organization slug of string and also the project slug of type string. This is going to return a promise that is going to resolve to the query history item array. So over here, let's get the token. It's going to be equal to await retrieve token from cookie. We are then going to have the try block so we can get data, and data is going to come by having a call to our API client.get. We are expecting the query history item array, and the path is /organizations, and then the organization slug/projects, the project slug/SQL/history. And then we are going to attach the header config here, which is the cookie object, and the value is the cookie keys.access token is going to be equal to the token value. And then if everything is done and good, we are going to return this here, the data. But if we have an error, we are going to redirect the user to /organizations, /organizations slug, and /projects. Now this is all we need to do to get started. We are going to give this a save and we'll take a moment. When we return, we are going to be creating the page. Now, as we always do, if you come over here, we are going to see the page is in the dashboard, organizations, the slug, the project slug. We already have API and database here. We are going to create a new folder, which is the SQL. And inside here, we are then going to create the page.tsx. Now let's give this a moment. By the time we are back, we are going to have some boilerplate code, which is going to be inside our template for us to get started with. So now we're going to have the page contents. But before we do, I just want us to see these templates that I introduced. So let's come over here. If we take a look at the templates, we would see that we have a new template here, which is this SQL editor client template. So we want to copy this and we are going to make use of this here. So we're going to put it right here in the features. Now we have this here. I can just close the templates and we can just have a quick tour. When it's loading, we are going to show loading. We're making use of the Monaco editor. We're having the dynamic imports over here. We have SSR set to false. We also have the props we're going to pass in from the page. And here we have some values that we set in state. And by default, this is a default SQL that we display whenever we render the page. Now we have the use query over here, which is then going to send the result or a request to our backend, the method post, the headers, credentials true, and then we are going to JSON.stringify the query. And here we have the query, and then it's going to check query to run. And then if that is true, then we're going to use that. Otherwise, we'll just use the SQL that we have by default. So this is the way it's working. And then we are going to pass the actual SQL over here. So this is the Monaco editor that we have here. And you can see over here, we're also setting the history with the previous state to this state, and we spread the previous state. So we're updating the local state. Okay, so this is what is going on here. And here we then have the JSX. So let's go on and build the content of this page. Now this page is going to be importing the retrieve SQL history from API because we need to pass the history over to the SQL editor client. And this is going to come from the SQL editor and the SQL editor server. So they help us. And then we're also going to bring in the SQL editor client, which is going to come from the features. And then we have the SQL editor and the SQL editor client file. Now we can export the default async function, which we call SQL editor page. Now this is going to take in the params, which is this object. So the params, and there's a promise that's going to have the slug, which is this string, and also the project slug, which is of type string. Now we can go on to fetch the slug and also the project slug by awaiting params. Okay, so let's go on and get the history. The history is going to be equals to await retrieve SQL history from API, which is going to need the slug and also the project slug. And then we can go on to return the JSX finally. This JSX is going to have this div with the class name of mx6 -6, a margin top of -6, same for the margin bottom. Flex is going to have this height just as we have for other pages, a mean height of 0, a flex score, and an overflow of hidden. And finally, we are going to display the SQL editor client and want to pass the props. So we pass the organization slug, we also pass the project slug, and we also pass the initial history, which is going to be equal to this history that we get from the API helper. And finally, we can close the SQL editor client, and we can also close this div like this. So once we go on to save this, we can then see this renders on the screen like this. Okay guys, so we're going to test this. As you can see, I've already gone on to test this and I noticed an error, which is going to mean we're just going to have a quick fix of the service file. We're going to just quickly fix the service file for the SQL service. So let's come over to the API, and in the source where we have the SQL editor. So here in the SQL editor.service file, we are going to actually fix this, okay? So I'm going to get rid of everything that we do have here, and let's quickly type out the fix. I'm going to be a little bit fast about this. So let's go and import the bad request exception. We're also going to be importing injectable. Just again, you should already have this import. So all this will come from NestJS common. Now we are going to be updating the import from Drizzle ORM. So and describe the descending equals SQL. So I think SQL is new. We're also going to bring in Drizzle service from the Drizzle service file. And let's also import the projects from our database. We also need the organizations, the query history, which will come from DB schema. And we have the type. So the query results, which will come from supavolt types. Now, the class, as always, is going to be marked as injectable. And we are going to export the class, which we'll call the SQL editor service. And in the constructor, we're going to initialize Drizzle ORM. Now we're going to have this, our checker over here. You should already have this, the private assert save identifier. So this method, which takes in the name and the label, and then it's going to return void. So over here, we have this regex. If this regex is false, based on the name, we're going to throw the invalid label and name. Okay, so after this, we are going to then have the get project, the async function get project, which is going to take the organization's log as well as the project's log. So we're going to be calling Drizzle. I want to select the ID as well as the ID, which is the project ID. We also want to select the DB schema, which is the project.db schema. Now we're going to be selecting these from the projects table, and we have the inner join, which is going to be the organizations, and we also have equals the project.org ID and organizations.id. Now for the where clause, it's going to be where, and then we're also going to have equals the organization.slug, the org slug, the equals the project slug, as well as the project slug here. And we want to go on to limit this by 1. Now, if we do not have any row, we're going to throw this new not found exception that the project was not found, and we're going to return the row like this. Now we're going to have the execute query function method, which takes the organization's log, the project's log, and the query SQL. Now it's going to be returning a promise that is going to result to a query result. Okay, so now we're going to have the project, which is going to be this.get project, where we pass in the organization's log and the project's log. We are going to normalize the query SQL by trimming and also covering to SQL to uppercase. We're also going to have our validation so that we can block it. So this is operations we want to make sure we reject. And if it's a blocked operation, we want to throw a new bad request exception over here. Okay. So we check if it starts with this, and then we're going to return throw a new bad request exception. And then if everything is okay, the next step now is for us to, if everything is okay in terms of the operation, we are also going to assert the save identifier, which is going to take in the project, the DB schema, and the project schema. Now, as always, as we did before, we are going to have the stat. And here, this is the comment of the issue we had. So Neon HTTP is stateless. So we are making use of search path, and it now has to be inside the same transaction as the user query, or else we are going to have the error or issues that I was actually running to before. So this is kind of how we fix it. So we're going to use this batch transaction here. We say const results is going to be equal to await this.drizzle.db and .batch. We're going to call this.drizzle.db.execute. And now we're going to have the SQL.raw, where we set local search path. And this is going to be the project.db schema, which we saw in Neon not quite long. And then we're going to call this.drizzle.db.execute, where we pass in the SQL.raw and also the query SQL.trim like this. Now we're going to have the execution time milliseconds, and that is going to be the date.now minus the start time. And then we can go on to also have the query result. The query result is going to be the result, the query result.length -1. And the rows is going to be the rows.length. If it's greater than 0, we're going to get, otherwise the empty array, sorry, like this. That was for the columns. So the columns, if the length is greater than 0, we're going to go with object.keys, the first result here, otherwise an empty array. Now the row count is going to be query result.row count, otherwise we go with the rows.length. Now finally, we can await this.drizzle.db.insert, and into the query history we want to insert the values. So the project ID, the SQL, the execution time milliseconds, as well as the row count. And then we are also going to have to return this object with the rows. We're also going to have the columns. We're also going to have the rows count, and we're also going to have the execution time, and we're also going to close this up here. And in the catch block, if something goes wrong, we're just going to have the message, which is going to be the error. We're going to check if this is an instance of error. We're going to go with error.message, otherwise we just say query failed. And then we want to throw a bad request exception that then carries the message. Alright, so now the last function we have here is the get history. Pretty much straightforward, it's just to query the history from the history table. So we need the organization's log and the project's log. So first we try to get the project by awaiting this.getProject, where we pass in the organization's log and the project's log. Then we can return this.drizzle.db.select from the query history table. We want to select where equals the query history.project ID matches the project ID. We also want to order in descending order the query history.created@, and we're just going to limit this by 50. Okay, so now this is the update that we have over here. I'm going to give this a save just like this, and now we can go on to test this. Okay, so I've already tested this out. I'm just going to refresh this like this so that we are good to go. Alright, so which operation do we start with first? First, let's verify that we're on the right schema. So we're going to verify that in a moment. And if we come over to SQL here, sorry, not to SQL, if we come over to database, for one, we do not want to be on the public schema. So let's check users, and users here, we see the users table being returned here. So we see this. We can collapse this and it's fine. So this is the user I have here. And let's come over to the SQL editor. And over here in the SQL editor, we are going to first, let's verify where we are at. So we want to make sure that we are on the public. We are not, we do not want to be on the, so we do not want to be on the public. So if you double check your Neon, you see over here in the project. So this is a project. So I'll collapse this. You see your database schema. So this is the schema you want to be on. And this query helps us validate that. So you want to run this query and you want to make sure that you get, you're not getting the public back over here. So you want to make sure you get this schema, which is cool. So once you're on this schema, everything is going to work as expected. Now, the first thing we can do is to get all the users. So all the project users, and you can also test the history. Now, this is fully responsive like this, as we see over here. If you click on the history, I've tested this quite a lot, so I have lots of history here, but you should see your history over here working cool. So you can see, I just ran it again by mistake, and you're going to see the results printed over here. Cool. So let's go on and let's run more tests. Now, this time around, I'm going to replace this with this. I want to select everything from the users table. We only have one user there on this schema, so we should see this user printed here. So this is working as expected. Now we can also try this with limits. We can also try with the count. So you can click here and send this, and if you hold Control and hit enter here, it's also going to run the query. So that's the shortcut I used. Now we're still going to see one because we do not have the limit over here. You can also run the count, which is going to go on and count the data that you have inside the table. So in this case, we have 1. So we are going to see 1 row over here, and also the time it took. I work with users because I have users table. If you have another table here, you want to work with that table. Now you can also do the same thing for membership. We can go on to select everything for membership, but we are not just limited to select operations. So if you select everything for membership and you run this, you're going to see it's going to work as expected. Now let's go on, and as you can see, we have 1 membership here. Now let's go on and run insert operation. And yeah, so I'm going to insert into the users table the email, the name, and the age, and this is the value. So the default previously is 10, but now I'm going to overwrite this and say .returning. And now if we run this query, we are going to see the result printed out here. And now we see the result printed out here. And guys, take a look at this. If you come back to the database, and you see your database table, you're going to see now this users is going to be populated with the user that we just filled over here. So you see, so this is working as expected. Now that this is working, we are going to go over to the next phase of building our application. I'm super excited, guys. Do let me know if you experience any issues and we can take a look at it together. Okay, so while we were testing this, I did notice a bug in the users table. So over here, I created a new user, and so just waiting for this to load up. So I created this new user, I deleted the previous user. So I had an issue updating this user. So let's copy this, or let's try to update this user. So I'm going to come over here and let's try to update this Alice user that we have over here. So I'm going to come here and update users. I'm going to set age to 26. So remember the age was 30 and the email is alice2 like this. And once we run this, this is not going to work as expected. So we'll give this a moment for it to complete, and then we're going to see the results here. So we see 26. Now it works, so the behavior is not really consistent. And if we try for 30, so we'll also update the age back to 30. Let's see if this works. So we'll give this a moment and the age updates. So I was having the inconsistency with this, but I'm not able to show this again, the inconsistency we are facing. So maybe we're going to try to select all users. So we see 30. Yeah, actually the update, I'm not sure if it worked or if we try to update it to 26 or 30, but now we see 30. So let's give this one that trial. Let's fetch all the users so that we can try to replicate the error. We see here the user age is 30, and I'm going to try to update the user age. So this Alice2 user here. So I'm going to say alice2 at example.com, and I'm going to hit run. So give this a moment and let's see what happens here. If the age updates to 26, so we see 26, and let's come over here to verify in the database. And if we come over to users, we see 26. So it looks like it's working. I'm not able to replicate it, but I had that experience. So since I had the experience, I actually have a fix for it so it doesn't surface again. So this is the SQL editor service.ts file, and over here where we have the template, now I provided the template for the backend code. It's not something we usually do. So this over here, and I'm going to copy this and use it over here. So let's update this, and I will just paste this in here. So we're going to see the change here. Now we have this error due to command, and we do not have the command over here. So I'm going to save this, and we're going to fix this in a moment. So this can easily be fixed. So let's come over to the types, and the types is right here in our packages. So in the packages, we have the types and we have the index here. So over here, where we have this for the SQL editor, we want to add command here. Now command is going to be optional, and command is going to be of type string. So we can go on and give this a save. Now we've done these two changes. There's another change that we need to make, and that change needs to be here. So here where I provided the template, and that is in the SQL editor. So you want to also take this. So let's copy this. And if you copied it for the first time, you already have the update, so you don't need to worry about the SQL editor here. So we just need to come over to the source and we check the features. We check the SQL editor, the SQL editor client. I'm going to bring in the update over here. So now we can give this a save. And that's pretty much all the changes that we needed to do. Okay, so now we can continue testing this out. If we come back to the API, not the API actually, if we come over to the SQL editor, yeah, so if we come over here, let's try to delete a user. So I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to try to delete the Alice2 user, and I'll hit on run, and we should get the result that the user has been deleted. So this is working as expected. We can use the terminal to create users. So we see it works, the user has been deleted, and this is working super cool. So that's pretty much it. We also have aggregates and sorting. So now we've deleted the user. If we go on and run this, we are going to see all the users that we have. For now, we just have only one user. So let's create a new user. We are going to create this Alice user again. We are going to hit run, and now the user should be right in here. Now let's also have aggregates and sorting. So we see the user has been created. We can verify by checking the history, and if we select everything from users again and we run this, we are going to see the two users here. Now this user has the age of 10, this has the age of 25. So let's go on and have aggregate and sorting. We should see this work. We're trying to select age count from users, so we can group by age and also order by age. So we're going to run this query here and we're going to see the results printed out. So you see we get age and we get count. So this user now, we returned only age. So you can see we are selecting age as count here from the users table. So we want to order by group by age and also order by age. So we see age here and then we see the different counts, which is pretty much cool. We also have sorting. So you want to select the email, the name and the age from the users table. So you can also have your where clause where age is not null, and you also want to order by in descending order like this. So this is pretty much the possibilities that you have with your SQL editor, the beautiful things that you can go on to do. So now we see it works in descending order just as we prescribed, and you can also say ascending like this. And if you run this, you're going to see the user with the age of 10 is going to be the first user, and the second user with the age of 25 is going to be here. So this is working super cool. Now we can proceed over to the next step of building out our application.